Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it.
Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Barney Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it, maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
1962 Ford Zodiac Farnham Estate.
It's unrestored. It's an original.
Smashing in every respect. Triple carburetors. Can't want any more.
Little Toledo, proper little car, bonny little thing.
It was bought for my mother in 1975. She never drove it very far. It's only got 100 miles on the clock.
Fastest milk float in the West, probably.
I can drive anything from a tank to a steamroller, but I've never driven a milk float before. But it's always the first time.
As usual, there's a mesmerising array of vehicles at the Matthewsons' garages. They end up here for a number of reasons. Some are completed projects.
Lots and lots of guys have no interest in driving them, full stop. It's just taking a banger and making it something desirable.
Others have been abandoned.
It's perhaps not until they get really into it, you know, 9 months, a year later, that they think, oh, this is more of a project than I thought.
And there are the owners who are no longer able to look after their much-loved classics.
That's Bonnie, isn't it? But he's did a nice job of that, hasn't he, all told? What is it?
Today, Derek's not only excited about his bacon sandwich, but also the prospect of collecting a very rare car.
Right, a nice lady's been on the phone with a Zodiac. Mark II Zodiac Farnham Estate. How about that?
The Zodiac was the posh version of the popular Ford Zephyr, and in estate form, it would be easier to find an actual hen's tooth.
Two-tone blue, stored in a cocoon.
Not one to pass up an opportunity, on his way down to Hertfordshire, he'll be delivering a Daimler, a Jago Model T, an A55 Cambridge, and an electric scooter. It's 6 years now since Iris Smith's husband, Mick, passed away. They'd known each other since they were children.
He was always smiling, my Mick. Always. He trained as an engineer at the local steel foundry. Always liked his cars.
It would be fair to say that Mick was a bit obsessed with Ford Zodiacs.
I just think he thought that they were well designed. This is our Mark I that we bought. That'd be about 1965. Beautiful car, weighed a ton to drive with a column change. That's a Zodiac convertible. He'd go down to Sainsbury's with the boiler suit on, and I used to say, don't go down like that, you'll see everybody. He said, I don't care, he says. He liked the Ute pickup, that had a V8 engine in it. He thought when you were in it, you thought you were going to fly. You were coming down a hill. You thought any minute now you're just going to take off because it was so fast.
Mick's garage once housed 4 cars, all of them Zodiacs or Zephyrs.
So it's man cave. Used to listen to his music and potter around with the cars and polish up the chrome. You know, he just loved just tinkering in here.
Now there's just his favourite one left, the 1962 Farnham Estate.
Mick's attention was caught by the fact that he was the second owner, and the first owner had the car for 25 years in a lock-up in London, because he knew that it's unrestored, you see. It's an original.
So what sort of things did Mick do at it then, if it's still original?
Polish the chrome. If it did get wet, he'd leather it down, all under the arches and everything. You know, he was very precise. He liked it right. That was Mick, you know, he liked things right. He's over there in his box on the bench with his cap on. That's his toolbox over there from when he was an apprentice. There's his overalls there. Oh dear, bless him, yeah.
And he'd be pleased that he's in his garage with his cars, would he?
Oh, definitely. He liked to be in the garage when it was raining. I don't know why, but he liked it when the rain was on the roof, so...
Iris has taken the Zodiac for the odd service, but apart from that, it's sat here in the garage, just as Mick left it.
When you open them up, they've always got a sort of a leathery smell, and when you shut the doors, they always go sort of a certain click to them.
Mick fitted a rare aquaplane triple carb system to give the engine a bit more pull, but apart from that and some bigger wheels, he left it more or less as is.
He needs someone to love it and show it off and, you know, take a bit of pride in it. It's not doing that in here, it's just vegetating, you know. It's someone that will enjoy it and get pleasure out of it, because Mick used to get pleasure out of it, you know. So it'd be lovely to see it move on.
Derek's arrived. It's not his first time here. He called in briefly to look at the car a few weeks ago. It was then that he found out that Iris isn't very well. This is what's prompted the sale.
Hello, Iris. Sorry I'm late.
That's all right.
But it don't matter too much,
Don't
does
worry,
it? Days
don't
our
worry.
own, innit? We ain't got to worry too much, have we?
No.
No. How long's it stood?
2 years.
Oh, it'd go, wouldn't it?
That'll go. Well, my man from the garage reckons it's a goer. He reckons it'll go.
Because it'd be a lot easier if it will. Otherwise, we've got to have a hell of a long rope, haven't we? Anyway, we'll just see, shall we? You never know, do you? Might just burst into life, mightn't it? Be a bonus if it does, mate, wouldn't it? It won't be far away, I can assure you that. Well, I think without having distributor cap off and flicking points and messing on, I think she could be a pusher. First time she's seen the light of day for a couple of years, hasn't it?
It is, yeah.
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 Gorgeous. Ah, she's lovely.
Looks nicer outside than in there. Lovely chrome all on it and everything. Very Art Deco, isn't it? With it's like a plane and a bit there. Very Art Deco.
Second time I've seen it, of course. Look at the condition of them headlamp nurseries. Look at them. They're lovely, aren't they? Monkey metal, of course, but they're hardly picked up. Ambassador blue. They're very often two-tone Zodiacs, but I mean, I know it would have been an optional extra at the time. He put that on, didn't he?
I don't know, I can't remember.
He would have done.
Yeah.
It's a late one, that is.
Yeah.
It's proper. Lovely car.
Yeah. Is that the petrol tank in there?
In there, love, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. There it is in there.
Okay,
yeah. Little fella. Yeah.
Yeah.
We used to have a little bit of a laugh, really. You pull in the petrol station and like say, like, put some in, and like, you know, and looking around like, where's the cap? Where's the cap gone? Like, yeah. Don't get many like this. Look at that lovely dashboard, not a crack in it. A little bit of wear on the seat, but it's trying to be expected. Lovely, absolutely lovely. She goes. Runs nice and free, doesn't it? If you've got in your head about buying a 50s or a 60s Ford estate car of some description, you'd have to go and buy this, wouldn't you? It's perfect, isn't it? It's the business. It's hard to value because we ain't got an awful lot to go by, but I'd have said 15, 20, because you cannot replace originality. They're only original once, and this is original. Beautiful car. Right, well, I hope you get on all right.
Yeah,
and,
OK.
Yeah, keep cracking on.
I'll keep
That's all you
cracking.
can do, innit?
Yeah, so it's off it goes, little car.
Yeah, but don't
Have a
get too
nice
upset,
life.
because you're doing it the
No,
right way
I'm not
round.
go-
You know,
I'm not
there's-
going to get upset about
there's no, you know, because let's face it, you're only putting off evil day, aren't you?
I know.
But
I
no,
know,
you do.
I know it'll go to a good home. Somebody will want it.
Oh, it will,
Yes,
don't you
somebody
worry.
will want it. I'll see you, see you around.
Yeah, I'll give you a call.
OK, my love.
All right,
yeah.
mate.
Take
See
care.
you later.
Bye-bye.
Ta-da.
Yeah, bye-bye. All gone.
Dave's knocking about in the Midlands on a double collection in Wolverhampton. He doesn't know it yet, but this afternoon he'll have the joy of trying to extract a 70s classic from this isolated tent. But first, thanks to Stephen Salmon, a hot hatch destined for the Hall of Fame.
Hello, Dave.
Stephen?
It is, yeah.
How you doing, mate? We're on here, aren't we?
Are we doing this?
Are you all right?
I'm very well, thank you
Good
very
lad,
much.
well done. Good to see you.
No, nice to meet you, thank you very much. This has been its home for 5 to 6 years.
Looks nice, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant, mate. Fire it up then, Steve. We'll
Okay.
have it outside. Let's have a,
Will do.
have a butcher's out there. Super. Looks a nice car, that is, Stevie. So they didn't produce them in vast numbers. A V6 four-wheel drive Golf, basically. Yeah, called an R32. So yeah, nice thing they are. Quite sought after. Yeah, okay, Steve, fine. Yeah, you're okay. You're all right. You're good. Well, while you're in it, Steve, you might as well put it on the truck for me.
Oh, brilliant.
I'll watch you on. Yeah.
The R32 first appeared in 2002. It had a 6-cylinder engine, 4-wheel drive, and was the first production car to have a twin-clutch gearbox. Volkswagen may never have bothered with it, but the press didn't like the Mark IV Golf GTI. So as a face-saving exercise, they produced a mighty hot hatch that gave the rest of the field a run for their money. The heavy 3.2-litre engine made it a tad challenging around the corners, and some buyers would have preferred a massive spoiler on the back as opposed to the conservative Golf styling, but most would agree it's now very much a modern classic.
Yep. Keep coming. Brill.
Okay.
That'll do there for now. Yeah, great.
Super.
This R32 is 18 years old. Stephen hasn't revealed his age.
I did have it as a little bit of a treat for myself to mark a particular occasion.
For his 21st, that's what he's
Yeah. Yeah, and then some. Yeah. But yeah, I'm a bit of a Sunday driver in all fairness. I rarely drive fast.
What a lovely car. Makes a nice change to see one as good as that. Proper car, look, nice. Yeah. Presentation and that, I mean, look at it, it's lovely, and it's dead straight. Panels are nice, fits are nice, no chips, wheels are stunning. Yeah, do real well. The last proper Golf, really. You know, they went a bit electronic after this. I'd be disappointed if he didn't do 10K.
Waiting on the other side of town, John Wotton, and on tractor duty, Robert Baxter. The tractor's being moved in order to reveal this rare barn find in a tent that has a remarkably low mileage.
We got a Triumph Toledo that was bought for my mother in 1st of December 1975. After we'd had it, she never drove it very far. It's only got 100 miles on the clock. She had the car so she could have freedom, but eventually she had other people drive her around, just like a proper lady. It's in fairly decent condition. The inside's pretty immaculate. It's just a bit on the bodywork, and obviously the chrome needs attention.
Oh, you've left the keys in.
Yeah, the battery's not connected though.
Proper 70s knobs, look.
The dashboard looks absolutely immaculate. There's no rust, corrosion or anything inside on any of the chrome work.
This is the shopping car, isn't it, really? Trundle along, clock the miles up.
Or apparently not in this case. However, there's a surprise in store for John.
Well, that says 27,975 miles, but that ain't what's on there. It's been driving backwards. Certainly not been far anyway. Service every year.
The new evidence points, not surprisingly, to a faulty odometer.
Here he comes.
Dave's arrived, and he's about to discover this is one of those jobs that he was just a bit busy to do himself.
These are the drive people.
Yeah. Oh, blimey, right. It's right round here, is it?
Hey?
It's right round here, is it? Ah, there it is in there. Right, I see.
We've moved the tractor out.
We're going to need the tractor to pull it out.
Well, it's no problem.
Yeah. Brilliant. Like, as John will know, they only had used about half a litre of paint on all over it, John, didn't they? If they put proper paint on, she wouldn't have. She'd have kept even better, but anyhow. I reckon, right, so form a bit of a plan. This is going to be a bit wet for my truck in here, John.
Right.
So, she'll end up bogging down. Yeah. Let me just give it a bit of thought, this. We're going to have to come in backwards.
Right.
I'm going to leave my trailer down there. I'll pull up out the way. If we can then tow the Toledo round on line here, and then we'll get the tractor out the way somehow.
There's definitely some sort of plan afoot.
Always like to do a recce first. I knew this was going to go peak, Tom. As long as we can turn around without writing anything off, we'll be okay.
She should slide on this anyway.
Yeah, a bit of luck it will, won't it? Yeah.
It's always been something that I was one day going to rebuild, but that isn't going to happen now. I've moved on.
Well, we're going to go round there first, are we? And then tow it up forward. Yeah. I'll follow you.
This one brake's stuck on. Very interesting, it's great. See it on the move again. I miss using my engineering brain and my hands. I'm a practical man, really. These are all working, it's that one that isn't.
Anyone would think I'd done that before, wouldn't they?
The Toledo is probably only worth about 1,500 quid, but that's not really why they're putting all this effort into it.
I could have called up a local scrap dealer or whatever, but no, it's too good for that.
Someone will take it back to where it was. Probably just a really good clean, paint the roof, paint one or two of these little bits and pieces around it, and then leave it at that, I would. Try and keep that originality. Are you all right?
That's the lady of the house.
I guessed it must be.
It's been a successful extraction given the circumstances. Now it's business as usual for Dave and John, who's happy with his decision to rehome his mum's Toledo.
I shan't be upset at all, because I know it's going to go and somebody will restore it and love it as it ought to be. I have a saying that when they've read the last paragraph in a book, you close the book. And it's their time to close this particular book.
Back at the garage, the much-loved Zodiac from 1962 has been causing a bit of a stir.
Yeah, a lot of interest. Massive amount of interest.
I've always liked them.
Yeah.
And it will be ideal for someone like myself, self-employed paint decorator.
Graham Hindle from Bolton has been looking for a new company car for a while. So Bubbles goes into sales mode.
Would you actually use it as a working vehicle?
It's got to be a worker and luxury vehicle as
Yeah.
well.
Have a look inside.
Zodiac
Crawl
meetings,
inside if
Stephen,
you
cheers. Oh, hi. This is nice, isn't it? Where are we going to? Blackpool?
want. No, can't stand the place.
Fantastic car. Love it.
It has the makings of a nice painter and decorator's car.
Exactly. Does it suit me, Bubbles? What do you think?
Does it suit you?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
A car like this, though, is not going to be cheap.
I know the motor's worth 15 grand because of the rarity and the condition of it, the originality and such like. Smashing in every respect. Got the Raymond Mays cylinder head, triple carburetors, conversion. Can't want from any more. So we'll see. 15 grand. Watch this spot. Having said that, I've got quite a bit of control over it because I'll be auctioning it. So I wouldn't ever bet against an auctioneer if I were you. Here we have 1962 Ford Zodiac Farnham Estate. Wonderful car, don't miss it. Once in a lifetime. Start me on it. Where are we going to be? Where? 10 we're off, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13,000, 13. 13, 14, 14,000 and away, 14. 14,500, 15, 15,000, 15. 15,500, 15,500. Don't miss this car. You will not find another like it for 20 years. You can't find them anywhere, let alone in this condition. 15,500, 16.
16,500.
16,500, 16, you're out, Mark.
17.
17, 17,000 on my right. 17, you're out, David, you're out on the internet. 17, in the hall, 17. Gonna submit it then, 17. 17.
The Zodiac does even better than Derek's estimate. It's sold to a Ford fan in Peterborough, who reports that he could only afford a Mini when he was young, but always hankered after something with a bench seat. It's the morning after auction day. They're always full on as vehicles head off to their new homes.
Hello, Matthewson's.
You all right? You okay?
Organisation is key, you know.
Can we help you, mate?
Yeah, we're here to pick this up.
Oh, are you? Oh, there you go. Then jump in it.
Paul, lots of cars going out today.
No, not today. Oh, yes, yeah. Two big lorries.
Sorry, do you work here?
Yeah.
Haulage contractor Dave Francis is one of a team of people making deliveries to new owners.
Dave, how long have you been dealing with the Matthewsons?
Oh, a long time now.
And it's always this organised, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
He has a transporter arriving shortly, but no idea where the cars are that are going on it.
Who are you ringing, Dave?
Phoning Derek, there we are.
I'm just carrying some money. I'll come back to you in a minute.
Okay, Derek, no probs.
Right, mate. Tell me a minute.
I might be able to tell you. Yeah.
Oh, good.
So, Anna, is there a method?
Yeah, just click on the website and it'll tell you where they are.
So Dave could have actually been drinking tea and clicking on the website and didn't know where they were.
Yeah, but now that I'm doing it, he could go and make a cup of tea.
I don't think we'll need that.
Local businessman John Scoley has wisely decided to pick up his vehicle himself.
Watch it, you nearly had my fingers then.
He's had E-types and other exotica in the past, but today's classic is a bit of a diversion.
We've come to collect a Wales and Edward milk float.
Decked out in his Unigate livery, it was renovated by a man who used to help deliver milk around Streatham when he was a boy.
Fastest milk float in the West, probably. 6,000.
John plans to rebrand it to promote his new business.
We own trout farms, and Jane, my partner, has this idea to possibly sell trout fillets, and we're going to smoke trout.
Should sneak out of there, I think. Can I have a pint of gold top?
Guten Morgen, manieren, as they say in Holland. Oh, good morning, Paul.
It's heavy, you know.
Do you reckon 3 ton? Wow.
Yeah, I would think so, John.
I was guessing when Paul Matthewson said to me it was heavy. I said to Jane, I'm presuming he means it's 3 ton. But yeah, Paul's going to show me What with the machine, because we've never had one of these before, I can drive anything from a tank to a steamroller, but I've never driven a milk float before. Are you going to pull it out, Paul?
Yeah, we'll shove forward a bit, eh, and then we can see what's what. That onto there. That one onto
wheel
there.
hard, Paul, yeah.
Which way are we pointing, John?
Is it?
Straight.
Ah, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Can't hear it running, can you? All right, Ernie.
Ernie, aye. Yeah. Oh, she got some good brakes. Yeah, no, there's just them couple of boxes there, but...
All right.
I don't know, A, if there's room.
That'll secure it down, won't it? That charger.
Yeah. Now, he said he'd never used that charger. All he's ever had is a 24-volt charger and put it on a block of batteries at a time. They're 2-volt batteries, he says. If you would took that link off of there, then you could charge them 6 there, yeah.
I'm letting Paul have the pleasure of backing it on, because I know what a good driver he is.
What's handling like, you know?
Do you know what? It's all right. It feels quite a nimble little thing.
Yeah, come on, Paul, straight up.
You got a winch, then?
Yeah, we've got winch if we need it. This way a touch. Come on, keep it coming. Yeah, come on, come on. Steady.
Left hand, go keep that.
Steady. Whoa.
How's that, John?
Yeah, you're about dead square at that. Brilliant, that. I think we're all right. I'm quite pleased with it, actually. Say it's in very good condition. I think you'd have a long way to find one in the condition of this one. Paul showed me how to charge it. It is a bit of a different system for charging. But yeah, we'll sort it. No problem.
With his 70s milk float, John's now proud to be part of the eco-revolution.
We're going electric. 80 miles on one charge of batteries. Good for clean air, clean green energy.
The ultra-conservative 1975 Triumph Toledo has now found itself in a quiet corner of the Pickering site. Derek's not massively enthusiastic about it, and he hasn't even received the internal memo about the mileage cock-up yet.
100 miles from you.
Does that make it any better?
Well, it makes it a lot more saleable, no doubt about that, but we're back to the old thing again, aren't we? The old mileage thing. I suppose you can take it up to 1,000, but then again, can you? So I don't know, mate, really. It's a hard one, isn't it? It's hard to say.
What, mileage?
Yeah.
It's done 30,000.
I thought it was something other than 100 miles.
It has on the clock. It's done 30,000.
Ah, I was going to say.
So it hasn't done 100 miles?
No. 30,000 apparently. Yeah, I thought she was a bit edgy for 100 mile, even if it's stood in a wet shed.
Or thereabouts, 29,000 something.
How do you know that?
There's the service history's upstairs.
Ah, there you go, you see. Live and learn, don't you?
The news has not helped Derek's mood when it comes to British Leyland.
No, I respect all the cars, all the models and makes and models, and I've got a love for all of them, but it's just build quality is so bad, isn't it, really? And all the little nooks and crannies to go rusty, and poor paintwork, bad finish under the bonnet, under the car itself. They've got no hope, haven't they? No hopers.
Who's going to want that, mate?
Oh, that'd be all right. Someone will make up something of it, won't they? I mean, 30,000 miles still not high, is it? But 30,000 miles in that sort of condition isn't exactly exciting.
Inside, the other car that Dave picked up from Wolverhampton. A powerful modern classic with subtle styling cues.
Dave, it's a Golf.
No, John, it's not a Golf. No. That's a giveaway there. That bit there and that bit there.
And what does that give away?
That it ain't a Golf. That gives away the fact that it's an R32 Golf. 6 cylinders in there as opposed to 4.
Very understated, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't shout at you, does it? You know, it's not the Asbo. It's not like bright orange and loads of shouting, is it? It just does what it says on the tin without a load of fuss, really.
The R32 may be four-wheel drive, but off-roading usually happened when the driver lost it on a bend. There are many bashed-up examples on the market.
You look down the sides, it's all dead straight. There's no dings, there's no dongs. You know, gaps and all that are good. All the panel fits are good. There's no different shading. You know, the whole thing just shouts genuine and straight, as we called it in the trade, didn't it? 60-odd thousand miles. You know, you'd have to look at a lot to find one as clean and as straight as that. Really, really good car. Volkswagen Golf R32. Lovely, lovely car. So we've got some absentee bids. That's you, Will, at 9,750. 10,000 on the phone. 10,005.
10,750.
10,750 down here at 10,750. 11. 11,000. 11,000 with Claire at 11,000. 11,250 back with Sue at 11,250. 11,250 with Sue at 11,250. 11,005. 11,500. She just beat you in at 11,6. 11,7 with Will. 11,8 with Claire down here at 11,8. 11,9. 12,000. £12,000. I knew it would be a 12k car. At £12,000 with air on the telephones, fair warning. At £12,000, thank you all for your bids. 12,1. 12,2. 12,002 down here on the phones at 12,2. 12,003. 12,4. Good man. 12,004 down here on the phone at 12,4. At 12,400, thank you for your bids. Wrapping it up. Your bid, 12,400.
The car's heading south again to a lucky new owner in Kent. Dave buzzing after his accurate prediction.
You know when you get a feeling, just straight away, yeah, it just looked dead right. That car will be £20,000 in no time.
Which leaves the rather more reserved Triumph Toledo. Even after coming clean about its mileage, there were still quite a few inquiries.
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. A little bit of surface rust around it, but generally speaking, no, it looks real solid, the little thing, yeah.
Some even dared to ask if the engine turns.
That's a good question. Hang on. Oh! No, I don't think so, mate.
Not entirely surprising for a car that's been dormant for over 40 years.
Little Toledo, proper little car, bonny little thing. Start me on it. £1,000, £1,1100, 1,100, 12, £1,200, £1,200 and going then 12. £1,200. Is the 13 anywhere? 30,000 miles apparently. Barn fine. Are you all done? 1,200. 1,200 only. 1,200.
It's the quickest sale ever, and the Triumph will shortly be off to Replica. And the new owner plans to give this shopper's special the excitement it's craved for decades.
He wants it to turn into a little competition car. He wants to do some Targa rallies with it. I said to him on the phone, I said, well, it's too good for that. It's too good. But he wants to start with a solid one, which it is good car, that. Yeah.
Following a busy old time with the auctions, vehicles are now starting to be shipped out to their new homes.
Are you sending someone today? Right.
Some eager to make their escape. Others are less enthusiastic.
You're not a fan of wooden cars, then?
No, not my cup of tea.
But one rare hot hatch has already successfully made its way down to Kent. The pristine R32 Golf is Colin Richards' newest acquisition.
The wife just looks and rolls her eyes that I bought another car and she can't quite work out why at the end of the day. But I've had a couple of them in the past, and as usual, when you do sell them, you eventually regret selling them and you look for another one. But it then becomes more difficult trying to find the right example.
The car went through a dealer in Essex and cost Colin £15,500. It was a price worth paying.
It's completely original. It's not been modified. A lot of these cars do get modified over the years, and it's increasingly difficult to get the original parts for it to get it back to standard, which for me is very, very important. It came fitted with a Koenig seats as standard. The Osline wheels, which are really good to the car. And this has got the mix of Alcantara and leather seating inside, which I've always found wears better than the full leather seats.
Curiously, one of the first things a discerning hot hatch buyer will check is the parcel shelf.
It's not been cut to have speakers fitted. The original stereo system is still in the car, and all the key original bits are still with it. The car's good to drive. It's part-time four-wheel drive, predominantly front-wheel drive. The real sweet spot is the engine. It just makes the car for me. It's not your ordinary everyday shopping, take the kids to school type Golf. This is the performance version, the R version. You can look and see the twin tailpipes at the back. You see the R32 badge. It's the last of its line. There won't be any more 3.2 litre V6 put in small hatchback cars like that. It's not today's world. Everything's now turbo driven, we understand why. But that's a bit more pure. It's got a lovely sound to it when you drive it. It's got good power, it's got a nice driving position and a nice stance on the road, and it's enjoyable to drive. So at the moment, it's a keeper car.
Colin refers to himself as a caraholic. The R32 joins an Audi RS4, an AMG Mercedes Estate, and this beast, a Nissan GTR.
I made myself a promise quite a few years ago that I'd get my bum in as many different car seats as possible, and I'm trying hard.
As for the hyper-conservative mid-70s Triumph Toledo, it's now 7 months since Michael Thornton decided to turn it into a rally car.
My kids probably just think it's another dad banger that he's wasting time and money on in the garage, and they can hear him blaspheming away while he's trying to supposedly enjoy himself. My partner, I think she just realises now what she bought into. There's a lot of classic car owners. You're always fancying the next challenge, and I fancied something rear-wheel drive, and I fancied something that I could build into a Targa regulation rally car.
Targa rallies consist of a series of stages on public and private roads with cars that you could legally drive to the shops. Vehicles can be modified, but there are limits in order to keep the events inclusive.
How did he miss it? I've always been a motorsport fan. I think I've always liked the flamboyance of it, the throwing the cars around and hurtling through forests and things like that. I don't really have any interest in the show and shine.
Michael already has a perfectly credible, high-spec Escort Mexico, but it's not a car that's cheap to build or maintain.
The Escort I use for like forest rallies, a bit like what you see in the World Rally Championship, where they do stages in forests and then they drive to the next forest and do another stage. For the price that I paid for that, I probably couldn't buy a pair of wings for this. I've always liked the shape of the Triumphs and the very basic mechanics. All in all, it was pretty solid.
That said, he's taking out a load of the Triumph components and swapping in some Ford bits.
We've now got RS 4-spoke wheels on here, which belong to the Escort. In order to fit those, I've changed the back axle out on this. I already had a limited slip diff for it. And then you can see where I removed the chrome strips and all the little holes that's left behind. So I'll have to go along and weld all those up before the car gets painted. Front end there, I've now swapped the stub shafts from Triumph ones to a Ford one, which now means that I can fit a Capri hub, which means I can then fit vented discs and the Princess 4-pot calipers, which will increase the brake efficiency on the back significantly. When I got the car, the engine bay was blue and looked pretty scabby, so rather than taking the seized engine out the top, I dropped that out of the bottom, and then the 1500 engine that I got to replace the seized 1300 one, which is out of a Dolomite, comes with the twin carbs. That's fit back in now with the gearbox. So you can see from inside, I've stripped out all the seats and carpets, fitted aluminium firewall to separate the fuel tank from the cabin. I'm running the brake pipes and the fuel lines inside the car, so it removes the risk of them getting damaged. I'm in the process of fitting a hydraulic handbrake. Currently fitting the electrics with the IA standard isolator switch. So killing that switch would kill all the power to the car. The dashboard is a bit more grandad with the old wood veneer in there. So I think most of that will make way to some kind of flocked aluminium. We'll obviously have a rev counter in there that this never came with because it never went fast enough for anybody to be worried about the revs.
All in all, not quite what the Triumph Toledo was designed for.
It's probably going to be the fastest it's been in its whole life.
I think it's probably already resenting me, but yeah, the first time it starts getting brayed around some gravel track somewhere, it'd probably be asking for its previous owner back rather rapidly.
Meanwhile, down in Cambridgeshire, Alan Goetz has fulfilled a lifelong ambition to own a Ford Zodiac.
A car that you admired?
Of course.
Why?
Space, Mars and all this sort of thing. It was something for the future, something to be proud of.
And very American.
Very American. Beautiful motor, well produced, American style. We've got white wall tyres, chrome, dual colours, and it's got a straight 6 engine in it, so it's got a bit of power.
In the 60s, the Zodiac was definitely a bit flash. Exactly what Alan was looking for.
I was a singer in a rock band in those days.
What was your group's name?
Alan O'Dell and the Hawkers. We did all right at the time.
Alan had a Mini when he was on tour. It cramped his style.
I always wanted a vehicle to take the girls out with a nice long bench seat in the front. So to me, a Zodiac or one of those vehicles, or Zephyr, would have been ideal.
50 years on, his priorities may be different, but his passion for this rare Zodiac remains.
I thought that is something that's going to help me in my retirement to enjoy, to play with and to bring it up to a better standard. I mean, it's in first-class condition now, everything on it's original, but it needs a little bit of loving care.
Since he bought it, the car's been at a garage having work done on the gearbox and exhaust. When he got it back, another challenge lay ahead.
Of course, the gear change is on the column. For somebody a bit thick like myself, takes a little bit of working out how to use it.
And that process didn't go well.
The first time I drove it, I let the foot off the clutch and the door went and hit a cabinet I've got stationary beside the vehicle. So I have now got my lovely car with a bent door and a little bit of a bent panel there. Every time I walk past it, I nearly have a tear. I'm big enough to cope with it. A couple of weeks, I'm going to get that door fixed.
But we finally got there. We've got to the car that you always promised yourself.
Yeah.
You've got your bench seat.
I've got my bench seat. But I haven't got anything else to go with it.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Barney Matthewson's.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
1967 Aston Martin DB6.
You do feel great when you're driving one. You feel like a millionaire. You think you're James Bond.
I think it's worth 220,000 quid of anyone's money. Jaguar 69 E-Type.
It's a slice of Britain, isn't it?
It is. In the 60s, if I'd been able to afford one, it would have been the car of my dreams.
Right, and here we are, cracking little Austin J40. Speedo and a clock, oil gauge.
Lovely condition, isn't it?
Nice motor.
Right. This is the beauty of these. If you break down,
carry it on.
You can carry it on, can't you?
At the garage, Derek likes to think he leads from the front.
If you've got tea and chocolate biscuits, I'll be there for a little while.
He claims to work the longest hours.
Derek, bright and early.
I've been here since 5:10.
Endure the worst weather.
Monsoon, I tell you. It's not raining, it's monsoon out there.
And do the most driving.
I mean, I just went further last week to Aberdeen, didn't I? Mile-wise.
None of the above have been confirmed by Dave, Paul and Jack, but one thing's for sure. Nobody here would mind any of it for the chance to sell one of the world's finest classic cars. Today, Paul will be doing a 12-hour round trip to Somerset.
It's very early, isn't it? Look, it's dark out there. We're going to pick up an Aston Martin DB6. Nice looking car on the face of it. It's going to be a couple of hundred, I would have thought. 200, 220, somewhere there, 230, somewhere there. Yeah, a lot of money, aren't they?
It could become the highest value sale they've ever had here.
Yes, it's a valuable thing, but you know, I've driven away with people's cars, you know, to the tune of £1,500 or £2,000 before now, and they've been in tears. You know, we look after a £2,000 car the same as I should look after this £200,000 car. You know, they all mean the same, really. They're just an extra digit or two, aren't they?
Ken Wilson has worked hard over the years. Armed with his City and Guild certificate, he set up a building company.
This is my little workshop.
He did well and paid himself in Astons.
I've had Aston Martins since I was 19. At one time I had 3 Aston Martins. I've had DBS 6 Vantage, I had DBS V8. It was one of the first ones that come out.
Ken bought this one in 2001.
I keep her in the air because it saves the tyres. So, it was a bit of a basket case at the time. It was all in bits when I got it, like in need of total renovation. It was right down to bare metal. I actually finished it about 5 years ago, I think. It took me a very long time to put it back together again. Well, you've got stainless steel exhaust all the way through. Even though it has only done about 25,000 miles, it was in a pretty poor state because it was left in a little lockup for a very long time. It's a lot better than it was.
Ken's estimate of the value of this car is similar to Paul's at around £200,000. Perfect examples can sell for over 100 grand more.
If somebody wants one that they're going to drive, not worry too much about, it's an ideal vehicle. It's just a lovely, beautiful car. If you want one, there's not many around, basically. Right, here's your engine. It's in power plant. It's a 4 litre straight 6 with triple SUs on it. The head's been totally done by an engineering company so that it now runs on unleaded without any problems. It's been a work of love, really, I suppose. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to drive it much, so that's why I'm now selling it, and hope somebody else will put some more work into it. To me, as long as it runs well and it drives well, that's all it really needs.
Astons are also in Paul's blood. As children, he and Dave used to ride in the back of Derek's DB6, which he still owns.
God, it's wet down here, isn't it? Dee. Are you here, Ken?
Yeah.
He's here. Hello.
All right,
How are
then.
you?
All right,
Paul,
mate. Yeah.
pleased to meet you. Good man, I'll take my hat off. Yes, there it is, eh?
Yeah, that's the old girl.
Yeah, looks a nice car, Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice car. 5-speed?
Yeah, it's a proper ZF box.
ZF, yeah.
Being a manual, they obviously worth more because that's automatic box.
Yeah, Father's Auto, yeah, that's what threw me there, to be fair, yeah.
Tell him to leave that box in there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's got a ZF box. No, we've got one, don't worry. He always did plan on converting it.
Off here.
Oh, yeah, no, he's got a gearbox light. He got one back in 1978 or whatever, you know, it's under the bench.
You try and buy one now.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
You'll be talking like 20 grand.
Are they as dear as that, are they?
As soon as you sort of like say it's an Aston Martin, the zeros go on. There's another thing I must show you as well. See, that if people open the boot lid, that's staying.
Yes,
that's not
you've
going
got to
back.
flick it back, yeah.
Right. There's the original air filter and some leather. I left it in there because
it's part of it.
It's part of it. If somebody wants to put it back on and be original, they can.
That's right,
I say this is original carpet. I did put more soundproofing in there.
Yes. You got a noisy diff?
No, it's quiet as a mouse. Absolutely quiet as a mouse.
It's all soundproofed over there to try and hide the diff.
No, I've done all that. I stripped it right down.
Did you?
Nothing wrong with it, but I had it right down.
Good job. You back out. I'll shut them gates, Ken.
Yeah, lovely. I'm going to try and get in here without getting my boots stuck.
Yeah, no, don't be doing that. All right. She's away.
They're just lovely cars, you know, they're hand-built. You just can't get anything like them.
That'll do you, Ken.
There are currently about 160 Aston DB6s driving around the UK. Most owners don't go off-roading in them.
No, I've got to miss the puddles.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, we'll get it tonsed up when we get back.
You do feel great when you're driving one along the road. You feel like a millionaire. You think you're James Bond. I'd like to see it driven. I mean, even if they're going to completely redo it at some stage, take it out and drive it. Enjoy it. Don't just sit it in the garage.
Righto, Ken. Yep. As you are. I don't see why we can't achieve, you know, the sort of money he wants. Yeah, just left hand a little bit, Ken. It's a DB6 Aston Martin, so a very special car. So fingers crossed for him. Let's hope so. Ideal.
You'll get some looks on the road on the way back.
Not half. Yeah, not half.
Is there anything else you need, Paul?
No, that's it from you, Ken.
All right.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
OK then, mate.
I'll give you a bill later on.
Yeah.
All right.
And I hope to hear from you soon.
Good show, thank you.
How you feeling? All right, thanks. Bit sad, but that's the way it goes, isn't it? Yeah, Paul. It's a shame, eh? Let's say, we'll see what happens. Might come back yet.
In Thornton-le-Dale, Derek's preparing himself to collect his own clutch of classics from the 1960s.
Well, today we're hoping to get, well, we will get a Vespa scooter and a Vespa scooter combination. In other words, Vespa scooter and a sidecar.
But that's not all. There's a Jaguar E-Type too, but the details are sketchy, thanks to Derek's unique admin methods.
I don't know what model. I think it's a Roadster, a Series 1 Roadster. But if you wait, we get there, it'll be a Series 3 fixed head. But when it comes to E-Types, there ain't no wrong model. Any E-Type will do.
Russ Calcutt from Barnsley runs a successful shipping firm. But his other passion has been collecting some of his all-time motoring heroes from the past 60 years. The first to be derobed, a Series 2 E-Type Jag 4.2.
Why the E-Type for you?
Because in the 60s, the E-Type was the car to have. If I'd been able to afford one, it would have been the car of my dreams.
It's a slice of Britain, isn't it?
It is. You had people who put their love and everything into manufacturing and doing it and making sure everything was okay. You look at them and you think, God, they're like 50, 60 years old and they're still running today.
Russ wants to do more travelling, hence the sale of the E-Type. But also in his collection are two rare 1960s Vespas, renovated to order in Vietnam. One of them has a surprising attachment.
Describe the appeal of riding in a sidecar to me.
Not the comfiest of things. It's like being on the fairground in a Dodgem car. Someone with a young kid, ideal.
Ideal?
Yeah, super. You know, put him in there, a young lad, he'd be over the moon.
He might be over something.
When Russ rode around on bikes like these in his 20s, he was making a statement.
It was everything to own a scooter and be a mod, if you like, in those days. It's all part of growing up. I think I've still got a Parker, yeah, pair of Doc Martens.
Derek's tipped up. They've met before when Russ was having a nose round the garage.
Ah, good show.
You
Good
okay?
to see you. I'm all right, mate. Yeah,
nice
yeah.
speaking to you. It's a while since I saw you.
Yeah.
Vespas, both 150s.
Yep.
This one's a 1962, and that's a 1960.
Values then? What's he got to do?
Somewhere between 5 and 6.
About that one?
And that one probably somewhere around about 3.6.
Yeah. And how long you had this?
This one I've had 13 years, but I've tried and kept it as original as possible.
Yeah. She's nice inside.
Yeah.
She's tidy inside, isn't she? It's an attractive old car.
I'd like to get at least 40 for her, which I think...
Won't do it.
No.
I'll be wasting your time.
Yeah.
I think it could get 35.
Yeah.
But if you can live with that, then I mean, I'll have a go. Got it? That's it. Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's it, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right.
Russ has taken Derek's valuation of the E-Type on the chin, but there's still a bit of wiggle room.
It looks a very straight old car, to be fair. So, tell you what, it just might really surprise you. Up you come. Yeah, come on, mate, yep, yep.
I'm hoping that whoever does get it will have as much joy as I've had out of this in the last 13 years. I've only done 4,000 miles, but every one of those miles has been enjoyable.
Well done.
It's still an icon, it's still sought after, and you still get the looks. And to me, that's everything in a car.
Back at Thornton-le-Dale, there's been a rare tidy-up, and prime showroom spot number 1 has been cleared. something very special is arriving.
Rachel, there's a space in the front of the garage, and you've got a smile on your face.
Yeah.
Why?
There's an Aston Martin DB6 coming. I've got all the paperwork but no car.
Are you excited about the car?
A little bit, yeah.
Why?
Because it's like worth a lot of money. Drive a Skoda, they're not expensive, are they?
Rachel seems a little bit excited about a DB6.
Yeah, she is, but she's not actually even watched a James Bond film.
What?
It's not my type of film. Isn't it lovely? It's a beauty, that.
So how much is your house on the market for?
Probably about the same price. Yeah, I'll just ring the estate agent now and get it on.
Lovely. Love the colour. I love the colour. That is the colour for Aston Martin's, full stop. That is, you could not get a better colour. Absolutely bang on.
A car like this won't be rushed through the auction.
After the bus.
Derek needs time to do a PR job. The number of people who can afford 200 grand for a classic Aston will be small. But amongst them, there's likely to be fierce competition.
Yeah, there's some old car out there, really.
Aye. Very special. Very special old car, isn't it? Yeah, drives nice. That is exactly the car that should be bought by a guy who wants to buy an Aston Martin. Forget the £350,000 Aston. You can't use them, can you?
No.
That is just beautiful. It's just perfect for the job. Use it as much as you can. Fantastic. Oh, I'm so privileged to have driven stuff like that, aren't I? Really am. What better job can you have than here? Nice sunny day in Yorkshire, Thornton Down, and driving an Aston Martin DB6. What more do you want? That's it, isn't it? I've cracked it. Happy days. Can't ask for any more.
It's auction day. There are over 400 high-quality lots. As is the way at the moment, they'll be sold through online and phone bidding only. Some prospective buyers have pre-booked a viewing.
When I was a teenager, I used to wash cars on the weekend, and I had a customer who had a TR6. I just fell in love with the car, and I thought one day I'll have one of those. For me, owning a classic car is just recapturing a bit of my youth.
Others have travelled just to pay homage at the Matthewson's temple.
I'm from Lancaster, but I'm in absolute heaven. It's absolutely beautiful. I've worked here for nothing.
Fresh out of Barnsley, the pair of renovated 1960s Vespas that came in with the E-Type are about to go under the hammer. But the one with the sidecar comes with a note of caution.
Everyone I've been on, and I've got myself, you know, when you get to that speed, you just get a bit of that. and then you've got enough bottle, you just keep going and it levels out a bit. I like that light on the front, that's good.
You look all right on it.
Yeah, I sit on a combo well, don't I? I know, I thought that myself.
I could see you and Sue bobbing down the shops in that.
I'm not so sure she'd want to get in it, you know, really. I'm not so sure she could get in it now with her leg. But, she could leave her leg here, I suppose. I don't think it's really one for me. I don't think so, no. It's it's a toy, I think, to be honest, to put it that way. I think it's a toy. But I'm very pleased to have it. I regard things like this as a feather in our cap, because not everyone has got one.
Piaggio 150 scooter. There we are, look at that. You can't miss that in the crowd, can you? There, look at that, well, bonny looking thing. Where are we going to be? At £2,000, £2,000, 2,000, 2,250, 2,250, 2,500, 2,750 on the web at 2,750, 3,000. Fresh bid there at 3,000, £3,000, 3,000 with Will at £3,000 with Will on the internet at 3,000. £3,000, are we all done? 3,000.
£500 short. but it's sold to an enthusiast in Norfolk. Next up, the more valuable and more unorthodox 1960 Vespa, complete with sidecar.
Every motorcycle collection should have something like this. Start me on that. Where are we going to be? Where? 4, 4, 2, 4, 6, 4, 6, 4,600. Looking for 7. What a rare bit of kit. 4,006 is the 7. 4, 7, 4,007, 4,700. Provisional 4, 7. Brilliant fun.
After a bit of negotiation, the so-called combination goes for £5,000 to a vital member of the community.
Helen is our local district nurse who has decided she's going to do her rounds in scooter and sidecar.
How far around?
Oh, it's quite far.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Pickering covers a real wide area, quite far out, yeah, and it's like over the moors and stuff, so could be a bit bleak and chilly at times, couldn't it? But yeah, I could just see her doing it, yeah.
At Thornton-le-Dale, another desirable vehicle has arrived. Not the brown Datsun, but the thing meticulously packaged in front of it.
So it had this car. Right. I won't tell you what it is because it's top secret until we undo it. Right. About something like 20 odd years or something, and had it restored some years ago. Yeah. For his grandchildren, and of course they're now like you, outgrown it slightly. Although having said that, you might fall in love with it when you see it. Never know. Oh, look at her. That's nice, isn't it? And she's lovely, eh? Well, it's a J40 pedal car that they were sold through dealer showrooms for promotional things. Yeah, it's got a handbrake, look, and it's got you have a battery. Is it on? Battery's flat. You can get every nut and bolt. You can get all this new, you know, so you can actually restore one really easy. What they're worth? A nice one will do £3,500. Oh, really? Yeah, they're all numbered in there. Would that be 1950 then, I wonder? I don't know. Too sure. None might be able to find out a lot more about it, won't we? Is there a little pull in there, Jack? Oh, well, hold on, what have we got here? I can't see what it goes. There we go. Oh, you sorted it. We're away. There you go, look at that. Fantastic, isn't it? And there you can plug the old batteries on, look. I won't do it now, I don't know which one goes. But isn't that beautiful? Look, set of plugs in there and everything. That's it, we're back. There you are. How about that then? Love it.
This pint-sized Austin's engine has just enough power for some faint headlights and a small horn.
Look at the dashboard, speedo and a clock, oil gauge, petrol gauge, temperature gauge. Details wonderful. I think it's absolutely great, I do honestly.
The metalwork is from offcuts at the Longbridge factory, and they have their own race series at the Goodwood Festival.
Lovely condition, isn't it? Nice motor. Right, this is the beauty of these. If you break down, you carry it on. You can carry it on, can't you?
Inside, two full-sized and very exclusive cars also await Derek's assessment. The 1969 Series 2 E-Type and the 1967 Aston Martin DB6. Back in the day, these were the epitome of British automotive glamour. Launched in 1961, the E-Type was described by Enzo Ferrari as the most beautiful car ever made. But it was the Aston DB5 that was picked out for Bond in Goldfinger. Both the DB6 and the Jag had approximately 4-litre engines. Both did around 150 miles an hour. Celebrities bought both because they couldn't decide which one they preferred. But the biggest differences were price and production runs. 13,000 E-Types sold for a couple of grand, whereas only about 3,000 DB5s and 6s were made, with a whopping £5,000 price tag.
It's about really how an E-Type should be. The problem with E-Types, and this type of car that I've found, on condition and presentation, is that most of them are very second-rate, you know. They honestly are. You know, they're very, very... I mean, this lovely interior, look, nice interior. You know, it's been done at some stage, but it's nice, nice straight car. Panels are pretty level. It's obviously had a big paint job, glass out by the looks of it. So very older restoration, which I don't mind, of course, because now what you see is what you get. So I think it's a nice car. I like the nice bright paintwork, and I think most people buying an E-Type, or certainly their first E-Type, would be quite happy with this colour. Guys that are a bit more into E-Types and Jags and stuff and sports cars would probably not be all that keen on it, really. It's a little bit of an old man's colour. Jaguar 69 E-Type. Sold a good few Jags just lately, as you know. They're doing okay. Get one now. Start me on it. Where are we going to be? We're 30, we're off, 30, 31, 32, 33, 33, looking for 33.5. 33,000, can't do it. 33,000, need a little bit more. Can't do that one. Sorry, you'll have to come and have a word with us, 33.
More post-auction chatting results in phone bidder David Hopkins from Cambridgeshire upping his offer to 35,000. Exactly what Derek said it was worth. David and his wife now intend to take the E-Type on a tour of the Yorkshire Dales. Few cars could top the E-Type as the main event, but there's no denying that's what the sale of the 1967 Aston Martin DB6 has become today.
Your cup of tea?
Yeah, I like it.
It should do 200, shouldn't it?
I think it'll do 216, just to be precise.
It could, by some distance, be the most expensive vehicle Matthewsons have ever sold.
They're stocks and shares, Aston Martins. They really are stocks and shares. But I think the DB6 is worth 220,000 quid of anyone's money. It's very much the established shape of Aston Martin, led by the James Bond connection. Really, 4, 5s and 6 DBs are really iconic. They really are. There is something very special about them.
Derek is the proud owner of this bevy of beauties. For Paul, it wasn't an entirely comfortable experience travelling in them.
To just sit there like that in the back, like naughty kids, really.
Well, and this was last week?
This was last year, actually, yeah. It was a special car, yeah. So, and let's be fair, they are a special car, aren't they? I hope it's going to be bought by someone who's always wanted one, doesn't want to win a concours show, but wants to get out and use one. And that's his car. That's a driver's car. That's not a show car, it's a driver's car. And I hope it goes to that man.
Here we go then. Lot number 200, 1967 Aston Martin DB6. Absolutely superb. It's a well-sorted car. It's lovely and straight. It sounds nice. It feels nice. It pulls nice. I couldn't knock the car. Very, very impressed with it. We'll submit the best bid today. I've got 150, 150, 150 bid, 160, 170, 180, 190. Fill it up, 190. We all know what they're worth. Come on, 190. We all know that they make 250,000 quid. 190, 190. I've got 195. Yeah. 195. 200, 200, 200.
Asking for 205.
200,000, 200,000, 205.
205 your bid, Bill.
205,000 I've got. I know it's worth more. Anyway, I'm not going to influence anybody. 205 for the first. Submitting for the second. Third and last time, we're going to submit 205,000.
There we go. Well done, Bill.
The very lucky buyer is Bill Kitchen from Devon. In the world of Aston Martins, 205,000 for a DB6 like this is considered a bargain.
He clearly knew what it was and he knew what the car was worth. He seemed really calm on the phone, and every time his bid was outbidded, it was straight on the phone, yep.
After a quick check with the vendor, there's a confirmation of the sale price.
Hello, is that Bill? Hi, it's Jill here from Matthewsons. Yeah, he's accepted it, yeah.
The record-breaking deal is done. The following morning, Derek's getting ready for Bill to pick the car up. Another opportunity to hear the purr of the DB6 engine as it glides effortlessly out of the showroom.
The joys of classic motoring, Derek.
Yeah, see why we're like full Cortinas, can't you?
So what are you doing, Derek?
Can't tell you, it's top secret. If I told you that, everyone would know how to start a car, wouldn't they? I'll give you a little tip. If you haven't got a tickler, put one on.
Hang on a minute, what's a tickler?
You know what cars have a tickler? Bentleys. Bentleys. If this had a flying bee on the bonnet, it'd have a tickler. What a mechanic. What would you do without a mechanic like me, eh?
New owner Bill runs a successful business, selling and recycling tyres.
I think we're lined up. Just come this way a bit.
He hasn't come empty-handed.
A bit more that way.
He's brought along a very nice MG midget from 1968 that he wants to put through the auction.
So you're getting rid of an MG?
Yeah.
Going up in the world?
Well, yeah, you could put it that way, couldn't you?
Bill, what are you looking to get out of that?
As much as possible.
200,000.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Straight swap. But hey, whatever you can get for it. 5 grand, I suppose, something like that, hopefully. You never know, do you?
Today, though, he's really all about the Aston.
Just makes you smile, doesn't it?
This is the first time you've seen it?
It is, yeah.
You say you should never buy a car blind?
Well, depends, doesn't it? Like, I think you've got to take a chance now and again, haven't you?
And have you taken a chance?
No, I don't think so. Derek gave me the once-over on it.
This isn't the first DB6 Bill has owned. He had one in 1973 for 2 weeks, but then swapped it for 1,200 quid in a Mark II Cortina.
It's been retrimmed now. I'd rather have the old interior in there than the new stuff myself, with a few cracks in it. But that'll do. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Let's have a sit in it. Oh, it's a long time since I've sat in one. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely.
What's it like being back in it, Bill?
Just the smell of it, isn't it? Eh? You know, I don't even know if it's got power steering or not on it. No, it hasn't. I like the sound of it. Beautiful, isn't it, eh?
Bill, you're like a kid in a slightly expensive candy store.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, bring on the electric cars, eh?
Derek, he admits that he's bought it unseen.
Yeah.
But he's very happy.
I bet he is as well. And he's over the moon, I would think. He's got himself a very good car, a very good buy. And he knows it.
It is a lot of money, yeah, for sure. But you're not spending it, are you? You're just recycling it. Because you can always turn it back into money, can't you?
But you've not done it for that.
No. I want to keep that and enjoy it. That's the main event, isn't it? To enjoy it.
What's Bill going to be doing this weekend, then?
Well, I've got a greenhouse to paint, but I think that could be put to one side and I'm going to do a bit of driving, eh?
The Yorkshire Dales, a national park since 1954, with nearly 1,000 square miles of unspoilt countryside. After buying the beautiful 1969 E-Type at the auction,
cheers, bye,
David and Jane Hopkins decided that this would be the perfect destination for their first holiday in the Jag. It didn't quite work out how they wanted.
Welcome to Yorkshire.
Welcome.
Lovely,
Thank you.
isn't it?
Nice to be here.
You could have done with a little bit better weather.
Definitely.
We're come up here for a short break with some fellow classic car enthusiasts, doing a short 4-day tour around the Yorkshire Dales. everybody's doing fine at the moment.
Hopefully we won't get lost. No technical equipment, no sat navs, anything like that.
We literally have gone back 50 years.
Yes,
haven't we?
definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
On this exclusive package tour, the E-Type is a popular choice.
They are quite a good car that you can, tour in. There is a reasonable amount of room. We've got our dog and all our luggage, so you do need quite a lot of space. And you definitely wouldn't want an open-top car
Not in
with
Yorkshire.
weather like this.
In Yorkshire in May.
or we might need the boat that's in the background.
But the E-Types do leak a bit.
Right.
Ours has actually not been too bad, has it? I had a
Yeah.
small puddle under my feet yesterday, but the cars next door to us,
are mopping out.
they're bailing out, literally, with a mug.
But looking on the bright side,
off we go.
They're still having some sort of holiday in one of the world's greatest classic cars.
On to the next destination, over a Replica cattle grid.
Today sees David and Jane embarking on a 100-mile drive to Helmsley. This is the first 2+2 Series 2 they've owned, but they do have two other E-Types in the garage at home.
It's got more space in it because it's 2+2, slightly more headroom, not because I'm that tall, because it does give you a little bit more space for the wife's luggage and shopping and the dog, even though it's only a very small dog. It is one of the prettiest cars out there. They're fairly straightforward mechanically, so you don't have to be a lab technician to operate them. There's no gizmos in them. I don't intend bringing it to A1 condition. I bought the car to use. This last 2 or 3 days, touring around the Yorkshire Dales in the horrendous wet weather we've had, has proved that it still keeps going. Hopefully, for what we paid for it, it will hold its value and not cost us a fortune to run.
As for the 1960 Vespa and sidecar, it's not strayed far from home. New owner Helen Miller is known to just about everyone in a 30-mile radius of the garage.
So I'm an advanced nurse practitioner at Pickering Medical Practice. See patients, diagnose, send for tests. It's a rural practice, so you can be out in the sticks trying to find some house that's nowhere.
Helen bought the Vespa to do her rounds on. Her partner Neil was not impressed.
Thought it was a bad idea.
Right.
Didn't think it looked safe.
No.
Scooters and sidecars I don't think mix.
No.
But it is a lovely little thing.
My dad was always into Vespas, and once a month he'd take me to Maxie's for Black Forest Gatto and cake. He passed away, sadly, 3 years ago, and it's just one of those memories that I've always had. We always had our time together, and he used to make that for me and only me. Yeah, just reminds me of him.
There is one small fly in the ointment, though.
So I can't ride a bike.
I'm sorry?
So I can't ride a bike, but I will do. I mean, this will happen this year. I'll pass my test and I'll pass my theory. And then I'll go do my visits in my Bluebell. Bell for short. Might cheer up the patients.
How are you getting round in it at the moment, then?
My partner, Neil Parker.
Parker?
Yeah.
Thunderbirds?
Yeah.
So Lady Penelope's chauffeur was called Parker, and you are Parker?
Up to now I am, yes.
So you're hoping that she'll pass the test pretty soon?
Immediately.
I'll have the bag in the sidecar and I'll be driving it.
What have they said at work?
Strange. Odd. But yeah, they're all for it. They're fine. You know, everybody's been working really, really hard, especially with the pandemic. And if it brings a bit of joy and a bit of fun, then crack on.
And finally, the record-breaking £205,000 Aston DB6 has been getting used to its new surroundings in Devon. Owner Bill has been enjoying the complete sensory experience.
Music, like a concerto. Beautiful noise, lovely smell. It's got it all in it.
One would hope for the price, but on this test run, there was a small problem.
It's just starting to stick a bit. Is it? Okay, mate.
Well, the brakes were starting to stick on a little bit, so we had to just release the pressure a little bit on the servo. That's the problem. It's only a servo problem. It's no big deal. It's got twin servos on this, so you only need front brakes anyway, don't you? You know.
After the unwelcome interlude, glamour was soon reinstated. Bill's thoughts turned to expensive modifications.
Say if anything ever happened to the engine, we'd take it up to a 4.2 to the 3.9 it is now to a Vantage spec. But I'd probably send that away to a specialist and get it done.
Bill loves the Aston, but being a man who's made his money out of tyres, there's something else that's been bugging him.
Well, at the moment, it's got cross-ply tyres on it, which is a little bit emotional. I think that's the word we can use, emotional. So it's time to get some radial tyres on it, and maybe it could do with some power steering on it as well, because I can't see my wife being able to drive it if she wants to have a go in it.
You're not letting her out in it just yet?
Not just yet. No, she won't be going down Tesco's in it, let's put it that way.
What's the long-term plan then? What do you see yourself doing with it over the next 2, 3, 5 years?
Best ask my bank manager that, I suppose, isn't it? No, really, realistically, it's a keeper, isn't it? You know, something I want and something I want to keep. Simple as that. And maybe my grandkids or my kids will maybe enjoy it, or maybe they'll sell it and pocket it. Who knows? But that's the idea, you know. We want to drive it, want to go out in it, enjoy it. Yeah, sure. That's the plan.
That said, when you own a car like this, it doesn't even have to be moving to appreciate it.
When you're shamming it off, the curves and the shape of it, you can feel it all. It's just beautiful. Absolutely. Makes you smile.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it.
Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing. Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
sale this week.
Now this is something very special. There it is. It's the Dodge Bus. Work of art, that. Love it to bits. Start me on it.
I can't tell you how many hours we've got in it because it's a labour of love. What I can say, I had all the bills from the wife.
VX 2300 FE, 1978, Durham City police car. Lovely bit of kit.
It's as is, as you would have found, flying around late 70s. You can imagine a couple of burly officers in there cruising around.
Oh, I tell you what, it's a fair cop. Renault Sport Spider 1997. Never seen one, haven't got a clue what they are. Strange car, isn't it?
When I saw it, I just fell in love with it.
Matthewson's is straining at the seams with classic vehicles. There are many from the 1950s and 60s.
You were really the king of the roadway if you were driving one of these. Yeah, it just takes me back.
Alongside some new romantics, currently enjoying a second youth.
You don't get anything looking like that, and it is a proper two-door sports coupe, not a souped-up family hot hatch car.
As for the pre-war vehicles, there are fewer on offer, but they're usually in good nick.
People say, do you think it's been looked after? Well, if it hadn't been looked after, it wouldn't be here, would it?
Cars like this 1926 Standard Tourer are preserved working examples of a time when driving really was driving.
Pull the choke out, retard the vehicle, press the starter, get ready, put it on advance, tickle it up a little bit with your cruise control lever, as you want to call it there. There's a lot to do.
Dave's been up early.
On the tacho brake at the moment, you can obviously only drive so many hours before you need a break.
He's already collected a Mini and a Jowett.
Gonna finish off by going round to Cleckheaton to pick up a 1926 Dodge and a Triumph motorbike. Yeah. I have seen some photographs of the Dodge, which is just like a big version of that Jowett that's on the back there.
Generally speaking, Dave doesn't share Derek's passion for the really old stuff.
That would be all right trundling around Little Thornton Dale, but you can't trundle around Leeds in that. As a rule, the market's really slow for pre-war and post-war cars, unless they're a little bit different.
Just down the road, coach company owner Ian Mitchell definitely has a rare vehicle that fits Dave's criteria.
A 1926 Dodge Brothers, I believe imported from America as a chassis cab.
Believed to have once been a hearse, it's existed for most of his life as a Charabang-style bus that Ian has done the mother of all restorations on.
Every nut and bolt's been taken apart and put back on, the chrome work's been re-chromed, the whole ash framework's been replaced, the gearbox, all the bearings have been done. The only thing I haven't really got right into is the engine, but we stripped it and made sure everything was in order, put it all back together. So basically everything has been done on it that needs doing. The original parts on it are really the mud guards, the wheels, the chassis, engine and gearbox.
Ian's no stranger to taking things back to basics. He's helping a neighbour restore a Mini, and his son do up a camper van. But working nearly every Saturday for 4 years on the Dodge has been a big test of his renovation skills.
I started hoping that I'd give it a quick couple of new panels on it and a brush paint job and put it on the road, but as we got into it, found all the woodwork underneath was rotten, so we started at one corner and we've worked his way around doing all the bodywork, but then decided that the bodywork then was better than the rest of it, so we took the body off and replaced everything on it.
Ian did all the work on the Dodge, so it could be used for his son's wedding. These days, it rarely leaves the workshop.
It's 3.5 litres, and it's quite a big engine, but very low compression.
Future drivers best advised to know its limitations.
Top speed, comfortable, probably about 45. You might get it up to 50 downhill with the wind behind you, but I wouldn't recommend it, I don't think. As there's only brakes on the rear axle on this, there's no brakes on the front, so you're better keeping well within the safety limits, basically. I'd like it to go to somebody that's probably going to use it, or someone that, you know, that has a collection that they can put it in. I mean, ideally a museum, but it doesn't want to be sat in a museum. It ought to be run, because I've done it, so it could be run, so it would be practical to be run. I wouldn't say do Monte Carlo rally, but having said that, you know, the local rallies and things like that, it needs to be shown, I think.
Ian's got some idea of how much the Dodge is worth, but he's given up thinking about trying to recoup the renovation costs.
I can't tell you how many hours we've got in it, because it's a labour of love. What I can say, I hid all the bills from the wife, so she won't know how much I'm spending on it.
Fresh from his roadside rest, Dave finally tips up at the coach depot.
Now then, mate, you all right?
Yeah, fine. How are you?
Good. Yeah, let's have a look in, mate, yeah. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
Just hope it sells now, really.
Yeah. No, it's a nice bit of kit. It's great. So what's the story behind it then, mate?
I bought it as a runner,
Yeah.
but all the woodwork were rotten on it. So we've stripped it right down to the chassis, everything.
In here?
In here, yeah. It's taken a while.
Yeah, no, she's lovely, mate, isn't she? Smells nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As well as the Dodge, Ian has a Triumph Bonneville bike that's also going to the auction.
Good morning.
It's a 1976 model, originally a 650, but with a completely rebuilt and modified engine.
What's the story with the bike then, mate? Have you done this as well?
Yeah,
Have you?
I had an engine and I decided to get a frame and some forks and put it all together, but it's got a half-race cam in that.
Has it?
And some bigger inlet valves and, well, it's the Morgo 750 conversion. It goes very well, actually.
How long you had that?
2012, but it hasn't run in yet. It's only done about 400 miles in a total rebuild. It'll be a good buy for someone with that.
The Bonneville will have a reserve of around £4,000. The Dodge may be a bit more difficult to value.
The prices have stayed pretty much the same as they have been for the last 5 or 10 years, but they haven't been selling. They're a difficult thing to move on. I would think probably around somewhere between 15 and 20k. What sort of money we're going to try and go for with this Dodge then here?
Well, we talked about 14. It might be a little bit high, that, but I think I have to try for that, really. That's what I've got in it, to be honest. I know it's a limited market and we may have to give a little bit on that, but we'll see what happens.
So I would think about 15k-ish.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah. Thanks ever so much,
great.
mate. That's brilliant. Okay. Right, I'll grab me dog.
Right.
Oz! Good lad. Jump in there. Brilliant.
In Thornton-le-Dale, Derek's had a few brushes with the law over the years. There was Dixie, the 1969 Moggy 1000.
There it is. That's the burglar alarm.
A celebrity Volvo with TV cop drama credits.
Do you know the local Bobby on the beat?
No, but I think we're going to soon. From what I can see, we've got a better car than him. If he wants to borrow it, he can.
And of course, the Veloset LE200, which made him very nervous.
You're up to a bit of skullduggery, and next thing you know, you've got a hand on your shoulder. I used to say things like, put that dustbin back. Where'd you get that dustbin from? Put that dustbin back.
Today, 270 miles away in Wells, Somerset, another common sight in Derek's rear-view mirror is about to be dispatched. This 1978 2.3-litre Vauxhall Victor VX90 used to belong to Durham Constabulary. It's been restored by local garage owner Nathan Wilmot, who loves iconic British motors and cop cars in particular.
It's as is, as you would have found, on the roads, flying around late 70s, early 80s. You can imagine a couple of burly officers in there cruising around. They would have had the little panda cars, but then they would have had a bigger car like that to then catch the criminals floating up and down. In its day, it would have been quite hard to get away from. When I found out about the car, it was the only one in existence. So I thought, well, if we're going to do a project, let's do a real unusual one. And here we are. We have a Vauxhall VX90, which is the only surviving British police Vauxhall VX in existence.
The cops have long been involved in a motoring arms race with criminals. The Ford Anglia was never built with high-speed pursuits in mind, but they made the perfect panda car. And as well as appearing in countless TV dramas, they were always a comfortable option for those handcuffed in the back. The arrival of the Ford Zephyr and motorways saw the old Bill step up their game. The Zephyr 6 Mark III was known as the police special, but it didn't yet have a siren. It might have been straight out of Z-cars, but it was a sign that police weren't prepared to be outrun. But in the 80s, the long arm of the law was struggling to keep up. High-spec Vauxhall Carltons were used as motorway interceptors, but they couldn't catch the bad guys if they had a Lotus Carlton, a four-door so fast, the government had a go at banning it. With its classic jam sandwich livery, the Vauxhall has taken pride of place in Nathan's garage, which is a shrine to old-school motoring.
We have a 1967 Ford Anglia here. We're going to keep this one, a particular favourite of mine. I'd like to keep all of them really, but needs must and lack of room. This was sold as a part of a collection of motorbikes, and the owner, he had a love for motorbikes but not a love for cars. And he actually saved this Anglia. It was going to be sold to his mate if nobody else bought it. And he was going to cut it up and put a hot rod engine in it, which I thought was criminal. We saved her, and she only goes out on dry days. That's a personal favourite. No amount of money would buy that one now. It's a bit like I'd say it's like a boy's bedroom. That's what it's been described as before now. So it could be anything, automobilia. I've always collected little bits, but on the scale that I have here with the signs and things like that, probably about 5 years I've really sort of got into it. I also have an Austin A35 van, again 1967. Lots of people would have had these. Yeah, this one here gets a lot of attention again. And there's another one that's been saved, part of our British history, motoring history. It's not really a job really. It's like having a hobby every day. And they say if you enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life.
Nathan's hoping the VX90 will fetch around £6 at the auction. But until it finally goes, he's primed for any emergency call-outs.
Maybe in a former life I may have been a police officer, I don't know. That is the original air horn sirens, two-tone, that you would have had. When you're sat in this car and you have the sirens on, you do almost go back in time and you get that feeling that how this must tell us a lot of stories, this car. And even not being a police officer or anything like that myself, you still get that thrill. You can picture yourself almost being back there and flicking the sirens on and chasing somebody. It puts a smile on your face. You watch things like The Sweeney or Life on Mars and stuff like that, and you think, oh, I've got one of these at the garage. I think I could be Gene Hunt, yes. I think whoever buys this car is really going to have some fun in it.
Back in the Matthewsons' showroom, Sarah has got her own investigation going on. How did all this stuff get here? Where will it end up?
I don't know where to start. What's all that about? What is that about? I don't even know who would buy that. But hey, who am I? I don't judge.
Round here, auto memorabilia is a loose term.
It's a ram's head, isn't it? I actually quite like it. Yeah.
It's got a nice goatee beard.
Goatee. Oh, we should get it for Dave. To match his goatee beard.
Yeah.
So he can hang something on it. His pants, when he throws them, when he takes them off
Goes like
that. I think this is going to make money, you know. I know that's a little bit random. I quite like it. Just rammed it in the window. Derek did say the other day, "Don't worry, Sarah, I'll come and help you." No, I don't need him in here to help me. Can you imagine? It'd be absolute chaos. He doesn't listen. He'll completely take charge. He won't do it properly. Nah, I can't cope with him in here as well. We'd end up falling out. There'd be a fight. One of us would end up laying on the floor with a black eye. It would probably be Derek.
In Pickering, everyone's gearing up for another closed auction.
Testing.
Let me just have another sweet to get me through.
How many sweets have we got left?
No. Go, sir. That's all I've got.
On the slate today, the modified 1976 Triumph Bonneville and the completely renovated Dodge Brothers Hearst Cum bus from 1926. Chief car washer Bubbles, full of admiration.
I like square boxy things. I like the shape of it. I like the square lines and the nice flowing mudguard, things like that. A nice vehicle. 9 times out of 10 they start doing a vehicle and they think, oh, it just wants the engine doing, and they get sucked into it. You get carried away.
This one, of course, in metallic green, looks the part, doesn't it? Nice and light and nimble and well balanced. I would think there'd be a lot of fun to be had in that old bike, yeah. 22,000 miles. It's not worn out by any means, is it? So, yeah, someone will have a good bike there.
Any famous people associated with them?
Oh, there will be, won't there? I don't know them. I don't know any famous people at all. I might treat myself and get a telly soon, and then I might get to see a few, mightn't I?
It looks like something Steve McQueen would use.
Yeah, well, I'll take your word for that. Who's he?
1976 Bonneville, this is a nice machine. Start me on this one. 35, 3,500. Bonneville, 36, 36, going 36, 7. 37 and away and selling 39, 4, and it's a Bonneville.
It was your bid at 4, actually. You're happy with 4. It's your bid at 4, John, yeah.
On sale and going. Is the one anywhere? 4-1. Jordan's back in.
4-2, Derek.
4-2.
Your bid, John.
4,002. You're out, Jordan, out on the net. Andrew's bid. On his way and going. Are you sure you're all done? Internet's out. Be quick if you're coming in. 4-2 and selling. Thanks, Andrew.
Volunteer Andrew Dickens relaying the winning bid.
Yeah, he's done all right there, that guy, John, from Aberdeenshire. First motorbike he's bought. He popped in from holiday the other day on his way back up to Aberdeen, called in and had a look at it, and over the moon.
Next up, the second of the Cleckheaton 2, the Dodge Charabang.
136. Now, this is something very special. There it is. It's the Dodge bus. This is very, very special bit of kit. There's a lot of use for this. Brilliant bit of advertising for a coach company. Start me on it. 10, we'll try. 10,005. It looks for nothing, doesn't it? 10,5 only. I'll take 11. Does he want 11, Rob? 11. £11,000 on my left. Rob's the bidder. £11,000. We'll submit it. Are you all done? 11,000 and going. Provisional 11,000. Rob, 11,000. We'll try it.
Take care. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
£3 grand under reserve. But after Paul makes some calls, the deal is sealed.
Just spoken to the vendor on the Dodge bus. He's taken the bid, 11,000. I think that's a good bid for that, really. The guy was looking for more like 14, to be truthful, but and I don't blame him. If it was mine, I think I probably would. But it's not the most practical of buses, is it? Let's be fair. You know, they're lovely, aren't they? Don't get me wrong, I love to see them. I wouldn't thank you to go far in it, you know, 2 mile down the road, that's far enough, you know. 15 mile down the road's the end of the world in a minute, you know, it's just a long way.
He's not planning any trips to the seaside.
You never know, do you? You never know, you never know. If he's just had a bad run of engine management issues in his Mercedes, I think I'd rather service the Dodge and go in the Dodge.
At the garage, the vehicles are stacking up. It's the United Nations on wheels. There are plenty of Germans, quite a few Italians, but not much from France. That is until Derek claps his eyes on something he's not really au fait with.
Strange car, isn't it?
The 1998 rear-engine Renault Spider Sport has lots of je ne sais quoi and is a rare sight on British roads.
Crossing up. So
Oh, I
it's
see.
a twist.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Alison and Mark Wilcock have had it for 19 years, and it came to them as a bit of an extra.
We bought it because we were buying a new house, and that was in the garage, and we ended up buying both the house and the car, and it still looks absolutely brand spanking new.
There's French flair, but it's also a bit basic.
It's very different. It's not got power steering, and it's not got brakes on the servo, so it's quite heavy, but when you're driving it at obviously legal speeds, it goes round roundabouts and things like it's on rails. It's brilliant, yeah. It really holds the road.
Well, as you say, it's a question of testing the market, isn't it? The only good thing about it is not too much to go by, have you? You know, nor has anybody else.
On the upside, there's a 2-litre Clio engine and only 5,000 miles on the clock. So Derek will be able to say it's only just run in.
The main thing I'm worried about is getting somebody interested in it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
So you enjoyed it?
We have enjoyed it, yeah.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for bringing it over, Mark. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, good. Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Speak to you again. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Sarah's still on memorabilia duty. But at least Derek's trotted over to lend a hand.
I'm not sure who's been doing that, really, but someone's had a little go and lotted them up. Probably lotted them up wrong, really. I always check round. Sarah's really good at what she does, as you know. She's extremely good, as long as you keep things simple. We're like carers, really. That's what we are. We're like carers. You're going to throw that at me now, aren't you?
Why do you want a bucket of change, Derek?
Wow, that is beautiful. You don't see many of them. Fantastic, aren't they? Oh, we got a. What's that there? Like goat's head or something? Some sort of.
It's a ram. Do you know, I really like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
We get some weird stuff here, don't we? I don't mind all this weird gear because I love to go to an auction where you don't know what you're going to get. You know, there's no point going to an auction that's full of 2-gallon cans, is it? And all you know you're going to buy is like a 2-gallon can. You can come here and you can buy a road lamp and a wall-mounted ram's head. Brilliant. I think this is what it's all about, isn't it? Spice of life, mate. That's what it is. It's addictive, though.
The one and only reason, because our men are a little bit crackers.
50% are like not all there. 25% are pretty balmy, and the other 25% want sectioning, don't they? That's basically how it works out. Which I think I'm in the last section myself. Yeah.
Down in the village, Nathan Wilmot's just arriving with the Vauxhall Victor police car.
This is where we find we've left the keys behind.
It'll get the once-over from the boys in blue, otherwise known as the Matthewsons.
Like a dream.
Led by Chief Interrogator D.I. Derrick.
It's all on the button. Sirens were all of it, and the original sirens, they're not the electronic rubbish, it is all proper. Yeah, but I thought, well, this was the place for it, really.
Oh, I do well. Don't go with the keys, will you?
No, I give them to you.
Yeah,
all right, mate.
We'll have a good trip back.
Thank you. Cheers.
Derrick's got fond memories of the Vauxhall Victor. It was a staple of his time as a dealer down south.
Here we are. Great car. We liked them ever so much. We used to buy quite a lot in the early days out of a little old auction in Bedfordshire called Biggleswade Car Auctions. There weren't really popular cars for traders to buy, but I used to buy them, especially the States, because they used to sell well. But the London lads didn't like them. They were Cortina men, obviously, Essex, Romford and all the rest of it. But of course we did up in Luton and Bedfordshire because they sold well because of what they are. So we'd buy them cheap. Most of Luton, they all drove Vauxhalls, of course. If it weren't a Victor, it was a Viva or something similar. Yeah, I think they were maybe more popular with the older guy. I don't remember the Jack the Lads buying them, really. They were always really, really good, very reliable, sold very, very well, and generally, as I say, owned by an older driver who perhaps didn't do the miles that the younger guys did. So we had an awful lot of nice, sensible mileage Victors, you know, 25, 45,000 miles, just nice. Very smart, not in the least bit tatty. It's good enough to go out on the road there today as a police car. You know, it wouldn't let any police force down this, in its condition-wise. It's good. I think it's excellent. I just hope that someone does realise that and appreciate it, and bid accordingly. You know, it's worth tidy money, that car. Don't know what it's going to make, but it's going to make tidy money. So we shall see. And there's your little button underneath there, and I don't know whether we've got anything. Have we got that? We got the lot. Oh, I tell you what, it's a fair cop. Now this is unusual, look at this. Victor 2300, VX 2300 FE, 1978, Durham City police car. You've all read about it, I'm sure. Lovely bit of kit. Where are we starting? 4,250, 4,250, 4,500, 4,750, 5,000, 5,250. What a car. Genuine police car. Quick in their day, these 2300s. They don't hang about.
Yeah, it's
5,250, 5,500 on the left. 5,500. Internet's out, 5,500. I'll take 6 if it makes you feel better. 5,500 for the first. 5,500 for the second.
Down to you.
Third and last time provisionally 5,500. 5,500 on my left provisionally.
Thanks very much for your bids. Thank you. Bye.
In the office, Paul's on the case.
Your motor's got to 5,500. What do you think? Good man. I'll put it together and we'll get you weighed off as soon as we can, eh? Thanks, Nathan. All the best. Ta-da. We're there. He's happy. Ironically, it's another Nathan that's bought it as well.
New buyer, dealer Nathan Jones.
Nathan, how are you? Yeah, we're all right, thank you. Yes, family good? Yeah, sound. Yeah, no bother, mate. Yeah, looking forward to going home. We're doing a midnight sale. Yeah. Well, you know, Father's nickname is the Midnight Cowboy. You know, so. Listen, I've just got your police car. He's accepted your offer, so I thought I'd just ping you through and put you out your misery, you know. Good man, superb. See you, mate. Ta-da, bye-bye. Yeah, he's happy enough. So that's good, isn't it? From one Nathan to another Nathan. It's a lovely old car, isn't it? Luckily, I've never actually sat in the back of one, I don't think. So I'm all right.
Sometime later in Thornton-le-Dale, situation normal.
Hello, Matthewson's.
So we'll do that then. So when are you about? Most of the time? Are you there now?
If we've still got it, it'll be on our website. We have some number plates.
Yeah. What's it like working? I said, what's it like working in the office where they're sawing and hammering and...
It's fantastic. It's peaceful, tranquil. It's like being on holiday.
Derek, what's it like trying to work whilst the builders are in?
What builders? Yeah. Oh, is that what they're doing? It's all right, mate. Yeah, it's okay. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Well, it's less than ideal, isn't it, really? Let's be fair, no one wants to live or work at or next to a building site, do we? We're trying to keep the noise down to a minimum, but sadly, that's life, isn't it?
It's all part of expanding the office. The bigger picture, the grand plan.
Basically, just get everyone back, because the split sites, they're paid in the... really.
But they're making a cracking job, look at them. You'd think they know what they were doing, wouldn't you?
apparently, so you're going to be open plan.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Was there a quote come in? I didn't see a quote.
Yeah.
There was one? Yeah. Right.
Well, at least there's no rush.
Will it be done this week, Paul?
Auction day, and the pre-COVID crowds are flocking to Thornton-le-Dale for a bargain.
Well, I've got 11 grandkids, 2 great-grandbabies, and I bought it for them to share, really. It's got a little engine in it and everything. I'm sure that they'll be chuffed to death with that.
A couple of bits of Sarah's memorabilia have already got under the hammer. To everyone's surprise, the decorative ram's head is still looking for a home. But the very useful bucket of chains is now...
£20 here with me, are we done? We are.
In a private collection of tat, belonging to Derek Matthewson. But it's the rare Renault Spider from 1998 that seems to be causing the most interest. Only 100 of these aluminium and plastic sports cars were imported into the UK.
It's different. It is, it's quirky.
Morris and Janet Smith from Goole already making plans.
Good.
Going
out with the wind in my hair, I think.
She'd have to buy a hat to keep her hair down. Or a roof. We'd have some fun in it.
Renault Sport Spider 1997. Never seen one, haven't got a clue what they are. No doubt you will. There's some people out there that will understand them very, very well, I'm sure. Anyway, start me on it. 15 and we're away. 15, 15, we're off. 15.5, 16.5, 17, 17.5, 17.5. Won't sell, I don't think, at that. 17.5, 17.5. Sorry, pal. 18, didn't see you there. 18, 18, 18,000 in the doorway. Gonna submit it. 18.5 on the phone. 19, he says. 19 in the doorway. You're out the back. 19.5, 19.5. They tell me they're worth 25, I don't know. 19.5 on the phone. What do you think? Fill it up? 20,000. Yeah, we'll stand a good chance of doing a deal now. 20,000. Starts with a 2, we're away, aren't we? 20,500. 21. 21. I can't help because I don't know what they're worth. 21 and a half. Obviously he does. 21 and a half. 22. 22.5. Gonna submit it. 23. 23. It'll go, I'm sure. 23,000 and a half. 23 and a half. What do you think? 24. 24 and a half. I can put it on sale at 25. What do you think? 25. Selling. Gentleman's in the doorway. You sure? 25,000. Well done, sir. 25. Thank you very much for your bidding.
Mark Kershaw from Northallerton, the new owner of the Spider.
I've only seen them in the past, very rare they come up. Had my eye on it, and it's lovely. It's very basic. It's there for the track. It's designed for that. There's no radio or anything like that. It's just pure for the thrills of open air driving, really, to be honest. And it's sort of a modern car. But yeah, looking forward to taking it out.
And soon enough, some decent weather.
When I saw it, I just fell in love with the car, really, you know. Never driven one, didn't know much about it. It's a lovely car, and it gets the looks because there's not many of them on the road. You know, I've never seen one on the road before I bought it, you know. Wherever you go, people beep the horns. You can see people say, what was that? Saloon cars are probably quicker, you see on the road now. But do you have the same fun? Do you have the same feel? I mean, the newer cars, you know, electronically controlled, everything else. This is just, you know, you hold on to the steering wheel, you have to steer it and point it in the right direction, you know. It doesn't do anything for you, you've got to do it yourself. I mean, it's just such a pretty car, you know, and if I show you the doors, which is just, people might think they're gimmicky, but I just love it. That's how you get in. It's just, say it's just a Lamborghini type door, you know, the gold wing doors. It's just.
So we couldn't afford the Lamborghini, but we thought we'd have a car which had the same doors.
Yeah, I suppose.
But the Spider wasn't the only car at the auction to catch Mark's attention.
I did buy another car on the same day, so I was in the trouble a little bit. So it wasn't the best of ideas really, so I ended up with 2 on the same day, so it didn't go down too well really, to be honest. So that's just me sometimes, been going over the top really. But
Go on, what else did you get?
I bought a Porsche 911 on the same day, so it was.
As you do.
Well, as you do, yeah. It was a bad day for my pocket, really, I suppose. But yeah, I wasn't in the good books, I must admit, for a little while. But she's forgot about it anyway. So what can I say? But,
sorry,
yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just keep saying sorry. Yeah.
Manchester. And antiques warehouse owner Ian McDonald has a dilemma.
If there's a space, fill it. The hunt is part of the excitement. When you come into the places like this, you never know what you're going to see.
With furniture stacked high and an eclectic collection of vehicles, where to put his new purchases.
Otherwise you're going to rub out colour out. You don't want all the colour off.
The 1926 Dodge Brothers bus.
I had to buy that bus. Yeah, I like that bus. I don't know if it's unique, but I've not seen one before. And the restoration that's gone on in it, it's a beautiful thing.
But Ian also bought another unusual vehicle at the auction.
Do you want 4-3? 4-3.
4-3. 4,000. No one wants to go home.
After a bit of a bidding war.
Rob, this man don't mess about. Straight back in at 4-4.
The multi-purpose Montgomery Reed Railway Goods Yard truck.
There's going to be a punch-up on the floor in a minute here.
Was all his.
We finally got there at £5,000. There we are.
Why have we bought a coal wagon?
The honest answer is the price. I think it was very cheap. We'll stock it, clean it, make sure it's working, make sure everything's running right. But I think there's a profit to be had in that. It's a strange object. I like it. Put 2 chocks under the wheel so you can get over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might be the best thing. Yeah.
Hold on, Derek.
Have them off here.
We've made a 20,000 investment for the company. If I asked you to go and find a bus or a coal wagon like this in this condition, could you do? And I'll answer it for you, no. Right, lads, can you give Derek a lift here, please? A little bit of right. Yeah.
It appeals to me, to be perfectly honest. I think it's lovely. I know it's been a conversion. It's been a hearse in its day, but I think it's great. Beautiful condition, stunning condition.
Look at that.
We're all odd, aren't we? Ian is nearly as odd as me, so I can well understand it, because I think it's a really attractive bit of kit, I really do. And have a lot of fun with that. Great deal of fun. You'll hire it out or use it a bit, won't it? Make a nice little wedding bus, wouldn't it?
The bus is the perfect fit.
Are we all right that side, mate? Are we about right?
The truck's next.
Watch it, she's sharp on the clutch.
Right, okay.
Lovely little engine. Steady away. I like to involve the guys because they like to get involved. And if they want to get involved and they're happy, that's fine. Put it in second and pull away. She's real low on the gears.
Trying to stall in it.
No, I won't stall it. Second will be a lot better.
Really pleased with it. It's a work of art, isn't it? All this has been refurbished to the, well, you can see the standard it's at. It's definitely the best item I've bought for a while. I'm really pleased to own it. Really pleased. It's a cracker. I love it.
He's going up there now, is he? Hang on, I'll come up. I'm sticking it up here.
I'll just get it turned off because the fire brigade will be here.
What's going on?
What?
All these.
Is it my marbles or are they going to go up?
No, it's your marbles. You stole these, haven't you?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, though, then for now, aren't they? There's something to be seen here, isn't there?
While Derek has a mooch round the warehouse,
you could spend more than a day in here, couldn't you? Incredible.
Ian admires his coal wagon.
Can you imagine the work this has done over the years? This has had a lot of hours spent on it to bring it back to this standard.
Fantastic. The old Chesterfields. Look at them, things everywhere.
It's been a workhorse. It'll have been thrashed, full of whatever, coal or sleepers, steel, anything. It'll have been battered in its life, and it's here to tell the story. It's live another day. Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Oh, that's nice to settle. Oh, I like that. Now you're talking. I'll try and have a deal with him. See if we can have a deal.
You all right?
Oh, yes. We're going to go and do it now. Well, what can we do then?
600 quid the pair.
You meant to say 5, didn't you?
Did I mean say
You
5?
said you meant to say 5.
550.
I'll have
Yeah.
the old doodah for you. Is that all right? Yeah, oh no, cash, check, like, you know what I mean? Obviously, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
No sooner has Derek spent his money, he's trying to recoup it.
I'm going to sell you a load of furniture.
Good.
And, but it's brown furniture.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's boardroom type furniture.
Yeah, yeah.
Quality.
No, I'll buy it.
I'll give
yeah.
you a shout.
I'm always interested to buy brown furniture.
Are you?
Yeah.
You do all right with it then?
No, you buy it cheap.
Good day, everyone's a winner. He's bought some stuff he wants, I've bought some stuff I want. So, can't want for a lot more, can you? Absolutely fantastic. What a day.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to leave with it.
Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on. That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
Here we are, MGSA. Big money car when they're finished.
This is the side of the car here. This is the branch and the tree was growing through the middle of it.
Wow. Gee whiz. They were a labour of love, weren't they, these?
Lot number 94's Fiat Spider. Unusual little car.
Everybody looks at it and it reminds me of being like 17, 18 again.
Very Italian. You see like slick back hair, can't you? Winkle pickers. Here it is, 83 Escort RS 1600.
A family racing car. I couldn't help but like it, you know. The Recaro seats. It's a very nice car.
First impressions then, Derek?
Horrible. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't do bikes, so I don't know why there's a lot of interest in this, because it looks like it should be thrown in a skip to me, but...
Another hectic day on the Matthewsons merry-go-round.
You were the successful bidder on lot number 95, yeah?
Done you a deal on this one.
Dave's making space in the yard.
Right, I'm off. I'll see you in a minute.
Paul sold a large piece of wood.
All right, we all like toys and shiny stuff, don't we? We're all magpies, really, aren't we?
And Derek's leading by example.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Matthewsons. Oh, yeah, it's been busy again this morning. It's just like getting cars out and messing about. I don't like all that sort of thing. It's not my cup of tea, but I like bringing them in. I'm committed myself stupidly to go and do a couple of collections, which I've got to do because I've now committed myself.
The rest of us seem to be working to live. Father seems to live to work. I don't know which one of us has got it the right and the wrong way round, really, you know.
The father and son dream team are prepping for a short trip to East Yorkshire.
Yeah, had it in the wrong holes.
2 Matthewsons, 2 separate trucks. There's a garage of bits waiting in Hull. Some car restorations involve a bit of light fettling, maybe a few panels knocked back into shape. And then there are those that make you think, how have they managed to make it look like a car again? 2 MGSAs, and one of them has an astonishing history. It was found more than 20 years ago, rooted to the ground in a garden in London.
So this is the side of the car. You can see here, there's the branch and the tree growing through it. I think if you would touch that bodywork as it is now, it would just crumble in your fingers. It is that corroded.
The saviour of the car was Sarah Wong's dad, David Hatton.
He was like he'd won the lottery. He wanted to show everybody what he'd got. He had ideas of what these cars were going to be. He could see the end picture, always.
David passed away before he was able to complete the restoration of this MGSA and another he was working on. Sarah has now decided to sell the pair.
This was about ready. He's just got them few little bits that he's circled, and then it would get sprayed in classic colours and go off to be loved, to be driven.
When the MGSA landed in the mid-1930s, it caused a bit of a stir. It was the biggest MG ever made, a luxury sports saloon, launched with a 2-litre engine.
He loved them like he would love a person. They were his babies, and these were his passion, his retirement, his life. Nobody would believe from the pictures that you've seen of a tree growing through this vehicle that this is what he's managed to get it to. And he's done it. Almost. Almost.
Derek and Paul have arrived, and they've soon got their hands full.
Right then, we'll have to see if we can get these shoved out and winched on, won't we? We're just seeing how many bits we've got.
The cars are a jumble of parts, but their journey to get to this is impressive.
No, the car we stood in front of was that. Look at that. Wow. Gee whiz. That's grim, innit? I've seen some projects and some guys tackle some things, but they were a labour of love, weren't they, these? Wow, indeed.
Straight up. This was the one that was on that picture of it? Yeah. It's amazing. It's just show you.
After the best part of 20 years undercover, the MGSAs finally see the light of day.
He knows what he was doing, this old lad. Very, very good, yeah. Well put together. Yeah, I couldn't let go of my dad's old car. I mean, it was only an old car, Marina, but I just couldn't part with it. It sat there and stupidly, it deteriorated. I should have let it go. But you don't, you hang on, and it's just making the decision and the break to do it. It's not easy.
Sarah hopes the project her dad started can now be completed.
We'd really love to see it done for him, for his legacy. He was almost there.
The family knows it's hard to value Parker restored cars.
I think we ought to aim for 10 apiece. I mean, I know there's a lot of work and all the rest of it, but there's a lot of money and a lot of the work has been done, hasn't it? And there's only a small amount of people that are prepared to take on.
It's got to be somebody that likes the car and somebody that's interested in it.
Absolutely, of course it has, yeah. It's got to be a real enthusiast. And fortunately, it's the type of model that will attract that.
Not every car that comes to auction is a major restoration project. Some arrive road ready. And this iconic Italian stallion from the northeast is about to have a final gallop before it heads for auction. This 1980 Fiat 124 Spider is a rare sight. A little slice of Dolce Vita on British roads.
You've got to drive that car. It's smashing, it's good fun, everyone looks at you, and it reminds me of being like 17, 18 again.
Peter Ratton bought the little Fiat 3 years ago from the USA.
I looked on the internet, made a bid on it, bought it, got it shipped over, picked it up from Felixstowe docks on the trailer. Could have sold it on the way home. The lass in the car that when I stopped for a cup of coffee said, "Do you want to sell that?" I said, "No." They weren't sold in England, they were only sold in Europe. They're all left-hand drive, and any that did come over here will have rotted away years ago.
Peter's no stranger to tinkering with cars, but he's had his fun and he's looking for a new challenge.
The whole thing was taken to bits, all the interior out of bits. I took all the paint off it right down to bare metal, and then a pal of mine repainted it for me. I cut all the carpets out, took all the seats out, sourced some new seats, frames. That's fun in doing that. It's not the first one I've done, it won't be the last probably.
The 124 Sport Coupe came to the UK in 1967. Styled by the man who gave us the Ferrari 250 GT. Fiat declared the car was meticulously built for a privileged minority. It was about twice the price of a Cortina. The spin-off Spider was a Pininfarina masterclass. It was never sold to the UK, so whilst we bought NGBs, the Italians and Californians opted for something a bit more Sophia Loren. Most UK Spiders are imports from the USA, where they sold in large numbers. The glamorous Fiat had many facelifts over its many years and was pensioned off in 1985. Derek's here, but it's not the good-looking Spider that's caught his eye.
Scooters?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, could do with these. Nice, aren't they?
Yeah, I love them.
Well, I bet you do, yeah.
I must have had 100.
Have you?
Yeah.
Wow. Were you a moddy boy then?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think it's great. I've never seen so many, you know, like, sort of similar lined up. I think it's brilliant, mate. Nice to see them used and all.
I do ride them. I do like to go out with them.
I bet you do. Yeah, a little bit of right. Yeah, that's it. Straighten up now. Yep, you're there now. That's it. I personally think it's worth 9,500 quid. And it is only a gut feeling, because I ain't got anything to go by either. Shall we reserve it at 9?
Yeah.
And guide it at 9.5, 10.5?
That's all right.
That's the thing.
It's only what someone's prepared to pay for it.
Very Italian. You see, like, slick back hair, can't you? Winkle pickers and all the rest of it.
A lot of work goes on getting cars ready for the auction.
Lost count how many we've done today. How many have we done? Never mind that, keep going.
A lot.
But some motors are deliberately left looking a bit tatty. An original car can make very good money. And over in North Wales, a vehicle that stood for 19 years is about to emerge. It's Alan Holmes' son's car, and it's a sleeping dragon, a 1983 Ford Escort RS 1600i.
My son bought this shortly after I'd bought an RS 2000. We had a few other Fords at the time, but he wanted that car. I couldn't help but like it, you know. The Recaro seats, the whole thing really. It's a very nice car. A practical car, being a hatchback. A family racing car. I think it was appealed to everyone. We all liked them.
At a time when XR3Is were everywhere, the RS with its bonnet stripes set you apart. Ford spec'd it to race, which meant there was more to go wrong.
It was on the road for a very short time. He had problems and he had to get the gearbox done. He needed a car for work and bought another car. This one was relegated to the garage while the gearbox was done up. But unfortunately, it's just sat here since then. Very much a Ford man. I just like all the cars, really. There's a model in every range, isn't there? And I could never bring myself to buy a Golf.
When Ford redesigned the Escort with a boot lid that had space for a huge rubber spoiler, the XR3 was born. But its laddish style wasn't enough. For something a bit special, Ford returned the RS name for a more faithful driver's car. It had a CVH engine you could boast about, with a ribbed cam cover and solid lifters. It went faster. Built in Cologne, Ford planned to make just 5,000, but were so popular, they made a few more. 2,600 came to the UK, and 35 years later, there aren't many left. And this one is in a rare colour too. Only 250 were painted in Ford's Strato Silver. It's a car that will get a lot of people very excited.
I'd like to see it renovated and like to see it brought back to excellent condition. I would have thought you'd be starting at 6,000 or 7,000. I can't imagine it fetching much less.
Come on then, let's be on.
The pair of restoration-ready MGSAs from Hull have arrived in Pickering.
To be fair, if you were going to restore one, you'd want them both, wouldn't you?
Well, I think you would, yeah. And this golden opportunity to buy two, you won't get another one.
They'll both need more than a bit of touching up. No steering wheel? No problem. But Paul can see their potential.
Make a beautiful car, won't they? Very elegant, aren't they? I bet they're a fabulous car when they're done. Big six-cylinder, aren't they? Loads of power. Make the right noises. They're a fantastic car. All right then. That'll do, we're in, look, we're in.
Derek is full of admiration.
The guy must have had a heart like a football. I mean, you've got to admire this guy. And he's dragged it out and he's got this far. He's been fabricating panels and putting bits in, and he's been doing a good job. I expect them to make towards 10,000 each.
The call now.
And there's the call now saying, have you got any MGSAs coming up in the next auction? So that's what we're expecting them to do. Yeah, I'm only next door here. And they're quite a rare bit of kit. Very valuable, 40, 45, 50,000 quid, looking nice and, quite comfortably. Heck of a car. And of course, they carry the MG badge, which is the most important thing.
And he has a hunch about who might snap them up.
We're going to offer them separately, individually, but I'm really, really hoping, and common sense tells me that a buyer will buy the two cars. I think it makes so much more sense that these two cars have got to stop in the same shed and be rebuilt alongside each other, side by side.
Oh my days.
Elsewhere in the showroom, the Fiat Spider has arrived from the northeast. Car washer Jeffrey Bubbles has taken a shine to it.
Quite a smart-looking little sporty car, and quite rare. You don't see many about. And many of the panels are aluminium for lightweight. A nice tidy interior. It's been re-registered in the UK, but we do have its original Texas registration plate. I like the colour. It's got everything going for it. It's got a rarity value. Just depends if someone can live with the left-hand drive element.
Could you see yourself pottering around in this?
No.
No,
No.
really?
Too old.
Too old?
Too old. And the steering wheel's on the wrong side. I want to see what's coming towards me.
Derek's arrived in the depths of Wales to collect the RS 1600i, owned by Alan Holmes' son.
Now then, sir.
Good run over.
It was really hectic. And the rain. Oh. Let's go and have a look there and see what we got. Oh. Ah, yeah. Have you moved it at all? Are we assuming that the brakes are sticky but not seized?
When I spoke with you and you said, don't do anything with it, I've left it.
Yeah, you have, haven't you? Right, we better crack on then. Let's see about getting some wind in the tyres for a start off. It'll probably want a good service before it goes. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
First impressions then, Derek?
Horrible. But it's saleable model, isn't it? As long as the underside's okay, which I'm sure it will be, then someone will put it back on the road and it'll be their pride and joy, won't it, eventually? Yeah, look at that, she's going up lovely. Back ones are reasonable, so we'll perhaps get away with them. Can't see too much of the inside yet. Must.
Isn't that an aftershave in the 70s?
Yeah. Loads of interest, there really will be. And we'll just leave it as it is. It's the way to do it.
I was toying with the idea of a valet in
No, I wouldn't do. No, because all you're going to be doing, then you're dressing it up for someone, and they don't want it dressed up. They want to see it like that. And most of the guys that buy this would want to find it like that. You know, exactly here. No, leave it as it is, absolutely. Dead right. I'll get parked up ready. With a bit of luck, we'll have her on. Oh my God. I'm going to wind up pulling herself out in a minute. Anywhere to anchor anything to, Alan? Plan is to pull myself backwards, if I can. There we go. We can get a little pull on it. We're laughing, aren't we? Or ever the optimist, me. It's moving, look at it. Once we get a bit of resistance, it'll free up, you won't see. This is where we've got to be careful. Oh, loads of room. 25% of the tyres on, you're laughing. There you are. Oh, perfect. I think the reason why we get so many is because once you do something in the way of a fast Ford or a Mini Cooper or something like that, people see it and all the others come out the woodwork, you know. I mean, they obviously think, oh, I'll ring them fellas up, they'll come and get that car. That idiot, the old one, he'll come and get it, and he don't mind grovelling around on the ground and getting soaking wet and all the rest of it. I'll give him a call. Alan, there's going to be two figures really, isn't there? There's one what it's worth. There's another one what it's going to achieve.
Yes.
And in my experience of these, they're going to achieve a lot more than what it's worth.
You think it's worth.
Oh, it's going to do that all right. I think they sort of do like 10 grand, don't they, or something in nice order and stuff.
They do.
You know, it's going to do very well.
Good. I hope it does.
Tim, it's Mark at Matthewson's Auctions.
The Escort needs love and attention.
How are we doing?
But the Swish Italian is good enough to go.
Lot number 94's Fiat Spider. Lovely looking little car. 9,005 there, Jack, 9,005. 9,750. Anyone want to round it up to 10? 10,000 we're looking for. 10,000 we've got, thank you. Next one's 10,250. We've got 10,250. Are we all done? 10,250 is provisional. We'll try for you. 10,250. 10,250, Jack, with your man.
A couple of grand under reserve, but Paul seals the deal.
He was optimistic and hoping that for around about the 12 mark, in actual fact, has sold for £10,250. To which he said, absolutely marvellous, thank you ever so much. So he's happy belly, yeah. So that's another one done.
Derek's arrived in Pickering with the Escort RS 1600i from North Wales. The car's a non-runner. Getting it off the trailer will require some local muscle.
Paperwork there for that one outside there, look. Only thing is, girls, we need a bit of a push. Just do my usual rate. Oh, hello, who made these?
Oh, I did. I think you need a cup of tea with them though, Derek.
Do you?
I don't know, they've gone a bit out.
Two of them behind the back wheel of that Escort, never run away.
And part of the job description was pushing cars about.
Is there a job description?
I'm gonna look like I'm pushing. I've got it off to a T, so you just kind of do the face. And a grunt, but you don't actually push.
We are ready. Put your coats on. It's spitting. Now then, who wants to sit in? It's a bit mingy in there.
No, last time I sat when I got wet paddles.
It's really mingy in there. Ugh, it's horrible. You have a look inside.
Oh, I don't even want to touch the door, look.
Look at that. I put my hand in there yesterday. It was all wet and slimy and bleeding horrible. It gets, ugh.
This is me looking like I'm pushing.
Shaking the edge on, that's my role. Yeah. Dad's involved, so it's going to be a drama, isn't it?
He's going to owe us all a new set of nails at this
Are we going then? Yeah.
You ready?
Go on, girls, go on.
Oh my God.
Ah. Well done, girls. Thank you very much. I knew they'd come in handy sooner or later. Found their true vocation.
The Escort joins a showroom of vehicles of all shapes and sizes. From workhorses to head-turners. And the items that make everyone smile.
Oh.
With the auction closed to the public, a mountain of memorabilia has been gathering dust.
Probably had stuff stored now since last March. Just trying to make a dent on it, really.
Amongst the knickknacks, a growing pile of children's toys that push the nostalgia button.
Scout Electric, here we are. £170 of the car's there with it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the whole caboodle.
Oh, it's like brand new. Well, it is brand new.
Up for grabs is this 1950s pedal car. Triang was one of the big names of the British toy industry, churning out pressed steel novelties for kids across the land.
Oh, it's the clown one. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, OK. There we are, the little pedal car there. 150, 200, £200, at £200, at 200, at 220, at 240 with you, Will, 260 with you, at 280. On the web there at 280 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 280. We'll try for you, we just need a little bit more.
A deal's eventually done. The Triang goes for 300 quid and heads for a new home in the northeast. Some playthings are easier to sell than others. Today, Paul's on photographic duties with the Escort RS 1600i.
It would also mean the prospective purchaser could see a lot more of what he was prospectively purchasing.
In the motor trade, a picture,
nasty scratch on there,
almost as powerful as the words.
Bonnet's gone pretty bad, bit of rust on its surface, but rust. Inner wings all look really good, really solid. Battery tray, again, solid. Scruffy, but solid. It should be, I don't know where this dude's looking for a bit of welding. Oh, there. You feel such a dipstick, don't you? Rabbit in a way. Seeing the stuff you normally see in your head. In my opinion, this car would do a lot better if it was clean. There's the famous old saying, isn't there? You could clean £500 onto a car. And more importantly, you can clean a sale into a car.
The grime doesn't bother Dave.
Someone will take it on, I would think, just really for the pleasure of doing it. There's a lot of guys out there that get more pleasure from doing that than they do driving it, and then sell it. It doesn't want a lot of bits, does it, really? It just wants stripping out, coat of paint, a big refurb, you know, and then putting it all back together again. So it's not like space shuttle stuff, is it? So.
Originality sells. This motor will go just as it is.
That car will achieve around £10,000, that's what I think.
With the auction pending, the part-restored MGSAs and the many boxes of bits are taking some sorting.
It's a bit more than a few weekends' work, isn't it?
They're a big jigsaw puzzle, aren't they?
These treasured cars need saving, and the Matthewsons need to find a buyer with the time and skill to take them on. The cars need a new owner with the determination and dedication of a father and son team with a shared passion.
Time to check the oil, yes.
Like Jim and Mark Baldry, who've spent 20 happy years in the garage, keeping their treasured MGSA in fine shape.
1936 to 1939 MGSA.
produced to fill a market which was new to MG because they're sort of sporting cars, and this is a sporting saloon, so it was aimed at the luxury end of the sporting market. 6-cylinder engine, 2.3 litre approximately, because they changed the size through the production. The early cars had a vented bonnet, slatted bonnet. The later cars went to these opening vents here to allow cold air to get in to cool the engine. A beautiful shape, beautiful tactile lines. It's a stunning looking car.
I said to Mum, one of these days I'm going to have one of those. I mean, I'm a petrol head because my father was and my brother. It's in the genes. As a youngster, I saw a picture on cigarette cards of this model, and I said, one day I'm going to have one of those.
The car, when they bought it, was in a good state of repair, but very, very tired. The paintwork was tired, mechanically it was tired, but there was no corrosion on it, and it was a very, very good basis for recommissioning.
But Mark helped me, and we worked through all the mechanics and got it going. Oh, smile this big. From ear to ear. Huge smile, because she was great. Everybody that saw it loved it.
You have to drive it according to how that car was built. It's not like jumping into your modern Ford or Jaguar or whatever and selecting drive and off you go. You're fighting with a big piece of equipment that is heavy to drive, quite a lump to stop, but gives phenomenal pleasure because you've achieved your goal by restoring it.
Around 2,700 MGSAs were made, but fewer than 10% have survived, and this one is staying with the Baldrys.
How important for you is it that this car stays within your family?
I'm driving that to my funeral. Very important.
Hello, Matthewsons.
Back in Pickering, it's sale day, and the troops in the office are said to be dispatched to the auction room.
Obviously, I'm in the minority with that.
With a stack of phone bids lined up for the Welsh 1600i, the girls will have to leave their posts and head to the trenches.
18 phone bids on that. 18.
Blimey, Charlie.
Have you got 18 people on the phones?
No, 12.
So excuse my ignorance.
Because we're female, we can multitask. We have to go out while getting money in and answering queries and doing results and make phone bids.
Really?
And they wonder why I get headaches.
So what else can go wrong? What have we got to worry about? We've got the Escort. Yep, everyone has got somebody on the phone. Here it is, 83 Escort RS 1600. It's very important for buyers to get a background of cars like this. You know, a bit of provenance is very, very...
My father's waffling on a bit, then get on. I should have stayed up there myself. Yeah, I know. Hang on, here he is.
I've got bids on my books, we've got bids on the phone, so it's 5, 5.5, 10.5, 10,500 and we're away. 10,000, 11,000. He didn't settle on anything for definite, but I know they'll be happy.
He did, yeah. He wanted to be 10 grand plus some fees.
Rest of the phones are out, 12.5, the internet's back in, you're out now, Mark. On sale and going. 12,750, as it's you, will you do that? 13,000, thank you, sir. 13.25, 13,250, 13.5. You cannot find them like this, can you? We all know that, that's why. 13,750 on my right, gonna sell it. Be warned, 13,750 selling, 13,750.
Right, mate, see you later.
All right then, thank you very much.
The Escort goes for almost 9 grand more than the guide price.
Everyone wanted to give about 10,000 for it.
Seems to be anything like this, they're just making silly money, really.
But the guys I really feel for are the underbidders, obviously. They've all tried, and they've all looked at it with optimism, thinking, I'm going to buy that, I'm going to buy that car. Oh, I'm going to give X amount of pound, I bet I'll buy that car. I'm sure there won't be anyone outbid me on that. And then someone comes along and wallop. Poor old lad. They're the guys I feel for.
In a garage in deepest Surrey, a once mighty motor is being reborn. A few months after the auction, a back-to-basics job is underway on the Escort RS 1600i that spent almost 2 decades in a lockup. And it's all the handiwork of former mechanic Brian Welsh.
Completely stripped the vehicle out, done a lot of the panel work, welding, fabrication, because it needed a lot of that to be done.
And once he got his hands on the car, well, Brian just couldn't stop.
We've had a new wing on there, new front panel, because when the wing was off, the front panel wasn't great, so I replaced that as well. And again, a new wing on the other side. In the engine bay, obviously removed all the engine, etc. And then when I removed all of that, it made it much easier to see there was rust around the engine bay and previous repairs. I thought perhaps I was going to buy a vehicle, clean it, a little bit of paintwork and drive it. I ended up doing more than I perhaps thought I'd ever do.
Having taken it to bits, Brian's putting the car back together again.
A lot of them won't have survived, and some of the ones that perhaps the rust just got too much of them. This wasn't a bad one, it just needed some detailing and attention.
It's probably better than it was when it left the factory in Germany.
It's been repaired, it's got a much better coating on it now, and I would think it will last another 30, 40 years.
The Escort sold for almost 14 grand, but the lure of working again on an 80s classic was just too much.
I guess back then repairing a Ford Escort was probably everyday job. So when I got this, it was just a case of I knew memories came back of how to do it. Of its time and its day, lots of XR3Is around. If I was going to do one and spend time and money, why not do a 1600i? There's probably £3,000 or £4,000 spent in parts, but the labour contents are big. If I spend a week, you know, I'm not spending a week of £60 an hour, and a lot of weeks. I'm probably 6 months into it now. I've probably got another 3 or 4 months before it's back on the road. I'm looking forward to finishing it and driving it.
At the auction, there are motors from every era looking for a new home.
Something around Fontendale looked quite nice with the scenery, wouldn't it? Yeah, I like it.
Most are good enough to drive away. And then there are those, like the MGSAs, that are in a category all of their own.
305 and 306 are both MGSAs. Let's do 305 first, obviously. Big money car when they're finished, so 5,000 if anyone wants to jump in as a start, and if they do, then great. If not, we'll move on. So no one wants to jump in at 5, there's no one on the phones. We'll have to pass on that one. We'll move over on to 306, same applies, £5,000. Anyone want to jump in at 5? I've got no one on the phones at 5. Sorry, I've got one at 5,000. It's very provisional, but it's a start. We'll have a chat and we'll see what we can do.
You've got to be a brave man to tackle them, haven't you? It's hard work picking up from somebody else, especially in that scenario where there's an awful lot of pieces and, yeah, you're not too sure on how much of an MGSA you're going to get, are you?
An offer of £5,000 for one car isn't enough to tempt the seller. These grand old motors aren't going anywhere soon.
Wow. This is this.
But a little one has arrived in the northeast.
Lenny.
Lenny.
Look what Nana's got.
Garage owner Steve Nichols stumped up 300 quid for a 1950s Triang toy pedal car for his granddaughter Lainey.
You ready? Pick your feet up.
She's still getting up to speed, but Steve's a big fan.
It's a bit of fun. It's something for the band to sit and watch a telly in, and it's something for me to look at. So as well as buying it for the granddaughter, shall we say, I get to keep it and look at it. I mean, it all works as it should. Not that much can go wrong. There's only just a... Might be worth a lot more when she's 18. You never grow up, do you? There's a little kid inside of everyone in there that still wants to play with the little toys that they weren't allowed when they were a kid. I don't think it's nostalgia, I think it's just the child in you.
Is this the first of many?
If I'm telling you yes, if I'm talking to the wife, no.
Right.
But I have been watching them on certain auction sites, and if another one comes up and the wife's not around while I'm bidding, there might just be another one. I've got plenty of space for about another 10.
Back in Pickering, and having failed to get near their reserve of 10 grand each, a month later the MGSAs are back at auction. And there's a change of tactic.
So, they're going to go as a pair. You can sort one out yourselves, and then you can move the other on if you wish, can't you? See if anyone wants to drop in for a bargain of the day at 12,000. This is for the pair at £12,000.
Do it at 10.
At 10?
Do it.
You're showing 10?
Yeah, no, do it at 10.
You're running close to the win there.
I
10,
know,
I'm told.
Start it at 10.
Oh, we've got 12. There we
you
are.
go.
We've got 12 with Jack at £12,000.
Submit the bid.
Submit the bid at 12,000. We'll submit the bid and we'll get an answer as quickly as we can at 12,000. Jack's phone at 12,000.
A few days later, a breakthrough.
I've just sold yesterday the 2 MGSAs as a pair.
All right.
And everyone told me it'd never happen.
And who have you sold them to?
A very special customer, a customer who's got some balls, who's got the foresight to take them on.
After further discussions, the MGSAs sold for £14,500.
Those 2 cars are the most sensible, realistic restoration projects that we've handled for many years. Them 2 cars looking nice at 40 grand a piece. Now, when I went to school, 40 grand a piece makes 80 grand. If them 2 cars are bought for 15 grand, for argument's sake, that leaves you £65,000 leeway on those 2 cars. They're probably not actually going to spend any more than 25, 30 grand. Say 30 grand on them 2 cars. 30 grand from 65, even I know, and I'm not the most clever in the world, but I can add up and take away. That leaves... that leaves 35 grand. Safety net. That's your parachute. That is really, those 2 cars, you cannot fail. People laugh at them and say, oh, no, you won't get anyone to take them on. Just want someone with a bit of savvy, a little bit of foresight. And there it is. Figures, what can't speak, can't lie.
The figures are sorted, but there's still much to do on the MGSAs.
It's a bit cluttered in here.
Who have a new home in Hartlepool with mechanic John Arkley.
I just like old cars. A lot of people my age like 70s cars and 80s cars, but I'm sort of a bit odd. I prefer older cars. Derek always says the people that are into pre-war cars are all dying off, but I'm not. The plan was to get 1, but ended up with 2. To make sure I'd got all the bits, because they were mixed up with between both cars.
John's got a business to run, but he's dedicating Friday afternoons to his pet project.
Done the engine. The engine was in bits, partly done, but there was parts missing on it, so we had to get the missing bits and assemble the engine. It's not quite ready to run yet, but it should be in a few more weeks. When you look at, for a 4-seater saloon, when you look at the chassis and the steering wheel, you sat nearer the back than the front. You'd think it was a 2-seater by the way it's laid out. I'm hoping as soon as the shell is painted, I will get the shell onto the chassis, and then I can start putting the floors in. The floors are made of plywood. Then I can start on the interior and do the doors and bits and just gradually put the jigsaw puzzle back together. It's like having 2 3D jigsaws with all the bits muddled up in them and some bits not there. Oh, that's the dash. I didn't veneer it, the veneer was okay on it. All I did was rub it down and lacquer it. Christmas Day I did that. There wasn't much on the television, so I thought I'll do my dashboard on Christmas Day.
John's loved MG since he was a kid and plans to tour the car shows with his finished motors. But in the short term, he won't be taking them home.
It's about a foot longer than the garage. So it might have to stay here till I get the extension done on the garage. By rights, it would have probably been made into bean tins 50 years ago, but it'll never get scrapped now. Would have to be something serious go wrong before it was ever taken off the road again.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it.
Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
1977 Saab 96L. One of those cars you're buying from 20 feet away. That sounds lovely. 50,000 showing. Oh, it's sweet. Gorgeous. What a well-built car. It's a 1956 AC Asica. It's absolutely gorgeous.
They didn't make many of them, and they're worth a lot of money these days.
Ford Model A, this is something a little bit special. You can't call this just a van, it's a super events truck.
It's ready to rock and roll, actually. In fact, it is the dogs, isn't it?
Super.
Another busy day looms for the family business dedicated to the buying and selling of anything with wheels.
Yeah, go on. Left hand, yeah.
Vehicles heading to their new owners.
Left hand, Dave, up here.
Oh, we're going behind the roller?
Yeah.
There we go.
Over in the office,
Oh, hi, James.
Morning, Matthewson.
Derek has a mountain of paperwork and phone calls to catch up on.
I'll have to get Derek to give you a call back.
Oh, where is Derek?
Don't know. He's about somewhere, isn't he?
You're not needing Derek to give somebody a call by any chance, are you?
What, you mean another one to add to his ever-expanding list?
If only there was a way of keeping tabs on the boss.
We need a tannoy.
This is a staff announcement for Derek Matthewson. Please report to the office. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. How will that go down? I won't answer it, will I? So that's that, isn't it? Sorted.
As usual, Derek's only too happy to escape the office. He's on his way to pick up a couple of highly desirable Swedish models. First up, a 1973 P1800 ES that spent the last couple of years in David Milner's body shop.
It's a customer's car. It's not my cup of tea. I'm more into like MGs, but it is what it is. And it's a good-looking car from every angle you look at it. It's a nice thing. We've just done bits of paint work just to tidy it up. It's not mint, but it's a nice example for the year. Alan!
Okay,
Alan, how you doing?
All right, mate, okay.
So there she is.
Aye, nice one, yeah. You've been doing some paint on it then?
Yeah, just tidied it up a little bit. I don't want to go daft with it, sort of thing.
No,
so
of course not, no. Not
solid old
I
bus.
think, yeah, it's all right, yeah. They sell well, these.
Yeah.
There's a bloke, just so I came away, just about to book in an 1800S. You
All
know,
right.
like the Simon Templar one. Like.
Yeah, I was saying to your colleague, I didn't know what we were on about.
Aye, what, Simon Templar?
Yeah.
Going back a bit, mate, isn't it? The Saint.
Yeah.
Used to watch him every Sunday night, didn't we?
We did.
He was good, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Never lost a fight, did he?
No.
Aye. Anyway, we better get this on.
The Volvo is bringing back memories for Derek.
That bonny little car, that is, yeah. Yeah, we sold it at least once before. I think we might have sold it twice, actually, but definitely once. Yeah, straighten up. Just watch them crossover ramps for us. They've always been a very desirable car since the Simon Templar thing, you know, the Saint on telly with his white one.
Yep, you're all right.
They always sell well. The 1800S, the booted one, the proper Simon Templar one's obviously that bit better, but it's that bit more expensive. Got a sneaking feeling before it's hovered around the £9,000 mark. I just can't quite remember. This, anyway, is a good seller. He's made a nice job of it. He's got the wheels done and some bits and pieces he was telling me. And I mean, really nice ones will do 14 to 15, you know, if they're really exceptional. And I mean, I wouldn't call this really exceptional, it's just okay, you know, it's a nice car. But having said that, this time that we're in now, this price blip that we're seeing, and they are running fairly high, so I'm a little bit concerned about valuing cars up, really. You know, you can value a car at 6,000 quid, which is basically where it should be, and the damn thing goes and makes 10. It really is that difficult. But around the 9 mark, I'd have said.
Let's hope it does its job for him.
This?
Yeah.
Oh, it will. They always do okay.
If you remember it first time, it had red wheels.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember that, yeah.
It looked awful.
Yeah, it looks a little bit leery, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think he tried to do a bit himself and it were all different colours and one thing another.
That's it. Right.
That's one Swede in the bag. Not far from York, there's another Scandinavian classic. A 1977 Saab 96L. Derek's been told it's in original condition.
Oh, I love old railway property. It's always big, loads of room, loads of yard space. And this is her. Right, here we are, we've found it. It's a V4 Saab. They're just a bit of an unusual bit of kit, like. I've always liked them, always admired them. They're just a fair old motor. I like the style of them. Sound old thing by the looks of things. Very tidy. Had a fair bit of paint, but it's not a bad job. Top half looks very original. One former keeper. Honest looking old thing, isn't it? She'll fire up, no doubt. Okay, there we go. Boy, don't that sound nice? That sounds lovely. 50,000 showing. Bound to be right, looking at the interior. Everything smells and shouts 50,000 mile. Right, I would think. Right, we'll have it on the wagon. What a nice old car. Lovely colour. I love yellows and this sort of bright colours. Not everyone's cup of tea. A lot of people like maroons and stuff like that. I'm not into that. I like these bright pastel colours. That is just gorgeous, that. I love that car. Oh, you won't see many of them. It's the traditional early style Saab, that's it. And you can see the likeness to the modern Saabs, really, with a rounded front and what have you know. But these here, I mean, they're just elegant, sloping body, aren't they? I think it's absolutely super. Much better than the Volvos to drive. Much, much nicer thing. Far more fun. Look how nice that is. What a lovely little touch. Like a work of art, isn't it? Isn't that beautiful? And smooth and quiet. Gorgeous. What a well-built car. Forget about the models. This is streets ahead of that Volvo. If I was forced to buy one or the other, I'd buy this, full stop. If they were both the same money, I'd buy that. Even though that's not worth as much as the Volvo, I would still buy that. I think the Saab would do 6 or 7. But it just might surprise you. This might do 10 grand, this car. It would never surprise me. And I I'm not saying it's worth it, but it might do it. Proper car.
It's just been manic since 8:30. Who can remember when there's 500 lots?
A packed showroom full of vehicles to suit all tastes and budgets.
Everything's got a price, haven't they? There's other ones out there, so...
I always said to my wife, as soon as I find a car that I like, that suits me, I shall keep it. And she says, you say that every time.
One of the joys of owning an older car is that you don't have to be a millionaire to feel like one.
It's what you remember, so when you get in the car, you feel younger.
But occasionally a motor pops up that's in a slightly different league. Nestled in rural North Yorkshire is a rather rare classic.
Well, it looks pretty.
Looking good, yes.
It's a sophisticated car, not for abusing, but just for using as it wants to go. It's a friendly car as well, isn't it? You always feel happy in it.
John Coverdale has owned the car for 23 years, but he and his wife Pat have decided it's time to sell.
That's an AC Seeker, 1955 it was built. It's a jolly nice car. It handles well, it goes well. They didn't make many of them, and they're worth a lot of money these days.
Only 328 AC Seekers were made. The early versions had 2-litre engines built by AC, but John's motor has a 2.6-litre Ford Zephyr unit, which was fitted by a famous musician.
At one stage, it belonged to Nick Mason, the drummer in Pink Floyd. He took the Bristol engine out and put a Ford Zephyr engine in.
AC already had a rich sports pedigree, but in the post-war era, with the production of the Ace, they exploited the market of wealthy speedsters in sheepskin jackets. The Seeker was the Ace in hardtop form, built from ash, steel and aluminium. Its nimble handling appealed to the American market. But the daddy of all ACs is the Cobra. US race legend Carroll Shelby combined muscle with old-school British style, creating a rabble-rousing monster that was even blamed for the 70 miles per hour speed limit being introduced. The Cobra was iconic, but not universally appreciated.
They look a bit vulgar to me. I'm an old-fashioned chap, you see, and it's rather like putting enormous boobs on a good-looking girl, isn't it? You don't want to go that far, for heaven's sake. Appreciate what you've got.
John and Pat have been on many a long journey in their Seeker.
All over Europe, really.
We went around the tip of Italy in it, and with 30 other cars and 60 old people.
We never got as far as Switzerland. We never wanted to, actually.
Yes, we've had some good trips in it.
We have a bit of a thing for France. We're not wildly enthusiastic about the French people, of course.
I'm not going to get into that, John.
Yes,
we can't get into that.
Right,
we're not going to do politics.
Yeah.
And the one thing about this is you can put some luggage in it.
Yes, there you are.
So when the hammer goes down...
Well...
It was on the market for 120,000.
Yes, it was on at 120,000. And we'd be very happy at that. Oh, yes.
Back at the Pickering showroom, a new arrival.
It's a 1930s Ford Model A hot dog truck. It's come from Daytona in America. It's been serving hot dogs for the past 10 years on the racing circuit.
Mick Thompson bought this unusual imported Ford Model A to use it as it should be.
I run a catering company, so it's just an unusual truck, really. It's quite unique. I've never seen one ever. We're in the catering industry, like when it starts again, which will be next year because there's blinking COVID. Otherwise, we'd have kept it. It is the dogs, isn't it?
Sort of ballpark figure we sort of...
well, we're hoping it makes about £20,000.
You think it'll be a sad moment when it finally does get...
Yeah, I do actually, yeah, but I just hope it, I hope it brings somebody, like a bit of luck. You can't keep everything, can you?
Super.
Resident discerning aficionado of the older vehicle, Bubbles, gives her the once-over.
Whilst the paintwork is brilliant, it is absolutely sound and a really good example of the sort of trucks that are running around the States. It's a hillbilly truck, really, isn't it? They'll obviously have taken the wooden back off at some stage and built on it a body with various gubbins inside. It's quirky. It's unique. We've all seen Moggy Thousands. You don't see many of these, do you? Here we go. Gee whiz. Coffee dispenser. A nice little ladle, I suppose that's for dishing out tomato ketchup or whatever. Done in stainless steel. The vendor can't have been that big because he's by American standards. That was Karen. Karen did the hot dogs, Ford, I think it's a 28 horsepower engine. Most Ford flathead engines look like that. I don't think they all came with the clothes pegs, but that's probably an operational necessity. But the beauty of these old Fords, the parts are still available, so you can keep going, To the right man, you're probably looking at 15,000 in that region. To build it would probably cost a lot more. I may be proven wrong in the end. There you are. You'll get me locked up for this. Pretend the wind's blowing. I think it's been signed by Donald Trump somewhere. That's me done. Bye-bye.
As auction day approaches, the two Swedish beauties are still patiently waiting for their time in the spotlight. And Derek is still amused by the Saab 96's finer points.
I'm just smelling the newness of that Saab coming out there. And I have a theory about Saabs, why they didn't sell in this country. They were always a little bit maybe too aerodynamic for us British. They were a little bit spaceship looking, weren't they? I mean, this is second edition of the Jowett, that's basically what it is. And I wonder whether they maybe made one or two little mistakes, like putting in the unpopular and not at all highly thought of V4 Ford engine, which I must be the only person in the country that actually loves the engine, because I had fantastic experience of them and I think they're a brilliant engine. Build quality is excellent. The door shuts, plenty of paint on there. Everything you want in the way of instrumentation. So I find it difficult to find any negatives about the car, to be honest.
And of course, ahead of its time for safety, we have seatbelts.
Absolutely, well and truly, yes, seatbelts, yes, and impact bumpers. So yeah, I can't speak highly enough of it. I think the example itself is lovely. So it's a nice low mileage car in very, very honest original condition. And I think there's no reason in the world why it shouldn't find an adoring home at the next auction. If it were mine, I'd be gutted if it didn't do £7,000 plus. It's worth every penny of that. And I can see it doing it quite comfortably.
You don't get many Swedes in, and then actually two coming all at once. You've got a Volvo.
Yeah, we've got a Volvo 1800 ES, and they're again very popular. Yeah, the Swedish sports coupe. With the greatest respect to the vendor and the car, not in the same league as the Saab, condition-wise, not in the same league. Very strong car, we all know that. Go on forever, can't wear them out, we all know that. A few cosmetic issues and bits and pieces. Just generally speaking, not as original, not as mint, not as honest a car as the Saab, but it is what it is. Good sellers. I think the last one we sold was about £9,000. I can see this one pushing on that way. Two beautifully made cars, one particularly beautifully made car, another one very, very good. And they all had their place in the market, but it weren't a big market, especially for Saab.
Over in Pickering, the 1930 Model A hot dog van is attracting a few admirers, and Charlie Gabb is hot on the scent.
We have a cafe, motorist cafe, and this would be ideal to advertise the place or to actually use on events as well. It could be parked up in the middle of the show field on busy events if we ever get any again. They'll come up very often, I suppose. So it could tick a lot of boxes. If all the gear works, but I haven't got a clue what I'm looking at.
Model A, this is something a little bit special. You can't call this just a van, it's a super events truck. Beautiful bit of kit. This will pull the customers in. Wow, start me on it. 10 I've got, 10, 11, 12, 12,005, 12,5, 13, 13,5, 13,500. Big money-making job, this. Money back in a year on this, probably in a month. Get to the right events, buy, 14. You get yourself to the right events, you'll clean up with this, and they'll all be going next year. Don't you worry, people are dying to get out to events. Make a bomb on this next year. Here's the 5 anywhere. 14, I can submit it. £14,000, selling it provisionally then. Provisional 14. We're a bit off, but we'll talk and we'll try and do a deal.
Up in the office, a sheepish phone call from the purchaser. Their pet dog inadvertently made the winning internet bid.
That's how it goes, isn't it? But yeah, I should give a size 10 to the dog and... All right, not to worry. Thanks for ringing. All right, bye now. It's the dog, everybody.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She does sound a bit distraught. But anyway, that's life, isn't it? Apparently the dog jumped on her knee and pressed the button.
You got that to be off.
I think it was a genuine, I think, you know, but I mean, you don't know, do you? I don't know.
Do you think the dog got excited by the fact that it was a hot dog?
Well, I wondered that, yeah. Maybe you got a scent of some hot dogs in the pipeline.
Or will the dog end up in
Maybe
the
it's a sausage dog. Maybe it could see the end looming.
At the next auction, the hot dog van is back again.
Now, buyer on this one last time defaulted. The Labrador bid on this last time, apparently. Start me on it, got some interest with me. Where? 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13,013, 13, 2, 13, 4, 13, 4, 13, 4. Well, let's hope that's not a Labrador.
The Model A goes for 600 quid less than the Labrador offered. But owner Mick Thompson is prepared to let it off the lead to a new owner in Surrey. With hundreds of vehicles going through the auction every month, there's a constant battle to find room for new arrivals.
Not too many cars, not enough room. Not enough parking space. Not too many cars, definitely not.
The problem is, the motors keep on coming.
I heard a Chinese whisper that there's like 9 coming in, load of motorbikes and a van full of memorabilia.
No, it is a lovely car. No, you're right.
But with sale day approaching, there'll be departures.
Hello, Matthewson's. Oh, you're welcome, no problem at all.
Hopefully heading for the door is one of the stylish Swedes.
The 1973 Volvo P1800. So, here we go. We've got 5,
Well, at the moment it's at 5.5 on the internet.
5,005 down there.
It's at 5,750 now.
5,750. Someone's shouting 6. David, thank you. 6 says David. 6,250 says Will on the internet.
6.5.
6,250. Are we there? 6,5 says Jordan. 6,750. Back on. 7, Jordan. 7 says Jordan. At £7,000. 7,250.
Well, it's entitled to you.
7,250. 7,5. At 7 3/4 Jordan. 7,750 says Jordan.
8,000 on the internet.
8 1/4. 8,250. 8,5 back on the internet with Will at 8,5. 8,750 back with Jordan. Are we all there then at 8,000? No, we're not. It's 9. 9,250 says Jordan's man on the phone.
bid, right?
Fair warning at 9,250.
Oh,
9,5. Tell him not to leave it to the last minute. He nearly missed that there. 9,005. Jordan back in again. 10. At 10,000 on the phone. 10 1/4 says Jordan's man. 10 1/4. 10,250. At 10,250. Are we done? Is that right, Jordan? Look at me. 10,250. Yeah. £10,250. We all done.
There you go, Roy. Congratulations, 10,250. Bear with me one moment. Good man, congratulations. You got yourself a car.
You are the lucky winner of lot number 298, the Volvo. You know. I'm glad you know.
The reason I'm ringing you now is to take a deposit from you.
He was really chilled out, to be fair, to start off with. I know I wouldn't be if I was spending that amount of money on a car. When I told him that he'd won it and that he was the final bid and the hammer had gone down, yeah, he sounded really happy.
The Volvo will soon be shipped out to a new owner in Cheshire. Paul's out on the road. He's on his way to pick up John Coverdale's AC Escort, and he's already had a busy morning.
We just picked up an RS 1600i Escort, and now I've come for an AC Escort, of which, I'll be absolutely honest, when I heard about it, I had to Google it embarrassingly. Yeah, I'd never heard of one. They only built a handful, so yeah, I'm quite excited about it, really. Pretty, isn't it? A pretty little car. Nice in there. Yeah. No, what a lovely little thing. Here he is. How are you?
OK, do you find your way around?
Yes, no problem at all, yes. Good looking little car, John.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Style without being sort of flamboyant or
Not
anything.
too ostentatious.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
I think it would be fair to say most people won't know what it is, will they?
People come up and say, it's an Aston Martin, isn't it? And I say, good heavens, do I look as careworn as that, you know? And they don't know what I'm talking about, they just wander away.
Time for it to move on,
I think so, yes.
Yes.
I keep banging on about this as if I'm proud of it. I'm not proud of being 85, but I am 85, and bits and pieces are just getting to me now.
I know. It's catching up with you a little.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lovely car to drive. It's a kind car. It's on your side, you know, you don't fight it.
No, I know what you mean. Good job, right. Well, we'll have a loaded up.
Yeah.
It's a big decision to let the car go. Now, there's just a price to negotiate.
What are we doing reserve-wise?
Around the six-figure mark.
Yes.
Yes, I'm quite happy at that. And I hope people have as much fun with it as I've had.
Don't mix up your tea-cut and your polishing cloths.
Derek could write a book about all the tricks of the trade he's learned during the last 50 years.
Now here we've got full Capri, as you can see. This is a 2-litre S, and I just thought it would be interesting just to show people just what can be done with old paintwork. This colour does tend to degenerate quite quickly, goes milky. I used to love buying cars in this condition, deteriorated paint finish and what have you. Lovely, that's exactly what I wanted, because I knew I could bring that car back. In the early days, all we had was tea-cut and elbow grease. In later days, we had power mops, electric mops and such like. Exactly the same system as flattening and polishing a car, simple as that. Well, it's already been flatted, so basically all you've got to do is polish it. We would tea-cut by hand to bring them back, restore the colour. So we're talking about thousands of cars being tea-cut and polished, which will explain why my elbows are worn out. But we reap the benefit because our cars look so gleaming and sparkling when they went in the showroom. And as every dealer will tell you, don't paint it unless you really, really have to. An immaculate resprayed car is fine, but it's not original. It is so important to maintain originality. It is priceless. So it's telling you that it hasn't been messed about with, it hasn't been smashed up, it hasn't had rust dealt with and full of filler and all the rest of it, because it's original.
Just arrived at Pickering, John Coverdale's gleaming AC Escort.
If you said which one do you want to go home in, it'd have to be that, I think. Yeah, just because it's different and quirky and rare, really. I think it's a very elegant looking old car, really.
A bit like yourself.
Well, some might say. It's a real driver's car. 5-speed gearbox in there, 6-cylinder, triple carbs and all the rest of it. There's a slight exhaust blow there, I heard when we put it on the trailer. But, you know, good service up and off you trot. Wheels want painting, look. A little bit of paint around the body here and there. If you were bothered, 6 2/3 really, isn't it? If you make it too nice, you're scared to use them, aren't you? I'm assuming it's quite comfy and a good cruiser. We'll see, won't we? I think this is the main reason it's here, if you ask me.
What, you can't get in?
No, and then you can't get out, more importantly. I'm right enthusiastic and looking forward to a quick spin in it. You know, they should be out and used, albeit sparingly. feels lovely. Feels like there's too much air in the tyres, they feel really hard. But nice gears and things, only just touch fifth, only just for 100 yards, but it feels real long-legged. It feels real nice, yeah.
So for a moment, you were on the Amalfi?
Oh, for a moment, I don't know where that is, but for a moment, I was off, yeah. For 2 pins, if he'd have left it full of petrol, I'd have been off down the seaside of Scarborough, maybe, or somewhere. Don't want to risk it too far, do we? We don't know the old girl.
Auction day's looming and it's all getting a bit hectic.
Oh, God, good question. I can't see it being this week, mate, I'm afraid. We're absolutely chock-a-block up here. It's just gone absolutely bonkers. We're going to have to put a second floor in somewhere, I think.
Looking for a new home is John Coverdale's much-loved AC Escort.
That car has caused some serious interest from what would appear to be some serious buyers. And it should do, because you can't go down to Tesco's and buy them. They're out of stock of them, ACSE. So when you come across one as nice and as genuine looking as that, yeah, I think you've got to get off your backside and do something about getting it bought.
And of course, people are wanting to know more about things, aren't they, over the phone these days?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, yeah, the way the situation is. So consequently, it never stops.
No.
With closed auctions, there's always last-minute questions from prospective buyers.
All right, can you have another quick chat with me, please? I've dealt with that car from day one, so I probably know more than anybody about it. So fire away. What?
So Paul's suddenly become the expert.
Well, he knows more than anyone else here.
I.e. you.
Well, then most people know more than me. Unless it's coaches.
And yes, I remember coming back, and exactly as you say, I like to just have a quick glance on tick over, and I think they were exactly where you've just said from memory.
Well, it's worth 100,000, isn't it, they tell me. I don't know where it's going to get to, you just don't know, do you? There's not that many people out there looking for ACs, but my advice really is if you're wanting one, you come across a nice one, and it's reasonably priced, not cheap, then I can't see how you can not buy it, because you're not queuing up. So we'll see.
Here it is, it's lot number 250, it's a 1956 AC Escort. It's absolutely gorgeous, we love it very much. I've got some bids with me, start me on it now. 60, 65, 70. 70,000 with me, 72.5, 75. With me, 75, 77,500. 77,500. 77,500. Can I say 80? Beautiful bit of kit, 77.5.
Well, thank you for
we'll
your
chat
time
with
anyway.
the vendor, 77.5.
Cheers, bye-bye.
Disappointing money, worth more, 77.5.
The Escort doesn't reach the six-figure sum owner John Coverdale was hoping for, and he heads back home.
I like that little car, I thought it was a cracker, but to be blunt, I fear it was too expensive. Marvin! So yeah, he was hoping for around about 100 really, wasn't he? This ain't working, this, is it?
For the last few weeks, there's been two good-looking Swedish models in the showroom. A 1973 Volvo P1800 ES and a Saab 96L from 1977. Both have a loyal following. And near Pickering, they've been gathering to celebrate one of Scandinavia's most famous exports.
What else came out of Sweden? ABBA, Brit Eklund, IKEA.
Meatballs, Swedish meatballs.
What else came out of Sweden? Volvo. Wash my mouth out.
Is what?
Having ruled out those contenders, that leaves Saab, the manufacturer of fighter jets and unconventional motors.
Lovely. In fact, when you get the engine out, you wonder how the hell it fits in there.
And as you can imagine, devotion amongst these Saab owners runs deep.
I love them. It still smells the same. You've still got that same smell about it somehow, even though we've had it since 1983.
They're very well made, they're well engineered, they're good fun.
I think it's a bit like the guys who own them, really. We're all quite unusual.
Well, I'm Dave Harrett.
Dave Harrett. And Dave, what's your car?
This is half my car, the other half belongs to Alwyn. It's a joint-owned car.
Which half do you own, the front or the back?
Whichever half is working well.
Which half is working well?
Well, all of it at the moment.
I think there's one in America done 3 million miles.
Saab went bankrupt in 2011. The company had produced an illustrious roll call of memorable motors, from the 96s to the 99s, and of course, the 900s. And much of the Saab back catalogue is on display today.
So the oldest one we've got is from 1965. The newest is from 2001-ish, something like that, with lots in between.
Al Philpott is from the Saab Owners Club of Great Britain.
My Saab, yeah, it's a 72, 73 model Saab Sonnet 3. It's got a 1700 Ford V4, same as the 96s used. It was sold into the US, like most of them were, and imported to the UK in 1981. There's only 18 Sonnet 3s in the UK.
It's got no more power than yours.
Well,
probably not. It can nearly pull the skin off a bowl of custard.
What's the appeal of the Saab?
For me, it's kind of genetic, I think, because I grew up underneath these things, working on them with my dad when I was a kid. I saw my Sonnet when I was 11 years old, and I said then I wanted to buy that car. It took me nearly 40 years, but I finally got there.
Saab may have ground to a halt, but the loyalty never faded.
probably the most visually distinctive car around at the time.
They were strongly into ergonomics, so the drive, it's a good word, that, isn't it, ergonomics?
It is a good word. What does it mean?
Well, it's really the less a driver has to think about, and if everything's in reach and falls naturally.
These engines were all painted red. It's got a twin-pipe exhaust system. All the upholstery was bespoke. It's a wooden steering wheel. A lot of the design elements of this were inspired by Alfa Romeo.
The earlier two-strokes were definitely a bit off the wall. When if you went out back in the day and bought one of those in the UK, you were definitely considered to be slightly idiosyncratic, I would suspect.
Impact absorbing bumpers, seat belts, you know, the number of Saab firsts goes on and on and on.
We love it, especially wife, she loves it. I mean, the seats and everything, it's got like crash metal in the doors. And she always says she feels safer in this than anything else. She'd get rid of me before she got rid of this, I'll tell you that one out.
When you compare the used values of the old Saabs now with their peers from the 60s and 70s, I think they're massively undervalued. But the good news is, now that the values are starting to creep up, it means that owners are willing to invest in decent restorations rather than, you know, perhaps the quick and dirty stuff we might have seen in the past, because you can see a return on it. So, you know, that will save more of these cars.
And of course, the main thing about Saab is that it isn't the other Swedish brand that they don't like to talk about.
I mean, this is the thinking man's Volvo, isn't it?
Right, I think we'll leave that there.
Back at Thornton-le-Dale, they're still selling cars.
Definitely 5-speed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely 5-speed, Ken, yeah.
Hiya, it's Lucy at Matthewson's.
Next up, the other of the glamorous showroom Swedes, the 1977 Saab 96L.
Everyone in the world seemed to be ringing this week. What's this? What's that? What's the inner wheel arch? What's this? Have a look behind that light. Oh, my days. There's bound to be a little tiny bit of rot somewhere on it, but the car's lovely, just lovely. We had 1 million people, loads of you, just hassling us because they're all rotten and awful, except that one. It isn't, it's not perfect and it's not a show winner, but it's a lovely car.
But the prospective bidder's enthusiasm isn't rubbing off on all the staff.
Saab 96.
That yellow thing.
Not the best colours, is it?
You look like you're driving a yellow canary, weren't you, really?
A customer phoned up and said, that baby 6 Saab you've got. Custard, I would have said.
You don't like it then?
No.
(1977) Saab 96L. One of those cars you buy from 20 feet away. As soon as I walked into the shed, I knew the car was right. Start me on it. Eight I've got, £8,000 I've got. 8,250.
8.5.
Well, thank you.
9,000, you missed it. 9,350. 9,550. 9,750. £10,000. £10,000 on sale and away and going. 10-1. 10,001.
You're asking for 10-2.
Next buying it, 10-2. 10-4. 10-6, not now. 10-8, you're out, Rob. 10,009. Fill it up. 11.
11-1.
11-1, fresh blood. 11-2, Rob's phone. All done. 11-4. 11-5. In the hall, was that right, Jack? 11.5 in the hall. It's 11.6, internet's back in. 11.7, Saab,
11.8.
96,
11.8.
11.8, David's bid. 11.9. 11.9, be warned, I'm going to sell it. 11.9 for the 12,000, Rob. 12.1, 12,002. 12.3. Are you sure you're all done? 12.3. Thank you very much for your bidding. Brilliant.
The Saab goes for more than twice its reserve to a new owner in Yorkshire.
There was so much interest in that car.
Somebody's a happy Saab 96 owner.
Well, I hope so. I'm sure they will be when they see it, you know. So I'm glad it sold, and I'm glad it did well, and I'd like another one for next sale.
Saabs have their fans, but for Roy Sabaton, there's only one car that can lay claim to being Swedish royalty. The Volvo P1800 ES.
I sold one of these cars in 1970 and it was £2,250. It was about half the price of a semi-detached house.
He's still recovering from the excitement of the auction.
Well, what a fantastic looking car. It was incredibly traumatizing. And since I'd already bought the owner's manual a few days earlier, I more or less had to buy the car to go with it. I've never driven a Volvo P1800. It did seem a bit crazy to actually buy a car that I've not actually seen in the flesh, as it were, never driven, but I simply decided I was going to have it. So I just said to Jordan, just keep bidding, keep bidding. And eventually the car was mine.
Roy's been on the hunt for a red P1800 after spotting one on holiday in Austria. And it reminded him of another classic that he used to have.
If you haven't seen a Bristol 406, it's not unlike this Volvo 1800 ES. Certainly the front of it and the way the bonnet opens reminds me tremendously of the Bristol I had over nearly 50 years ago. The car has quite a comprehensive instrument panel. We've got over here a clock, sadly not working, oil pressure gauge which does work, fuel gauge which works, there's a tachometer, and it's got an oil temperature gauge and a water temperature gauge. So rather more than I think you would get in many cars of the era.
A few electrical problems stopped the Volvo from running smoothly, but Roy's worked through them and is now hitting the road.
It does generate some reactions. One guy I drove past simply stood back and beamed. I gave him a good wave. I could see he was appreciating the car. And then on another occasion, I had a conversation at traffic lights. They wanted to know things like engine size and how old it was. And then the lights changed and we moved off in different directions. People do like to see them, yes. I mean, it's not a car that you're going to see on the road every day. In fact, I can't recall the last time I actually saw one. So it's a very unusual car. And there's a certain satisfaction in not having a run-of-the-mill motor car. Gearbox is good. Steering is a little heavy, but I think that's how it was in that era. Certainly, I think it's capable of keeping up with traffic. In its day, it would do well over 100 miles an hour, so should be capable of cruising at 70 miles an hour, I would think. A car like this has got character, and I can have a good amount of fun just sitting in the garage with it and getting it to run properly. The driving is a kind of secondary. I mean, some people, once they've got their car sorted out, sell them on, you know, but that won't be what's happening with this car. I intend to keep it for a good number of years, probably indefinitely, and hope to carry out a few car tours with it.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on. That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
The 1970 Lancia Fulvia Sport. You can't get a more genuine car than this one.
For the age of it, it's quite sophisticated, really, both in the engineering and in the fittings in the car itself.
1951 Sunbeam Talbot 90 drophead. Absolute beauty. What a car. Everybody wants one of these, myself included. I love one.
Done everything on this car. Everything. Never been to a garage or anything. A pleasure to drive now.
Now there's something you don't see every day. A Rover P5B motor caravan.
Smiles per miles is fantastic. I just absolutely love driving it.
No, SF, Sierra Foxtrot.
Pickering. And amongst the chaos, a little bit of order.
Fear not, I've got it.
Paul's having a reshuffle. Sarah's on the showroom floor.
Derek, it's time to wake up now. Come on.
And in the office, Dave's planning his next job. A trip to the other side of the Pennines to collect an iconic Italian sports car.
We're off to meet David. David has owned this Lancia Fulvia Sport for 40 years, which is nice. So A, it's an unusual car, and B, it's lovely the fact that long-term ownership is nice, you know. So I'm looking forward to meeting David.
Many classic car owners dream of having an Italian thoroughbred in the garage. But not far from Bolton, David Brown's preparing to say goodbye to a car he's cherished but no longer uses.
This is a 1969/1970 first series Lancia Fulvia Sport 1.3S. This model had a Zagato styled body, as distinct from the normal coupe that most people see around.
In the hands of Milan-based coach builders Zagato, the Fulvia Sport was designed to take on the might of Alfa Romeo.
If you think back to late 1960s cars, they were fairly basic things, weren't they? And this is rather more sophisticated than that, both in the engineering and in the fittings in the car itself, and of course the design of the body. There's a switch on the dashboard that raises the hatch by about 2 inches, and there's a catch inside, then you can open it fully. You can do that whilst you're driving to give some through flow of air for ventilation purposes. Quite advanced for its time.
In early saloon form, the Fulvia Berliner had all the aerodynamics of the Colosseum. But underneath, the car was well ahead of the rest. But as the 60s swung, so did the designer's ambition. graceful lines made car buyers swoon, and the good-looking coupe was a proven winner. In the hands of the man behind the Aston Martin DB4 Zagato, the Fulvia changed again. Lightweight, but also muscular. The engine never matched the looks, but the car always turned heads. For David, deciding to sell his Lancia hasn't been easy.
I've made the decision about 5 times over the last 3 years and backed out every time. But this time I'm determined that it really is time for it to go. So that's it, I'm done. I'll look at it rather wistfully as it goes back down the drive for the last time, I suppose.
Meanwhile, in a South Yorkshire lockup, it's business as usual for serial renovator Tony Brooks.
This is what we do all day, every day.
All for fun.
All for fun. Love it.
You must be mad.
I'm still smiling.
A star is about to emerge.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
This is Project Apollo, a 1969 Rover P5B. With a camper van behind the driver's seat.
The name Apollo, that was actually my wife's idea. We were trying to think of a suitable name for it. And because it's a 1969 car, first thing what came to Alison's head was the moon landings. The guy who owned it took a perfectly straight Rover P5 coupe, chopped it in half, and then had the camper conversion coach built on the back.
The Lunar Rover is the 20th car that Tony, his brother Gus, and wife Alison have renovated.
My brother's a master welder, so he does all the welding. I do all the bodywork. My wife Alison, she does all the interiors. So together, between us, we can make them mint. It's hard work, don't get me wrong. The amount of hours we put into it, you never get back what you put in. But that's not the point, you know.
There wasn't a great deal left inside. The mice had got in there, they were, you know, it was just crumbled and everything had to be taken back to start again, you know, and to bring a fresh new piece of life to it all. I've reupholstered all the seating, give it a bit of a sparkle effect, going with the starry moon landings. They won't go far wrong with this. For a few comfortable nights somewhere.
The Brooks family have been on holiday all over the UK in the Rover camper, usually ending up at a car show. Tony won't take a penny less than 12 grand for it.
It holds a big part of my life, you know, there's a lot of sentiment to me in it. I just absolutely love driving it. It scares other people to death sometimes, but once you get used to it, smiles per miles is fantastic.
Back in the northwest, Dave's arrived to collect the 1970 Lancia Fulvia Zagato, and he's straight down to business.
We're going to 15k upwards, aren't we?
If you think that's a reasonable thing to do.
I think we ought to try. They're all over the place, as we know.
Yeah.
There's not that many that do come up. And we've just got to peg it where it's attractive enough for someone and leave some room for the next owner to take it up to, you know, another level.
Yes.
You know? Right. So, ignition on. Throttle, that one there, David?
Yes, it is.
That's it.
Turn to the right and push.
David's had the car 40 years and they become part of the family. It's just how emotional they are, you know. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be very emotional.
Very strange, you know. Just said goodbye to it, really.
Yeah, to the point where I've turned around before now. I've gone up the end of the road and turned around and thought, no, this doesn't feel good, this, you know, and gone back and said, look, you're really, really sure, because it'll come off just as easy as it went on. And no, it's got to go, it's got to go. So, yeah, they are. That should be okay.
Hopefully it will go to a good home. We will see.
Pickering and the Lancia Fulvia Sport has arrived, along with the weather from Bolton.
Well, it's only fitting because we loaded it in the pouring rain. And now we're unloading it in the rain, so...
Just gonna go and pop and get my false chest hair and the medallion. A little bit of a misfire, but to be fair, it does actually ride really well. It does.
How many cylinders should it have?
Well, she's got 4, but she's a little bit fluffy because it hasn't been used a great deal in recent times, but it runs along lovely, to be fair.
There are good looks and, under the bonnet, engineering expertise.
A little twin cam. It's only, what, 8 inches long? Great little thing, isn't it? And they do have a note all to their own. Some of these little Lancia and Alpha twin cam lumps, they do sound well. Yeah, especially obviously when they're on either a big fuel injection system or a big set of carbs.
With such a strong Italian pedigree, there's much to like. But Dave spotted a potential problem.
There's a small market of people that put up with left-hand drive. Yeah, left-hand drive is the biggest killer. There's not going to be a bun fight for it, I don't think, like there will the Volvo that's parked next door to it, you know. There's 20, 30 times more people will be chasing one of those than one of those. A real limited market, but we shall see. See how it goes on auction day.
Over at Thornton-le-Dale, redevelopment plans are nearing completion.
Morning, Matthews. Do you though? Morning, Matthewsons.
The builders have been extending the office to relocate the workforce.
Beautiful. Hello, Matthewsons.
The electricians have been, and the painter has started.
It's coming along nicely.
Yeah, we're getting there, yeah. It's just a time element, you know, lack of it.
And today, the carpet fitters are in.
Didn't know I was carpet fitter, did you?
No. There's still a lot to do yet, isn't there, really? But I just thought, if I can get this strip done, you see, this bit's on its way, isn't it, you know?
Expectations are riding high over the new luxury office.
Looking forward to getting back to Thornton-Dale then.
Head office, as they call it.
Paul's putting a bit of carpet down for you.
Yeah, some carpet tiles. Apparently the underfloor heating's gone in. Cold.
And some nice worktops, no expense incurred, spared.
Hey, you what? They're finest quality then.
What IT support's gone in here then?
Oh, we've got everything here.
Have you?
Oh!
You wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, it's all wired into a port thingy in there. And then, and I think that can then be run across here if we need it, I think, yeah.
The project continues. Every vehicle that comes to auction has a story.
Belong to Roy Orbison, you know.
Some have been workhorses.
Obviously, it's a little 5 underweight truck, isn't it? That's all it would be. But that's nothing to stop you putting 50 underweight on it, is it?
Others barely used.
Just literally delivery mileage, yeah, which is lovely, isn't it?
But nearly all have been loved. And in the northeast, one man's pride and joy is about to be collected.
There's a lot of me in that car, yeah.
Retired engineer John Moore has had this immaculate 1951 Sunbeam Talbot for 17 years. He spent most of that time doing it up.
We were all reluctant handymen, you know, in the old days. We didn't have any money, so we had to do these things, and we learnt a lot. It's quite an achievement. You're proud of it all.
John's handiwork included changing the front seats and the gear system from column shift stick to floor mounted. But that's not all he's done.
I painted this car. I've done everything on this car, everything. I've restitched the hood. I've made a hood cover. It's never been out to a garage or anything, and that's paid off being this reluctant handyman in my youth. It's paid off as I've got older.
John has happy memories of his time with the Sunbeam. Roof down tours to numerous rallies with his wife Anne, and spending time with his friends at the local car club. But now it's time to say goodbye.
I'm 75. It's getting tough now to keep these vehicles going. I've got a bit of ill health, and I think now's the time for somebody else to enjoy the car. I've enjoyed it. It'll be wonderful if somebody else gets it and enjoys it for another 20 years. That would be wonderful. It's just a lovely car.
Back at Pickering.
Just turn it down a little bit, shall I? How's that? Does that sound a bit better?
And it's another making the best of it closed auction.
It tends to be quite busy the Monday before auction extravaganza.
Do you think? That's the stupidest question that anyone's ever asked me. Of course it's busy. We've got an auction to put on.
For this one, there are nearly 400 entries.
You've got quite a lot of cars in at the moment.
Ah, a few, I think, yeah. Bit to go at. That's what we say, John, bit to go at. Yeah.
Today's star attraction is from a fine year, 1970, from the hands of master designer Zagato.
Here we go, the Lancia Fulvia Sport, a very unusual car, not a common thing on the market at all. £9,500, 9,500, 9,500, 9,750. Looking nice, this car is £30,000. 9,750, 10,000, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,500 must be the buy of the sale, 10,750. At £10,750, 11, 11,000. Fair warning at £11,000. 11,000 provisional. We'll see what we can do.
The hammer price is well under the reserve of 15 grand, but Ange has had a message.
The owner of the Lancia has rung and said he would accept anything over 10, really. So I rang the provisional bidder, who is Mr. Justin Bank, so I think it's a trader, and he stood on it as 11, so I've done the deal. It looks a bit of a mean machine, doesn't it? Nice car, actually.
Not far from Sunderland, and Paul's arrived to pick up John Moore's Sunbeam Talbot 90.
Is it a Talbot Sunbeam? Sunbeam Talbot? From here, it looks a nice car, doesn't it? Drop head. Hope it stays dry. Let's go for a look. How are you doing? All right?
Fine.
Hey, she's quite straight down the sides.
She's not bad, is she?
No. She's not a bad old car at all, is it? I take it we've got a roof, have we?
Keeps most of it out.
What sort of money are we thinking?
I thought 15.
Right, yeah.
Is that sensible? Or ambitious?
I think it might be ambitious, but having said that, I don't know, because where are you going to go for another one?
Exactly. We'll see what happens.
That's right, yeah.
See? I would like to keep it, but...
it looks like you might be busy enough in there.
My health, well, that's the next one's going out. 37 Vauxhall.
All right, yeah.
I haven't hardly used that one, I couldn't sort it.
Right.
But I didn't want my wife left with all this stuff to get rid of.
Sorting out.
You've got to get sorted out.
Yes, yes.
I've had a good life, and
yeah.
I hope somebody nice gets the car.
That's right, yeah.
You know?
Yes, anyway, I think we ought to have this top up before we all get wet.
Right.
Time stops for no man, and the numbers in John's car club have dwindled too.
Is it a finger trapper?
It's not too bad. They're not so popular now, the older cars. All the people are dying who had an affinity with these cars, who drove these cars when they were young. My mate with his MG TF has to get the instruction book out every time he puts his hood up. This one's not that bad.
I'm in this position more and more, you know. Some people, like John here, tries to get his affairs in order.
That's it, that's better.
before the decline of his health overtakes him. You know, not wanting to leave it all to the good lady. Equally, I get to just as many places now where they think that day's never going to come, and yeah, I end up dealing with the widow, and yeah, they end up inevitably in a bit of a mess with it all, really. So it's not a nice thing, is it? It's something that's going to come to us all. That is a fact, sooner or later. Yeah, sadly, some sooner rather than later. That one's shut in. That's it. And we're there. I'll take a steady run back.
Don't lose it off.
No, no, no. No.
Love the trouble, love the breakdowns. Sad, isn't it? Sad. Yeah. Yeah, enjoying changing the gearbox. Enjoying the work, you know? And when you put it in and everything works, fantastic. You're thrilled to bits.
In Thornton-le-Dale, the peculiar Rover P5B campervan, codename Apollo, is about to make contact with Mission Control.
Yeah, how about this then, eh? Oh, wow.
The proud owners are used to people being confused by it.
Yeah, it's not quite what you expect inside, really, is it?
It's got nothing. I mean, everything from the front doors forward.
Yeah.
It's, you know, P5 cool.
Yeah. What's all that then? Looks like sugar or something. What's all that on there?
It's a sparkly carpet.
Is it?
Yeah, it's covered. The whole thing's covered in it. Well, it's the Apollo theme, space theme.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's certainly different, isn't it? You haven't got the old necessary.
It's got all the mod cons. Basically, the interior is a modern caravan.
Bit unusual, isn't it?
I absolutely love it.
Why are you selling it then? What's up?
Maybe it's a time to move on. Let somebody else enjoy it.
It's going to float somebody's boat. It's obviously floated yours, isn't it?
Yes.
What are we going to put it up for?
Really, realistically, I wouldn't like to sell it for less than 12 if we can manage that.
Well, I'll go on record and tell you I don't think it'll do it. But it wouldn't surprise me if it done 10. But I don't think it'll do 12.
It's worth what somebody will pay for it.
You're dead right. So yeah, we can but try, can't we? You know, we like doing this sort of stuff because, in my opinion, it's a feather in our cap.
Yeah.
You know, we've got something unusual. It's a bit rare. There's only one. If anyone wants to stab at it, they've got to come and bid through us. I'll be honest, I'd rather have this in stock than I would 2 E-types.
Yeah.
You know, because it bring more people and more interest than 2 E-types, and probably won't earn as much, but it'll bring a lot more people. So no, I'm happy. Let's give it a go because, like I say, none of us really know, do we?
No.
Not really.
Not
no.
at all.
Brilliant. I think it's great.
Round the corner in Pickering.
Yeah, steady, steady, come on.
Paul and Dave getting sorted for the next auction.
Go forward and then come back right, that's it, come back at that. You've got to mix and match them up a bit because we've only got so much room. I try and get some small ones in with some long ones, otherwise it becomes a bit of a nightmare.
But a nice prominent spot has been found for the gorgeous drop-head Sunbeam Talbot 90 from 1951.
Whipped round the block this morning, pleasantly surprised. Drives really, really well. I think the brakes might want tickling up a little bit. They don't really install confidence, if I'm honest, but the gearbox conversion there, that is all nice. And it's a better car than I anticipated, I think. I quite like it, actually. In saloon form, they're scarce, aren't they? And as a drop-head, they're just so few and far between, aren't they? 4-seater tourers, really, of this era, aren't on every street corner, are they? So, no, it should create good interest.
Now the Sunbeam. Oh, this is a cracker. Absolute beauty. What a car. Everybody wants one of these, myself included. I love one. 1951 Sunbeam Talbot 90 drop head. Speaks for itself. What a condition car that is. Where I've got 10 with me, 11, 12,000 Look at her. Beautiful.
Derek, 12.5.
12.5. 13. Andrew, 13 for nothing. 13.5. 13.5. You're out, Andrew. 14 back in. You're out, Sooty. 14. 14,500. 14,500. What a car.
15. Andrew's front, 15,000. Out on the net, out City, 15,000. Andrew's front.
15,000.
Going, 15,000 and selling.
Still your bid, David.
15.5?
15,250.
50, all right, we'll split the hairs. 15.5 you go.
15,500 is your bid.
You're out. Out City, 15.5, it's selling. 15.5. All done. 15.5. Andrew's phone.
Still your
selling
bid, David.
away. 15.5. Looking round.
100 more.
15.6.
15.6. Somebody's just pushed in. Would you like 15?
Can I say 7? It's only 100 quid. 15.7.
Your bid.
15.7. Selling it then. 15.7 for the first. 15.8.
15.8.
On the net. 15.8. 15.8.
15.9, David.
15.9. Back in. Are you all done? 15.9. You sure? 15.9.
15.9, your bid, David. We've got a bit. The girls in the office will be in touch. Is that okay?
At £900 above reserve, the highest bidder was David Schofield of Cornwall.
That'll do.
And after a hesitant start, it's on its way. The Sunbeam was ahead of its time. But it isn't the only revolutionary and rare vehicle leaving today.
Bit of a quirky thing, aren't they, really? They're, I don't know a lot about them, to be honest.
This 1960 DKW Auto Union sold for nearly 10 grand, bought unseen by an internet bidder.
Oh, spring-loaded. Take your chin off. Oh, look at that. Oh, there we are. Yes. Oh, it's all the wrong way around. Radiator at the back, engine at the front. Individual coils, one per cylinder, which, of course, we've gone back to now. You know, most modern cars nowadays, petrols, have their own coil packs per plug, don't they? Very futuristic, this, wasn't it, really? What a brilliant concept. A little 3-cylinder.
So, very, very much ahead of its time.
It would have been, wouldn't it?
Auto Union was an amalgamation of 4 companies, hence the rings on the logo. Today, only Audi survives, having absorbed DKW and its 2-stroke engines more than 50 years ago.
With a 2-stroke, you've got a ratio of petrol and oil. Historically, even I can remember being a kid going down the local garage, can I have a couple of gallons of 2-stroke for my lawnmower? And he'd give you a shot of 2-stroke straight in your can. So there it was. By the time you got home and shook it about, mixed in the tank, boom, off you go. And this would have been no different.
All for
Brilliant.
3 shillings, 2
yeah.
and 6.
Yeah, for no money. I know, yeah. But no, I think it's very revolutionary, really, when you think, you know, wishbone suspension down there and front-wheel drive, you know. Yeah, brilliant. What a fabulous concept.
Next stop, the northeast.
Oh.
Hopefully.
Getting there. Haven't got a tap or anything soppy for fuel, have we? I've never heard it run, personally. It's protesting. Suddenly, it's not quite as appealing as it was. I wanted to give it a squirt in there, really.
Wunderbar.
Absolutely. Oh, heck.
After several months of redevelopment, the Thornton-le-Dale office is nearing completion. All part of a bit of Matthewson's ingenuity to expand the shoebox-sized HQ into a more socially distanced and, at no expense spared, warmer office.
I got in this morning early to put the fires on, turned them up to 20, both of them. I had them down to 9.5 over the weekend, like, so I made up for it a bit.
This is like our first day in, so we just ain't got enough space to organise. I think I'm going to try. This was my office. And then we went to Pickering because of COVID, and I've come back and it's full.
But clearing out Angie's new office has revealed a potential issue.
Look at it. That is central control. We don't touch them, just in case it all goes off.
You know, if we're all working really hard, which we do, it could blow up.
It'll be all right on the night.
And which night will that be?
It won't be just yet, mate, will it? But let's be fair.
So, interior designed stuff
If I just put them in here.
filed, Angie can soon move in.
Are you okay? They'll like it, won't they? Angie's private office, yeah. And which would be good, really, because shut her in here on her own. She'll only fall out of herself then, can't she? She'll be all right.
See ya.
Up in the northeast, DKW owner Orhan Salahi is on tenterhooks. He's not seen the car in the flesh, and it's about to arrive. Orhan loves German cars and doesn't mind applying the elbow grease.
Everybody loves Mercedes-Benz. Everybody loves the three-pointed star. I personally like any kind of Mercedes-Benz, whether it was a car, truck, bus. As long as it was a Mercedes, it would have attracted me to it.
His Mercedes 190B will soon have some competition.
I've managed to buy this DKW, and it's very unique. It's not many of them in UK and not in Europe at all. I'm looking forward to have the car gleaming like Mercedes-Benz behind me.
The DKW takes Orhan back to his childhood in Iran.
My father had a DKW, and as a child I remember many journeys and holidays we had in that car. His model had the suicide doors, and they were hinged at the back and they opened from the front. One of the fondest memories is the sound of the two-stroke. It has a motorcycle sounding engine, and it's quite a fast, high revving engine. And you think, even though you're not traveling very fast, you think you are in a sports car.
The moment of truth, as Orhan claps eyes on the DKW for the first time.
I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. It even looks better than I remember. Really, really fabulous. I love the color. I love everything about it. Great.
Orang!
Nice seeing you, man. I know.
How are you?
I'm good. And yourself?
Yes, I'm all right, thank you.
This is beautiful. Absolutely fantastic, and it's going to be a fine addition to the collection. The chrome is fantastic, the lines of it. It looks so aerodynamic, you know, and the way it looks like a sculpture. The wings actually mold into the doors. And if you look at the front windscreen, how it wraps around, that must have been quite a challenge to make.
Uh-oh.
Get the petrol.
There you go. I like different things and quirky things, and you know, I just think you can't go out today and find another one, can you? You know, well, you will do, but you have to go a long way. Because they're not there, are they, you know? It's a bit like the early Saabs. They were little two-strokes, you know, very similar looking thing if you think about it. But yeah, it's just a real quirky little car, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's great. And the fact that he used to ride around in one in his youth sounds sweet, you know?
Yes, he does.
I think it's brilliant, you know. Let's be honest, we're all a bit like that, aren't we? Have fond memories growing up of different vehicles and different things. But of course, being parked up, the oil will have settled, won't it?
Yes.
A good car though, isn't it?
It's beautiful. You know what my plans were for this once I've got it shining again?
Go on,
is
yeah.
to a nice little rack here,
yes,
and find a pair of vintage period skis and
on the back.
Yes, I think it looks like something which is ready to go to Swiss Alps.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that look with the skis on the back of it.
That's right. The drop of that, we're off. I look forward to seeing you running around in it.
Definitely.
you know, going over to the Alps, do a bit of skiing and whatnot, which I think's brilliant, you know, just rather than just leave it completely normal like everyone else, you know, I think it's brilliant. Yeah, spot on. Good. Hope he gets there in it. Ring me, I'll meet you there.
Have a safe journey back, man.
Good man.
Thank you very much.
Right, Joe, I'll speak to you in a little while.
Bye now. Thank you.
Oran has taken a shine to his newest arrival.
Some cosmetic work on the paint is needed. This is all the goodies to keep the car looking gleaming. And I have to drive it around for a while to find out how it works mechanically. I probably paid a little bit more than I should, but I was fighting 5 other guys for it, so I had to. When I won the car, I was very pleased and happy to get it. Among all my bangers, I think this is the best one.
Back at Pickering, the Eagle has finally landed. Time to test the market for one of the most unusual leisure vehicles ever to set foot in the garage. Apollo is ready for liftoff.
Now there's something you don't see every day. A Rover P5B motor caravan. Quite a unique piece of kit. So, start at £6,000 there. £6,000 with Will there on the web at £6,000 there. £6,000 for the Rover P5B. 6,250, just missed it, Jude, 6,250. 6,250 then with Julie. Sorry, I saw it flick up and I didn't see your hand. 6,250 on the phone. I'll mark it down, it is very provisional at 6,250, but we'll try for you. 6,250, fair warning. Julie, very provisional, but we'll try at 6,250. 971, there we go.
Apollo's price didn't quite hit the heights, and at 6,250, it's more than £3,000 shy of what the Brooks family were hoping for.
Yes, exactly right. I was trying to sort of word that so I'm not too disappointed, but I am disappointed, to be honest. I thought it was going to do 10 to 12. So I thought, well, I'll just give you a bell and see what your thoughts were. Right. Okay, I don't blame you. If I'm honest, if I was in your shoes, I would say exactly what you've just said to me. No problem, cheers, ta-da. As I thought, he wants 10,000 quid, no less. Hey, mate, all right. No, he's sticking out, he wants his 10 grand, mate. If you don't get that, he's going to keep it, he really ain't bothered, like. To be fair, if I'm honest, I see it at 10 grand, I think it's a hell of a thing, All right, mate, ta-da. He desperately wants it, but he's a trader guy, he loves it, and he knows it's worth it, but of course, he's not buying it to keep.
But after more negotiation, a deal was done at 10 grand. Apollo's first voyage was to the dealer in North Wales, but it eventually found a whole new world in Scotland. Cornwall, the sun's out, and the 1951 Sunbeam Talbot 90 is getting some love and attention. It used to be the pride and joy of reluctant handyman John Moore, who had 17 years of happy tinkering before ill health forced the sale. Its new owner is David Schofield, and he's found the car of his dreams.
I've always wanted one. They're beautiful cars, absolutely superb, sublime shape, and for a 50s car, it was amazing design, really. I think you're influenced really by what your dad likes. If he was an enthusiast, I was a toddler when this car came out, and he was mad on Sunbeams. He gave me the impression it was the fastest car on earth. Yeah, he said these were fantastic cars.
The brakes are being replaced, and soon it'll be out on the road.
It's a typical 1950s car, heavy steering. You need quite a lot of arm muscles, and of course the brakes are manual, no power brakes, and they're drum brakes, so you need to anticipate quite a long way ahead of when you're going to stop. High speeds are fine as long as you're not near a car in front.
David's planning to carry on in John's footsteps. This is a car that will be enjoyed.
Well, I think he's done a great deal of decent work on it. I mean, I was really impressed with the finish of the body. The actual paintwork is really nice, and underneath is very, very sound.
The engine's going well as far as I can tell. I like the colour and the fact that it's a drop head. Yeah, those are the things that really take it for me. I think it's a beautiful colour and yeah, I'd have the hood down all the time if I could, 'cause it looks nice. You can be reassured, John, that I'm going to love this car and really, really cherish it. It's going to be polished and it's going to be driven as well. I'm not going to just sit and look at it. I'm not going to sell it. It's going to end up here when I'm gone and my kids are going to have to decide what to do with it.
So one classic made it to Cornwall, but another car has also been on its travels. The 1970 Lancia Fulvia Sport Zagato. It went first to a dealer who moved it on. Its new home finds it amongst a stable of pedigree cars at another showroom in Eastbourne.
How's she getting on? Brakes are done, so we'll get the wheels on and get her out. Awesome.
The mechanics have been busy on the left-hand drive Fulvia. There are new brake discs sourced from Italy, and the suspension has been tweaked, all under the watchful eye of sales director Miles Hardy.
The rear suspension, the shock absorbers were completely shot, and the car sort of felt a bit like blancmange or a bouncy castle on the drive back. So we've replaced those with a fresh set, so hopefully it'll mean the car will feel a bit more controlled in the corners. They're pretty rare. They're a bit Marmite, so they're a love it or hate it type of car. I've always loved it. I like niche things. Small little fizzy engine that you really have to rev to get the best out of. It's quirky in the fact it's got the slant V4 with the weight way over the front wheels, and it's front wheel drive as well. So it's just a really, really different car. I've always wanted to sort of own one and drive one myself, and as soon as that popped up, I was, really interested in it.
The car may yet be sold again, but this is an important moment for the Fulvia. It's about to hit the road for the first time in a long while, in the hands of Operations Director Francois Calvino.
I'm really excited. I've read a lot about the car, but I've never experienced it, so this is something new. The best quality of the car is actually the way it drives. It handles very well, it's lightweight, the engine is racy, it's fun to drive. It is small, you're sitting a bit like in a go-kart. Very low and your legs are a bit up. It's an unusual position, but once you get used to it, it's a really good driving experience.
When we purchased the car, we spent just under 17k on it. Once we finish doing our updates and upgrades, hopefully it'll be worth around 25. And that's with us spending 4k on it. So we're not going to make very much, I doubt, but we get the chance to drive it and enjoy it, which is the important thing.
These Lancia are getting rare, and it's a shame to see them go, and just because of a lack of maintenance.
Got to learn something about a car, and every day is a school day. There's cars that we know like the back of our hands, but it's really, really nice and enlightening to get under the bonnet of something that's completely fresh and new.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Some things either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on. That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
1982 Audi Quattro, a very rare car. Gonna make a heck of a thing, this, isn't it?
Oh, it's like taking off in an aeroplane.
A Audi Quattro in kit form. Sunbeam TI, look at this lovely bit of kit.
I buy my cars because I like them, not to make money. And anybody that buys them to make money, it's foolish. It's classic cars.
Good car, full stop, aren't they? User-friendly, go down the shops in it, can't you, if it's set up right? Yeah, if you like a bit of that sort of thing.
Lot number 307, the Sunbeam Alpine. This looks like it's going to be a good project for someone.
Not many years ago, 5 or 6 grand still bought you a very good Alpine. Not now. You're going to give 14, 15 grand for that same car.
Yeah, he's a bit deaf.
Hey?
He's a bit deaf, is the poor old lad.
Okay, going.
Put your back into it.
Another day in North Yorkshire and the hunt for classic cars is underway.
It's got a value in it, it doesn't matter what it is, really.
For Derek, finding buried treasure is what gets him out of bed.
I suppose a true barn find is when you go somewhere deserted, derelict, and you open the door and there's a car. Every collector's, restorer's dream to open a shed and find something interesting there.
Over the years, there's been plenty of discoveries. From Mercs
Wonderful.
to Jags.
Even in that condition, it's a heck of a find, isn't it?
Mark I Mini Coopers.
You never know what you're going to find, do you?
Even the odd Fiesta XR2.
Brilliant, look at that.
But not all barn finds are found in barns. Sometimes rare classics pop up in the unlikeliest of places. Just a few miles from Thornton-le-Dale, in the market town of Malton, a German motoring legend that changed driving forever is about to emerge from a suburban garage.
Many, many years ago, my husband saw this advertised. So he went along to see the guy at the garage who he knew, and he, I suppose, tempted him really by saying, take it for the weekend. Big mistake. He usually got the best.
Pauline Deuce and her husband Michael traded in their Golf for the Audi, and it didn't disappoint.
I've always loved cars anyway, or anything to do with speed. And I used to fly along to Malton in it to come to work. Lots of comments went back home, you know, that I'd passed 2 or 3 cars along the road going to work. Could hear the turbo kicking in when you put your foot down. Oh, like taking off in an aeroplane.
The Quattro was a flying wedge that made it really cool to have a 4x4. Under the bonnet, a turbocharged engine that was equally at home on the tarmac or a forest track. There was aggressive styling and high-tech engineering. And for just over 14 grand, buyers could channel their inner Stig Blomqvist for a seat-of-the-pants ride to their local supermarket. The Quattro entered motoring folklore and defined the Audi brand, and survivors in any condition, still highly sought after. Pauline's Quattro hasn't been fired up since 1995.
It's a shame it's sitting here, you know. Unless I win the pools, I'm not going to be able to do anything with it, and I'm getting older. Didn't stop me wanting to drive it, though. Oof, it's a bit dark. Crikey, there's all sorts of rubbish in here. Still got that smell. It's a mixture between being fusty and petrol.
What would you like, or what would you expect for the car?
As much as possible, but realistically, you know, round about 8 grand, I think, which is what it was valued at a long time ago.
Vehicles arrive at Pickering from every corner of the UK.
Thanks, guys. See you now.
Some have come from just down the road.
Yeah, go for it.
Others have had a more complex journey. Arriving soon, 2 consignments from Northern Ireland. But head honcho Derek won't be there to greet them. He's a collection lined up near London.
There's some nice stuff arriving today. I'm not going to be here, no, I'm going to be out on the road. David's out on the road, and so it should all work out all right in theory.
You say should?
Well, these things have a habit of going pear-shaped, don't they? But I can't see really why it can go far wrong, to be honest.
Oh, blimey.
So that leaves Paul in charge.
It's all down to logistics and organisation.
Oh, you what? Oh, you what? No. No, we're still a little bit like a rabbit in a pair of headlights.
As Paul's luck would have it, both deliveries arrive at the same time. On the transporter, 3 classic Sunbeams, a Talbot 90, an Alpine, and a Mark III Rapier. Behind the camper, a rare 1981 Talbot Sunbeam TI, brought by keen car collector James Aitchison.
Came into my collection about 3-4 years ago, and it's been sitting in the corner of my shed collecting dust. That was one of the ones that was on the pecking order for downsizing.
But you might sell this and go back with another one.
Possibly, I better not in case I want divorced. I would say that would probably happen very quickly. She's not original colour, so somebody has changed that to look like a Lotus at some stage, but she still has her 1600 engine. Bought it for a reason, and I've had my fun, and I might as well let somebody else have fun with it. I buy my cars because I like them, not to make money. And anybody that buys them to make money, it's foolish. It's classic cars. I know it's warm in here, no air conditioning in this one.
Over on the transporter, driver Andrew McKelvey has a problem with his shipment of Sunbeams.
They're in good nick, but just 2 of them don't run. They're in good enough shape body-wise, and they're not the worst I've seen.
Paul's having one of those days.
These don't run?
No, I'll probably need a wee push with them.
A wee push?
The one behind the cab, the brakes aren't great on it.
Oh, it's
so
better.
Dangerous kind of a situation.
It is, isn't it? It's a shame they don't run, but I don't know the story, so I'm sure it won't take long to get them going, but for the meantime, we'll just push them about.
I don't want to push it, unless we can't get her stopped.
It's got nothing at all?
I don't think so. A wee bit of a handbrake, I think. A wee bit of... She's centred, is she?
Yeah, you're not bad at all, yeah.
Just watch the front wheels, yeah.
Steady away.
That's 3 cars sorted. Just the hot hatch to go.
Dave had one in his youth, 17, 18 or something, put some Forest Arches on and all the rest of it. And I always thought, oh, a good-looking little car they are. Yeah.
Good competition car.
Good car, full stop, aren't they? User-friendly, go down the shops in it, can't you, if it's set up right and things?
What, sideways?
Yeah, if you like a bit of that sort of thing.
I've got for some bread, I'm back.
Yeah, yeah, exactly right. No, I think they're a good little car, aren't they? It's just a shame that they rotted so much in it, else there would be more of them, wouldn't there?
James is more of a mini man. This is why the Talbot has to go.
She started off the pineapple yellow colour, and then she went to a green colour, as they do in the late 80s, early 90s, and then she went to Black Lotus, and then she went to Inverness in Scotland, where she done,
right.
I'd say lanes, rallies, or done a wee bit of rallying, but nothing, there's no damage to them below or anything.
No.
As the man says, we can't have everything, and something has to give.
Well,
so it's my collection.
So in case you didn't get that, I think he said he likes minis. I only catch every third word. And he's on a trek now on a quest to find another one. Yes.
Right.
Was that about it in English?
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
He only caught the third word of yours, so we're all right.
Yeah, that's right.
And we have an understanding.
Between us, we make a fair team. Yeah.
Dave's on the way to pick up a legendary motor, whose very name makes many folk go weak at the knees.
Local one for us, just into Moulton, to meet the lovely Pauline. She's got a Audi Quattro in the garage, which has been in the family one way, shape or form for 20 years, maybe from memory. The Quattro shot to fame on the rally circuit in the hands of, well, I'll tell you, the one lady who really campaigned the car, Michelle Mouton. She burst onto the scene in a Quattro and, yeah, really took the rally field by storm. Maybe her only man fancied having Michelle Mouton as a girlfriend, I think. Yeah, there she was, a lovely lady, very attractive lady, and bloody hell, could she drive? Yeah, she could drive. Hell of a car in its day.
But Pauline's Audi isn't quite rally ready.
Right, a Audi Quattro in kit form. We've got 4 flat tyres, so if we can get some wind in, then great. It'll just make it a bit easier, dragging it out. See how we go. We're going to need a bit of electric down here then. So if I chuck that over the fence, will you plug that in your house? Hopefully we're going to have some left. Christ, that's going quick, isn't it? Is she plugging it in next doors? There were plans, I think, at one stage to bring it back to former glory. So when a better door was found, great, i.e. gold door, when a better wing was found, i.e. blue wing, a better bonnet, and so on and so forth, red bonnet, so there's better panels been added. Wings would be tricky, I would think. Audi coupe wings would be okay, but not Quattro wings with flares. So obviously a normal wing was flat, Quattro wing is spoilered out, so it's got to be painted anyway, so it might as well stay as it is. Right, we'll get the old compressor fired up and see if those tyres take some wind. Just enough to get them to roll. We'll see if those wheels turn. Now, this is the bit where I think I should have brought a hammer and a bit of wood and some oil, yeah.
Let me move out of your way.
Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that.
He hasn't got it lined up properly, has he? Are those wheels going to go on there? You need to go right a bit.
You tell him, Paulie.
So, there she comes, slowly, slowly. Yeah, we're just going to catch it on that side, I think.
That garage was made to measure, wasn't it, for that car?
Serves me right for putting new clothes on a Friday, doesn't it, really? She's on.
Might get rid of some junk now.
Yeah, exactly.
Paulie, I've got to ask you, what colour is it?
The back is the colour.
I'm surprised you didn't keep the number, with that being your age now, Pauline.
I wish.
On that number.
Bloody
yeah.
hell.
But
I'd do anything. Yeah, if I was 48, it wouldn't be going. I'd be hoping to meet a rich man that could do it up for me.
Well, Dave's around, so...
I think it'd be a hell of a project for someone, wouldn't it? Yeah, when he wants a fair bit of TLC, of course it does. But it's not going to be mega money, you know, it's going to be affordable, I think. Pauline's obviously had interest in it over the years from different people. And sometimes those people do pay what something's worth. But I'll have to talk from experience, and experience tells me in many cases they don't. They think they can get it for nothing, you know. So I think she does exactly the right thing, I genuinely do. Because if there's one sure way of being sure that a car achieves its true value, it's at public auction, isn't it? The public dictate its value, don't they? You got your garage back.
It's decided the Audi could fetch around 7 grand. Exactly what Pauline paid for it in 1988.
Yeah, I would like to have driven it again. That was always my wish, was to drive it again. But there you go. We have to move on, yeah. I'm not going to do it, you know. Somebody else can enjoy it. Yeah.
The Pickering showroom is creaking at the seams.
To be fair, this has got the makings of a nice old car, innit?
No, it's a dog.
Cars from across the UK that have come to Yorkshire to be sold. And Derek's got his eye on a trio of Sunbeams from across the water.
3 cars came in from the Emerald Isle, from Ireland, which is an Alpine, Rapier and the Talbot 90, and he's got stuck into all 3 but not finished either, or any. So that's typical. That's classic men right down to the last blooming drop of blood. The Talbot 90, whilst they're a really highly rated motor, I rate them. Fast car, good car, powerful engine, 2.2s, and we all rate them, but they don't make a great deal of money, and I don't know quite why. But the Alpines have notoriously been underrated forever. Even in the 60s, they just didn't quite hit the spot. They were regarded as hairdressers' cars, that's what they were. A bit like Spitfires were in the 70s. They were a girly car. But I actually bucked the trend, not being an hairdresser or a girly, I don't think. I actually liked them. But the reason I liked them is because they were cheap.
But the Rapier is right on point.
This is their flagship. It's a 2-door, pillarless car, as you can see. Lovely design, really nice. Now, these were always popular in their day, there's no question about it. So I can see this doing 4 or 5 grand and someone having a right good buy with it. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the best value car at the sale on Saturday. Would never surprise me. So, good news, I think, on all these 3 cars, good news. I think they'll do well.
Most cars that come to auction have already had their faces washed. Others require their Sunday best.
Most of it will polish up.
And for those not yet showroom ready, Matthewson's crack father and son cleaning team, Paul and Charlie, are on the case.
Where's this from then, Dad?
Your granddad picked it up from over Pateley Bridge area.
All right.
It's obviously been stood for some time. This was obviously on the guy's to-do list, wasn't it? To get it tonsed up and put back on the road and stuff. Yeah, it'll make a good little car, won't it?
When it's done.
In this family empire, every day is an education.
A little bit like Charlie there. We, I think both of us lads, we were always messing around with father. You know, we're around the garage a fair bit, just like Charlie is now. And yeah, you just grow up with it, don't you? It becomes life, really. It's a bit like a farmer, isn't it? You know, you wake up on a morning, you're at work, aren't you? And as you come on, you learn the trade.
It's got flip-out indicators as well. It's a good thing.
And it's just a natural progression, really.
I mean, Dad's never really sent a car out to get a wheel bearing done or whatever. He's kind of done it himself. And because I'm like his shadow, I'm always there with him. So I've always been watching and learning and, you know, so.
He should really be paying us for being here, for all the learning and the education that we're giving him, and the life skills and experience, and the list is endless, isn't it, you know? So he should really stood behind you shaking his head. So he should really be paying us, not the other way round.
So I pay you for me to work for you?
Yes, yeah.
But in exchange you give me knowledge?
That's right, priceless.
Jordan? It's online auction time. Once the tech team gets it sorted.
Cable and a plastic mic.
And the Irish Sunbeam trio have a chance to shine.
Where does that put into?
First up, the 1956 Talbot 90.
This looks very sensibly priced. We all know what these fetch when they're in nice order, probably about 3 times this price. So asking 2,000. 2,000, not a lot of point in starting much lower at 2,000, is there surely for a Sunbeam Talbot? We'll drop it a little bit, we'll get things moving then. We'll drop it at 19. Surely someone wants a little project, but if not, we'll have to move on.
No interest on the day, but it's picked up by a Talbot enthusiast post-auction for 2,600. Next, the 66 Alpine.
The Sunbeam Alpine. This looks like it's going to be a good project for someone. So where should we start? 3.5, 4, 4.5 here with me, Will. 5 there with you, Jordan. 5,250, 5,5, 5,750. Provisional, Jordan. 5, Ah, £6,000. It's on
6-1.
Yeah, okay. It's going to go 6,100.
Sold to a bargain buyer in sunny Swansea. And finally, Derek's favourite.
...1960 Sunbeam Rapier. It's a nice car. Not a great deal of work to be done to it. You can't find these here Rapiers very easy. You know, they're expensive, but this is your chance to buy a cheap one. Start me on it. Where? 3,000, 3,200, 3,400, 3,600. Cheapest Rapier in the country, I would have said, 3,600. Is there 8 anywhere? 3,600? 3,800. 3,800, 3,800. Go in then, 3,800. Looking for 4, can I say 4,000? Worth every penny. You cannot find Rapiers at this sort of money. Bit of weekend work finishing it off. Here's the 4, be quick, it's selling. Last chance, 3,008. 3,800.
Fear not, I've got it.
Rapiers sell well, and this one goes to the trade. And with most of the Northern Irish cars now gone, Paul can put his trotters up.
I think it just all of a sudden catches up with you, doesn't it?
And if you were going to have a lay down in the garage, where would you?
Who'd have thought I might have been lent on a little teardrop at that point, eh? Yeah. To be fair, you could actually. Oh, it's gone down. The airbed has deflated. You got any puff in you?
In Pickering, a showroom of gleaming cars all ready for their moment in the sun.
One day you'll find an old English car without an oil leak. But this isn't it.
And there's a lot of interest in the battered Quattro that's emerged from its time-warp lockup. An original right-hand drive Quattro is a rare thing, but there are dressed-up copies out there that aren't the real deal. Dave's called in a Quattro specialist to do some forensic analysis on the car. It needs to be genuine to be worth someone's money.
Oh, it smells like a Quattro.
Phil Jameson, the Audi Quattro Owners Club historian.
Well, the bonnet is a non-standard colour.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is it? Right, yeah.
They did it in red.
Same bonnet to look at?
Same bonnet to look at.
Yeah.
Some Quattros had it, but it was slightly different to that.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Wing Alpine white, door. It's hard to tell in this light. It's either diamond silver, which I would say it is, which is an early colour, or it will be Zermatt silver. And the car, what it should be, is Helios blue.
Helios blue, right, yeah.
The panels are a bit misleading because you see it and it looks like a patchwork quilt, but it's not crazy with rust. I've seen 30, 40, 50 cars in the past that have been a lot worse. It's very acceptable considering it's not been run for sort of 20-something years, 25 years, and it will make a good project for someone.
So
I've just seen something really strange as well.
Oh, go on.
No, we said it's diamond silver door.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Oh, with a Helios blue inside?
It's Helios blue, eh?
That's weird, isn't it? When you said I've just seen that, I thought, well, the only thing you could have seen is that shut. But look at that, that's strange, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wonder why the hell they've done that. Because the top half's silver, look.
That is crazy.
Well, work that one out.
Pedigree matters. Fully restored Quattros can fetch upwards of 40 grand. Even a project like this one should command a high price.
They were always quite rare. They didn't make a lot of them. There was 2,700 and something came to the UK, you know, over 11 years, that's nothing. That is an original exhaust. To the purist, the more original the car, it's worth more. If there was a factory right-hand drive one and one that had been converted, if I was looking at the one that had been converted, I'd want to convert that back to a left-hand drive, because that's how it should be. It's worth less being converted to a right-hand drive. It's all about being as Audi intended. Nothing added, nothing taken away. You shouldn't have them rings on.
Is that right?
Yeah. Badging-wise,
yeah.
on 1980 to 1984, stick-on badging and no rings.
Right.
Fortunately, those clever Germans left their own clues and an astonishing amount of detail to those in the know.
This has not been open for a while.
On a plate in the boot.
Oh, it's up there. Oh,
yeah.
right, okay. Well, you learn something every day. I'd either been looking underneath the carpets.
Yeah.
You got a picture of it?
Yeah.
Oh, good man. What information will that hold there then?
It's got the chassis number on.
Yeah.
A build code on it.
Right. So you can use that to do a bit more.
I can work out off that
right.
what day it was actually manufactured, built.
Right.
It's got the code on it for the colour.
Yeah.
And it's got other little codes on that will tell you it had optional extras on it,
Oh,
etc.
okay.
So I know off that it was built on a Saturday, which is quite rare, based on the information. So I'm saying this is chassis, quite a high one. So it's 1354, so it's got to be mid to end of July. So this tells me that it was actually built on Saturday the 24th of July 1982. So it is what we expect, and that all confirms again that it is one of the factory right-hand drives.
Can you tell me the time as well?
The what?
The time.
Pauline's Audi is exactly what it should be.
That's a good yardstick to show you what.
And the price at auction will reflect that.
Should we just write on the bonnet in the dust, your guess and my guess?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, that. Yeah. Okay, right, I reckon here. Just about make it there.
12,450, 14,800.
Yeah. There you go. An expert and someone that doesn't know anything. Which one are you going to go for?
You'll probably be closer than me.
Across at Thornton-le-Dale, another delivery.
Right on. Coal scuttle front, they call it. And the engine's arse about face, you see.
This 1928 Renault KZ van, bought by Derek as a display vehicle for the office.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely lovely.
He's picked it up from a contact in North Wales and discovered that it's très historique.
The history that he's found out, the previous owner, was that apparently it was a bread van around Paris from new. And then, of course, it got lost somewhere or whatever, I don't know. It probably got hidden during the war, because let's face it, Hitler would have cleaned it up. You know, he'd have either snaffled it up or blown it up, one or the other. So we're very lucky to get it. There we are. There, look at that. Lovely. Isn't that nice? Get this cleaned up. They can polish all this up, make it look nice. And they can display all their stuff and bits and pieces. The beauty of commercials, they have really genuinely got a previous life. You know, we say that about cars, they've lived a life, and now they're going to start another one and that, which is true. But commercials have really lived a life. Very, very nice cab. She'll clean up lovely. The girls will get in there. I'll leave it to them. It'd be a nice little project for them, really, you see. I'm pleased that they've taken to this sort of vehicle.
Oh, look at that beauty.
Because it gives them a nice interest and a feeling of participation.
So this is the new Works outed van.
Look at that. Shuts like a golf.
The staff, full of good ideas.
I've got a lot of baskets to go in it. Yeah. Lovely optics in there, make a lovely gym van.
Yeah.
Nice fairy lights. Yeah,
I've got some pumps.
Friday lunchtime. Do you know what you need on the front? You know, like you used to get them signs where it used to say Sandra and, I don't know, Boris. You need one that says, like, Degsy across the windscreen. Degsy and Sue. Yeah.
She's got that look of a sort of a French model, hasn't she? She's sitting in that car.
Hairy armpits. Oh, you.
But not so much amour from Jacques.
Charming little thing. Do you not think?
No, not really.
No?
It's ugly, isn't it?
I thought you'd like it.
I don't not like it, it's just ugly, isn't it? Do you like it?
They're beautiful in their ugliness. I think it's just so well made, ever so spacious. I mean, a big van, isn't it? It's in nice condition. A lovely dashboard. I'll clean that up later on. Simple, straightforward layout. Obviously, clutch in the middle, brake, conventional should we say, throttle on the right. Dyno start, choke over this side. The steering wheel is, again, it's a work of art. It's absolutely beautifully made. Cast alloy with this wood cover, and the grips just feel just so original and so genuine and strong. You know, look at the spokes. and right-hand drive. Now, again, a lot of people I don't think realise that the French drove on our side of the road until, I think, in 1930-ish. So all their cars, the Renaults and all the rest of it and that, were right-hand drive up until that period.
Even the ironmongery has Derek salivating.
But even down to the brackets in the cab, look how beautifully made. I mean, that takes a bit of thinking about that bracket. Look, a bloke ain't just thought one afternoon and thought, oh, I'll just knock up a bracket and put it on there, because he basically just put an L-shaped bracket on like that. But he's had the gumption to bring it down. Look at that. I mean, it's lovely. Absolutely lovely. And dry. Another nice strong bracket on there. They're bracket mad, aren't they?
In the yard, the multicoloured Quattro is getting noticed.
Bit of rust here and there, bit of rot on the bulkhead, which is not uncommon with them. Not for me, no. Too big a job, I think, and too much work involved in sourcing whatever else it needs. Looking for something for a quick fix, really.
'82 Audi Quattro, a very rare car. We have 12 phone bidders on the phone.
Just in time, mate, so I've got you down for lot 12.
Yeah, we're okay to go.
We're okay to go? Are you sure?
Yep, yeah, we're okay to go,
Don't want to be losing anyone, are you sure?
Yep.
Now, off we go then. Bids on the book, £10,000 with me. 10,000. 10,500, 10,500.
10,500.
10,500 and selling on the right. Internet's out, I'm out.
10,500.
10,500. Are you all done? 10,500. What a car. Gonna make a heck of a thing, this, isn't it? Is there 11 anywhere?
Still 11.
10,500. Claire's phone.
Yeah, it's flat.
10,500 on sale and going. 10,500. 10,500 for the first. 10,500 for the second. Claire's phone. 10,500 on sale and going. 11. Internet. £11,000 bid on the internet. 11,500.
All the best now. Bye bye.
11,500. Internet's out now. Selling on the right. Be sharp. 11,500 for the first. 11,500 for the second. Third and last time. 11,500. 11,500. Claire. Blimey. Made a lot of money, didn't it? Are they all flat? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they are, Ren.
The Audi goes for 4,500 more than owner Pauline was expecting. And a few weeks later, it's on the move. Just.
I'll try and straighten her up.
New owner Michael Clues, seeing it for the first time.
Before I knew where I was bidding, and I'd never bid on a car ever in my life before. It was just a one-off moment of madness, or I don't know, fulfilling a dream, I suppose. What have I bought? I don't know. A couple of gin and tonics and a happy trigger finger, and I've ended up with this, which might be a bit more than I can chew. Yes, a picture doesn't tell 1,000 words, does it? It looked better in the pictures, but I still love it in the flesh. So I just need to, looking at it, 2 years, I reckon, doing it myself.
In the showroom, a good honest motor always gets attention, regardless of price.
Just looks nice to me, it's got character.
With restrictions in place, there are no crowds, but the sales continue. And it's the day of reckoning for the remaining Talbot Sunbeam from Northern Ireland.
Look at this, the 81 Sunbeam TI, lovely bit of kit. Start me on it. I've got some bids. 7, 5, 8, 5, 8,500 the TI. I'll take 750 if it helps you. 8,500, screen's gone off. It's back on. 8,500, 8,750, 8,750 upstairs. We'll talk, we'll try then. 8,750 upstairs. Be warned, internet's out, provisional only. 8,750, we'll try, thank you for your bids.
At just £250 below reserve, a deal is done. But this motor isn't going far.
We're going to run it down to a neighbour of mine who's bought it really
reminiscing. Had one in his youth and regret selling it. Been keeping an eye out for one at some point. And I was talking to him a week or two back, and he actually brought some photographs out. He said, "Yeah, look, this is what I used to have." And there's a photograph. And I said, "Oh, we've got one of them, just come in." And next thing you know, he's in the car, he's down here, and he's bought it. So he'll be all excited, won't he, later?
Keep going. One more.
Full-on car restoration isn't for the faint-hearted.
Thank you. Perfect. It's been designed to put together and take apart. Versprung durch Technik. I think it stands for easy to take apart by an amateur muppet.
And the new Quattro owner, Michael Clues, and his son George are in the thick of it.
So now we know it's secure. Oh, perfect, thank you. This should come off, George. Oof. Okay, let's tease it off.
In their garage in Leicestershire, they've started the mammoth task of breathing new life into a truly iconic motor that hasn't run for more than 2 decades.
Considering I broke the golden rule and bought it without seeing it, which was daft, brave, foolhardy, I don't know. But I've not been disappointed, but I haven't got it here and thought, oh no, this is just a money pit. Because I think even for somebody as simple as myself, it's all doable. It's not, I'm not a mechanic, but it's all doable. It's going to be great. It's going to be great when it's done.
Some bodywork needs replacing, and the sunroof will be taken out and sealed up. Michael's keen to keep the Audi as authentic as possible.
You only get it once, don't you? That's it. So once that's gone, you can make something look that pristine, but if it ends up like Trigger's broom, it's had 10 handles and 4 bottoms, it's not the original, is it? So it's got to be kept to original as much as I can, keep it original. So I would rather pay more for a second-hand original part than put in a new part.
And George is in full agreement.
They look nice, a lot nicer than cars these days, really. Well, I mean, it's an expensive car from the day, so nostalgia for it. Can still sort of connect with my dad's nostalgia for it.
It's one of those cars that you were never going to have. You were never going to have the money to have one. You were never going to be the kind of person that would buy a performance-leading four-wheel drive rally car ever. And then all of a sudden you find yourself in the very fortunate position of being able to do that. So it's get one while you can. I'm expecting it to be tyres, refurbishing the alloys, paint work. That's if you can do the body work myself, which you can do, hopefully. The mechanics, if there's not too much wrong with it, shouldn't be too much. You're into disc and pads and the usual consumables, really. It's how far we go with it. So if we don't unearth anything in the engine that's major, I think we've got a cracking car.
In the meantime, Michael's dreaming of the day he's able to fire up his very own Quattro.
People tell me the 5-cylinder sounds fantastic, so hopefully when it does start, I won't be disappointed. She's solid. It's all right.
How do you imagine in your mind it will drive?
Like I'm in the 80s, in Ashes to Ashes. It's going to scoot round corners, it's going to grip, it's going to hold the road superbly well. I'll feel like I'm going faster than I am. I shall grin when I drive it. Fire up the Quattro, yeah, I'll be able to say that. They're just a great car.
Not far from Thornton-le-Dale, another father and son team are waiting for their new project to arrive.
Yeah.
For a couple of years, James has been restoring a Mini Cooper with the help of his dad, Andrew.
The finished effect is spot on. It looks really good.
But his old man has always hankered after the car of his youth.
Nostalgia for me. Bought the Sunbeam because I owned one over 30 years ago. They're fantastic cars, great fun, rear-wheel drive. James and I have talked about getting an Avenger Tiger or a Sunbeam for a long time. The rest is history, as they say. Yeah, we had a little bid.
Have you made space?
Have we made space?
Yeah.
Of course we have.
Have you been polishing, James?
No, for me, Esprit.
Oh.
We think it looks exactly like the one I had about 32 years ago, something like that. Exactly the same colour, same wheels, everything. Lovely, really, really nice.
Looks nicer than looking at a photograph.
We're living our dream at the moment.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that.
Lovely.
Perfect. Well, it's home, innit, really?
It is. Where it needs to be.
Where it needs to be.
I love it. It's nice that he had one when he was 18, 19, and as a 19-year-old, I'm sure I'm feeling the same as he was 30 years ago when he had his one. But yeah, I think it's great.
Got to get some original seats for it. Still front wings. The rest, really, it just needs a change of oil, a tune-up, and it's good to go.
Best bit, really, isn't it? You know, sometimes you drop things off and you just know full well that it's the wrong car for that person or the wrong person for that car. And then on the flip side, you know, you take things to people that are going to appreciate them and look after them and actually cherish it, you know, which I think is the case here.
It's good. It's certainly comfortable.
Yeah, there's two there, yeah, that are over the moon, you know. I don't suppose you can make them a lot happier today, you know. That's it, innit? You know, they're going to stand there, aren't they, for the next hour, looking at it, looking round it, and falling in love with it with a bit of luck.
Families and the love of cars. Sounds familiar.
We have a family concern, don't we? I think that's great, you know. And Andy there is helping James along, isn't he? And I'm sure at times James is helping Andy along. You know, it goes both ways, doesn't it? Let's be fair. So, yeah, I think it's brilliant, yeah. Thank you very much.
You don't see them. They're so rare, I can't remember the last time I saw one for sale. Not an original one like that. The hammer price was $9,250. I think that was about right. That was where I wanted to be. It was a good price. I'm happy. It needs a few things, but what old cars don't. A learning curve, yeah. The plan with the car is just to drive it and take it to shows and enjoy it. I've got no interest in sprinting it or racing it. James's time will come as he gets a little bit older and can afford the insurance, then it's his. We bought it 50-50 and I'll have the first bit of fun and he can take over.
Driving it, I think, is going to be a big step up from a Mini, I think. But yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun having something that goes a bit more when you put your foot down a bit.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Family Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on. That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
on sale this week.
2 Bentley S3s from the 1960s.
They're a pleasure to drive. There's no sound from the engine, it's almost like an electric car.
Absolutely wonderful. I mean, crumbs, what more can you want? The 1928 AJS Special. This would have been extremely quick, this bike, really quick. This would have frightened you, how quick this bike goes. Lot number 5, 1936 BSA, lovely machine.
You need to be in the zone to be able to drive it briskly.
Very, very attractive little car. When you drive down the road, people will smile.
Tucked away in the Yorkshire countryside, Thornton-le-Dale is one of the places to visit if you're in the mood for a classic car.
Personally, I love classic cars because I can understand how they work, I can take them apart, I can have as much fun with them as I want, and they're also stunning. Every classic car is unique, they look totally different.
With an almost endless stream of desirable vehicles on offer, hundreds of punters every year get the chance to own their bucket list vehicles. And that includes the Matthewsons themselves, always on the lookout to top up their own very different collections.
I tend to have a few sort of competition-y type cars. Been on the Malaysian Grand Prix circuit all its life, that one.
I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Land Rovers.
Whenever I buy one, the gearbox falls out the following week.
Between them, though, there are some crossovers of interest. For example, Derek and Paul love the Bentleys.
Everybody should drive one of these before they die. They really, really should.
Derek has a beautiful Mark 6 from the 1940s, and Paul recently nabbed this Continental GT for 16 grand.
We use it probably 2-3 days a week on average, I suppose, and it's just a nice environment to be in. It's just a lovely car.
Today, Derek has volunteered himself for a plum collection in Suffolk, a brace of Bentleys that would be on anyone's wish list. For 82-year-old Ray Curson and his wife Jane, their cars have always been like two other people in the marriage. On the left, Cynthia, a 2.5-ton S3 from 1963. And on the right, Harry, a more lightweight 1965 Continental.
I bought Cynthia from a very nice old gentleman in Leicestershire in 1974. Harry was bought in 1984. He'd done 32,000 miles when I bought him. He's done under 100,000 now.
Both cars come loaded with happy memories.
Married to Jane in one of them, and my daughter married in the others. So a joy to have. They're a pleasure to drive. They make heads turn. There's no sound from the engine. It's almost like an electric car. I've been privileged to have them, really.
In the 60s, a new S3 would have been around £6,000. The Continental, well over 8, twice the cost of an average UK house.
It did cause quite a stir when it was first shown. It was a big break with tradition, I think. People used to, from the rear, think it was an Aston Martin.
Both cars have 6-litre engines and unrivaled levels of interior luxury.
You only got to look at the quality of the build. Every moment I drove them I thought was special. They're a thing of beauty.
But it's Harry who has the most class-defining accessory.
It was one of the few cars that had altimeters in, and because the sort of person who'd be driving somebody like Harry would be, getting on in years, and so if they were in Switzerland, for instance, it would warn them if they were going too high up into the Alps, where it would complicate their breathing.
Bentley and Rolls-Royce, names synonymous with luxury. But where do you go if the standard models seem a bit low rent? The answer? Coach builder Mulliner Park Ward. Founded as H.J. Mulliner in 1897, the original ride pimpers produced works of art like the Silver Shadow Corniche, the Phantom 6, and of course, the elegant Continental with its distinctive tilted headlamps. Body shells were redesigned, leather and veneer upgraded, carpets refitted in lamb's wool. It took 3 weeks to paint a car and 3 days to check it for imperfections. Production runs were always low, the skilled craftsmen didn't come cheap, and hardly anybody could afford the end result. The Willesden factory closed in '91, but the name lives on as Bentley's bespoke division. Derek's arrived, fresh from his 5-hour journey down the M1. Ray and Jane are hoping to get just short of 100 grand in total for the Bentleys, so he's going to stay focused for this one.
Yeah, this is a stylish old thing, isn't it? It's a lovely old car, super thing. This, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'm not all that enamoured with the colour and the colour of the trim particularly. I think it's probably been painted to maybe Ray's colour scheme, the colour that he wanted. A lot of sinkage on it. The lacquer's bridged quite a lot on it. But the dash top's good. The wood's nice. A little bit of cracking on the veneer, but very, very little. Lovely car.
The non-Mulliner S3 might be considered a bargain, but with an expectation of a 30 grand sale, it's got to be in fairly good nick.
Let's have a look inside. Yeah, she's a nice old thing, isn't she? She wants colonising, a bit of colouring up and odds and sods, but that's fine because it's probably never been done. I would think it's most definitely never been touched. And a really, really honest old car. Absolutely lovely. Nice interior, nice door shuts and such, nice colour. Sell well, that car. Ray's had the best out of these, of course, over these years that he's had them. Absolutely wonderful. He's had a lovely motoring career with these two cars. I mean, crumbs, what more can you want? That's handy, Ray, isn't it?
This is my green my green vehicle.
No, brilliant idea.
And of course, you know, Rory the dog thinks he owns it now.
Of course. Good. Well, we just had a look round, and did you have them painted, Ray?
Yeah, both of them were taken down to bare metal, and on Cynthia, all the wings have been cut off.
Was the Mulliner in it? Was that one always that colour, or was that your choice of colour?
The history said it was like the light blue when it was first delivery. Well, it's been a gradual process of having to realise that I'm not able to drive them as much as I could. Got to be realistic, and I've had my wonderful times with them.
Bit sad, but you know, it'd be nice that they're going to go to a new home and someone else use them more than we can use them now, so it needs to be done, really.
It's hard, really, when you've had stuff like this age. This is why, you know, a lot of the time we like to do our own collections, because we like to meet people. You can't beat doing it yourself, because I know where they come from, what the people are like, why they're going, how long they've had them, all this, that and the other. It's very important. You build up a picture of it and you can relay that to a prospective purchaser. And being a collector myself, I'll get quite a kick out of it, you know. Let's face it, best job in the world I've got, haven't I? I mean, look at the day, beautiful place. I mean, crumbs, can't be bad. How fortunate am I?
The showroom is currently rammed with classics.
How's the paperwork going, Sarah?
To say the next auction will be well stocked would be an understatement.
About 390 something. I reckon this one will be over 400.
With so much going on, it's essential that everything is tickety-boo with the admin.
So we've got descriptions that have stuff sitting even here. We've got bidding forms.
We seem to have misplaced some paperwork. It's not like us.
Usually we've got a love letter for Sarah.
A lot of people in this establishment can't count, so you find that the numbers are sometimes in the wrong places.
And now, a large, cumbersome vehicle has arrived outside the Pickering HQ. Courtesy of transporter driver Nick Dodds.
You specialise in big, unusual, clumsy vehicles.
I try not to. But sometimes you just can't get out of these things, can you?
What have you brought?
A living caravan. That might not be the correct term for it, but all I know is it's 42 foot and very old. And very nice. It's not the easiest thing to sort of negotiate, but yeah, for someone, it'll be a right tool, won't it?
The tool in question is a 1959 Simpson Showman's living van, once the home of a travelling fairground family.
We're thinking of turning this into your new office.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Sure.
Does it have a proper toilet though? I'm not a bucket kind of girl.
I'm assuming it's father, because I don't think anyone else would have said, yeah, bring it down. It's a lovely thing, isn't it, if that's what you're into.
Are you into that?
No, not at all, no.
Either way, it's going to take some shifting.
Towing weight of a Land Rover?
3.5 tons.
Do you know how heavy that is?
No.
Mick, do you know how heavy it is?
I think it's about 6 or 7 ton, so it's pretty light.
I don't feel that heavy, you know. We're looking all right, John.
That's me.
Are we off yet? I can't actually see anything. Now we are. Success!
Stage 1 complete. But unfortunately, it seems Derek's also requested that it doesn't stay outdoors.
Believe it or not, I've got to make a bit of room in the shed there and get it inside, apparently.
Which way do you have to turn then to turn it?
Left to go left. Overshot. Left to go left they are. Can't see anything.
All right.
All right, Jack.
As you are.
No.
As you are.
Oh yeah, I can now.
Yeah, go on then, as you are.
Look, we're going over centre, you see.
When you say as you are, Jack, is that good? Or?
Yeah. It's when I don't know what to say, so I just say as you are.
Back now at that. I reckon we can push it. Go on, Jack, I'll get around. We're getting soaking wet with this gutter.
How's your hernia?
Oh, it's all right. Doing it the world of good, this. How we doing? Are we there? We're there.
The giant caravan has lost the battle. But now, an update from Derek.
Dexy's just phoned and said, don't put that living caravan inside.
So they've put it in and Derek doesn't want it
It's
there.
now inside, drying off nicely, and Derek's just phoned and said, don't put it inside.
And there isn't a key for it either.
But he's coming to sort it out.
Will anybody be here when he arrives?
I'm going to leave before he arrives. There may be a bit of friction between him and Paul. Yeah, see you in the morning. Yeah, see you in the morning. Bye.
There's no choice. It's time to initiate Operation Birthday Boy. Nobody knows how old Derek is, but a cake and card should distract him.
Yummy. Coffee.
Oh, oh, birthday. Whose birthday?
It's yours.
Look at that.
Just smell it. Just smell it. It smells.
Lovely, isn't it? I like, is it coffee?
It certainly is.
Lovely,
My
isn't it?
favourite.
Yeah, very good one. Excellent. Lovely. Apparently it was a bit of a handful. Oh, it was some pushing, wasn't it? A fair bit of weight there, isn't it?
Which is why you can imagine when you said you wanted it outside and they got it in, that didn't go down too well.
You ain't got to take it serious, have you? That's the thing. You mustn't take these things serious.
Job done. Before COVID, auction days would have seen the crowds descend on Thornton le Dale.
Car speaks for itself. Stunning car. Start beware. We're a live auction. We're old-fashioned. When we announce our first auction, I don't know where or how we're going to hold it. I sort of almost know personally how that's 5,000 people want to come.
But with no mass gatherings, the socially distanced magic happens in the showroom at Pickering.
13, you're out now, Dave, you're out on the net. 13 I've got.
Today was earmarked for the sale of the two impressive S3 Bentleys. But they're just going to hold off for a while. When the cars were collected, owners Ray and Jane had a preference about how they should be sold.
Do they need to stay together?
Oh, well, that would be the perfect solution. And they would be very happy to be alongside each other for the next 50 years.
What these two need is a private buyer. But the likelihood of someone buying both at the auction is slim, especially with a likely price tag of around 100 grand.
6.5, thanks for your bidding.
But, curiously, today will see the sale of another Bentley. After living with his Continental GT for a few months, Paul's had second thoughts.
Yeah, I like me Bentley. It's kind of turned into a bit of a work runaround, which is a bit bizarre, isn't it, really? By that, I mean, we never use it as a family because there isn't a lot of room in there. You find yourself with the front seats up to the dashboard and it's just not very comfortable. That's it, she's off.
And within no time, there's a private viewing. Graham Hindle from Bolton smells a bargain.
At the end of the day, I'm just a painter and decorator, aren't I? I don't know much about cars, but I know I do like this. You know, you got to treat yourself sometimes and you keep thinking, oh, I'd love one of them. And then you see something like this and you think, it's actually affordable. Where I put my ladder, I do not know.
Paul paid 16 grand for the car. He's hoping to get his money back.
Are we all ready to go? 142 is the Bentley Continental GT. There she is there. Beautiful bit of kit, stunning value for money. Start me on it. Where do you want to be? 12, 5, 13, 5, 14, 14,000, 14. 14,000 and away, 5, 14, 5, 14, 5. 14,500, 15, 15, 5. Unbelievable value for money. 16, 16, 5 upstairs. 17 downstairs now. 17, 5. I know it wants some believing, look at it, but that's it. 17, 5. She's away. Good luck to you. 17, 5. It's 17, 5. A cracking deal.
Decorator Graham didn't win the Bentley, and its sale to a couple in Driffield marks the end of Paul's days of glamour. He did make 1,500 quid profit though.
Back into my old Rover really, which has done about 15 mile this year, because the Bentley was there. So yeah, time to let somebody else have a bit of fun with it. So I'm quite pleased with that. That's done all right.
Back at the garage.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you properly.
A bit of lockdown hasn't done anything to reduce the number of vehicles going through the books.
Go on, Blue. Put to lot 433. Okay, so.
But restrictions have kiboshed a particularly popular part of auction day, memorabilia.
So yeah, we've got a massive backlog. You need the people here they like to have a rummage through the boxes, see if there's something interesting, and it's quite difficult to do over the internet, really.
But after a period of isolation, it's back, but not in abundance.
Some memorabilia is going in?
Yeah, probably 20 items maybe of memorabilia. There's probably about 800 to 1,000 items here.
Reintroducing memorabilia back into the wild first means careful selection.
So they've got a nice chopper here. Not my favourite of the choppers because it's a Mark III, and I'd rather have a Mark I or a Mark II because I like a knob to fiddle with. This ain't got a knob to fiddle with.
So the difference between a Mark I and a Mark III, because it's schoolboy error, isn't it?
Schoolboy error, no knob.
1.5 million choppers were sold in the 70s, but at 35 quid, they weren't cheap.
Did you have one?
No, I had a shopper, didn't I?
Rally shop.
Dyslexic mother.
And just for comparison,
This is Mark II, so it's got the longer knob on it as opposed to a round knob.
And which generates more interest then too?
Oh, the Mark II, yeah. Recently they've been making really, really good money, so anything I would have said for like £1,000 quid, 1,200, depending on what sort of condition they're in.
Because they were just used and abused, weren't they?
Of course they were, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Was your rally shopper used and abused?
Yeah, I tried to lose it a few times, but somebody always found it.
Next on the list, an item gathering a few cobwebs in the corner.
So the lovely organ, I think it needs a little bit of work doing on it before you want to, you know, start busking with it or anything like that. And it is lovely, isn't it? Don't you think?
This Pasquale two-wheeled Victorian barrel organ was first rolled out in Bury St Edmunds. Today, it would struggle to strike a chord with anyone.
Choose a number. Right, so this should be Old Lang Syne. It's not.
Also destined for the first memorabilia sale in months.
So that's lot 107.
So pumps are popular.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, ever so popular for the man caves, yeah. So that's lot 329, the Bowser pump. Looking resplendent. Then we've got a couple of original glass petrol pump globes. They're becoming rarer and rarer because they're getting smashed and broken.
Originality sells, and signs generate huge interest. Even ones with potentially limited local appeal.
Yeah, I mean, that one is a bit more niche because it's got a name on it. I just thought it was quite nice, original sign. It's going to be upwards of 150 quid, something like that.
We'll see when the hammer falls. Up in the top showroom in Thornton-le-Dale, Cynthia, the S3 Bentley from the early 60s, is waiting patiently for Derek to find her a new home.
Majestic and timeless, absolutely timeless. I think it's one of the nicest colours. I think that is just perfect.
Her current owner has requested that she stays with partner Harry, the dashing 1965 Continental.
The old car's very attractive, very attractive, very, I don't know, stylish looking car. I think that's probably the best word for it. They've got a presence.
For Derek to help find one person to buy both cars for what will be nearly 100 grand, he needs to know what they're like. So he's taking Harry for a 10-minute spin.
Few scuffs on the leatherwork. Nice car other than that. Engine sounds sweet. Gearbox is quite nice. It's just a royal old car. It sort of makes you feel like not going anywhere that's a little bit rough.
With that in mind, Derek's calling off at the nearby and very respectable village of Kirby Moorside to see Stuart Thompson, who also has some rare vehicles that need selling.
Hi, good to see you. Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah, no
Looking
problem.
forward to having a look.
Okay.
Going for a
Walk this way.
Yeah, no problem.
Inside, a 1936 BSA three-wheeler with a 1000cc V-twin engine.
You need to be in the zone to be able to drive it briskly.
But also a 1928 AJS Special framed motorbike owned by Stuart's brother-in-law.
Oh, this is a contraption and a half.
That, yeah, 28 frame, 29 engine, or 29 engine, 28 frame.
Is it?
Yeah. And raced in the late 40s and 50s. It regularly won for the fastest 350 hand change.
Unusual set of forks, isn't she?
Well, we know it's not the original forks because the chap who built it had a nasty accident.
Right.
And the forks broke, so he put chains on, so if it ever happened again, it wasn't going to cause him any problems.
Yeah, not a bad idea, was it, really?
I mean, we can see it being used for parts. Use the engine, use the frame. Are they going to buy it to hill climb? It's interesting, and it doesn't half go.
Yeah.
But it's not like a works racer.
No, but if you're going to hill climb something, it might as well be that, mightn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. I don't know. I've just got this like 3,500 quid thing in mind.
Right.
Anyway, there you are. That's my opinion, but I think it's all guesswork, that one.
Now this has been in the family since '64. Mechanical restoration, 99, something like that.
Yeah,
but it's more interesting with the V-twin. They did a straightforward, didn't they?
They did. There you go. Yeah.
Still on the 6-volt electric, so it's not been messed around with.
Yeah. You don't see too many come on the market, do you? I think it's a right nice motor, you know. Looking at like mudguards and the side bits, you know, the body. If it were to make 12, would you be happy?
I would. I would.
Back at Pickering, everyone's gearing up for another closed auction. The online bidding tech is up and running, and a strict schedule has been devised to try and keep Derek in check.
2 minutes per car. When a customer wants to put a bid on, we'll give them an approximate time when we think we'll be calling them.
So Joe's got a list of timings for the lot numbers. Is that going to work?
I don't think that approximation is going to stand.
Why?
Well, that's the silliest question you've ever asked. Why?
The biggest auction you've had?
Biggest ever auction that we've had. And I hope the next one isn't bigger, because I may not be alive.
Is that because of the curry?
Yeah, nothing to do with the auction, just that might actually end me.
Today, the Simpson Showman's living van is on the list to be sold, and the good news is...
Hello.
It's almost road ready.
Oh God, it is a bit. Come in, Hannah. Welcome to our new office party bus. Oh my God. A little bit feisty, but look, you can put your cup of tea on here. Got a fireplace. We'll get the fire lit. What's the bedroom like? I don't know. Oh, it'd be cosy. You'd have to sleep with your head at that end.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Then how's the bathroom?
Oof.
I don't think it'd be that comfortable. Proper toilet though, at least it's not like a porta potty.
True. Oh, we've got a hole. Oh, that's a big hole.
It is a big hole.
That looks like it's a tumble dry vent.
An oven or... Yeah, it's like a vent for something,
that's
isn't it?
the point. You've got a kitchen and no oven.
As long as there's gin.
Don't matter what
Fine.
you're living
Don't
in,
think
does
there's a gym.
Not gym. Gin.
We don't want a gym.
Correct.
What?
177, 1959, Simpson show van. Here we are. Sits over there, fantastic piece of kit. Lovely, lovely paint job. Super paint job. Better paint job than half the cars we get in. Have we got anyone in at 5,000? £5,000 there, 5,000. £5,000 we've got 5,000. 5,000, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, at 5,000. We'll try, though. Speak to the office afterwards. 5,250. He nearly missed it at 5,250. We'll make a phone call for you and we'll get an answer as soon as we can.
Unfortunately, the answer was no. But step forward. The new owner.
The guy went up his offer, so it's ours.
When you say ours?
Paul's buying me it. I just thought it was good value.
So far, Paul and Ange have no idea how they'll use the 32-foot caravan or where it will eventually go. Apart from that, the plan's good.
Right, yeah. So it's going into winter storage and fingers crossed we'll find somewhere to site it.
Yes.
For the spring. I just like it. It'd be good fun, won't it?
The three-wheeled BSA and the hill-climbing AJS motorbike have arrived at the garage. This morning, volunteer car washer Jeffrey Bubbles will be assisting Derek.
Well, it ain't got much of a lock. There's some imperfections about it, Jeff, aren't there? You all right, fellas? Well, it's numb, isn't it? Heavier than what you think, isn't it? Are you pulling the other way, Jeff? What's that say on there?
The BSA's engine will need looking at before it's turned over.
That's choke.
But at the very least...
Closed choke.
Derek would like to know where the starter button is.
What's that there? Does that say ignition?
That's true.
Yeah. Must be throttle. Well, that's going to be main beam dip, isn't it? No, that's indicator, headlamp flash. You got lights, dip. Is that choke? Am I doing choke there?
It's choke. That's the choke.
Yeah.
The other one must be the throttle.
Well, this is it's advance and retard, this one.
The throttle's down.
Throttle we got traditional down there. All I'm looking for is a starter button.
But then, a breakthrough.
Oh, hang on. That's it there, down the bottom there. That's starter. Front wheel drive. Very, very attractive little car. And I think the V-screen is lovely. I think it makes it. I think it looks much, much better than a flat screen. I think the more I thought about it, I think I'd either run it exactly as it is, not do a thing to it, or paint it. I don't think there's any halfway house. But lovely potential. I think the car's great. I love it to bits. It's just one of them smiley cars. I guarantee you, when this car is on the road, either in that condition or mint, when you drive down the road, people will smile. You can't help but smile at this little car. Now, this is a lovely little thing. Quite taken with this. If I'd got enough time, I'd have put a bid in for this. I like this. Good clean up, whip the tank off, clean it out, get some fresh fuel for it, away you go. Start me on it. We're going to be 8,000 pound, 8,000 and away. 8,000 pound, 250, 5, 8,500, 8,500, 8,500, 750, 9,000, 9,000, 9,250. Gentleman's had it for years. The number plate goes with it. Car 390. I'll talk with the family. I'm sure we'll be okay. I'll do my very best for you. 9,250. Provisional 9,250.
The highest bidder was Kevin Cook from Dorset. At some point after it was delivered, he also found the starter button and got it running. He's done a bit of cleaning and fettling, but nothing too drastic. In other news, Sarah's carefully selected memorabilia went down well. The barrel organ sold for £1,450. The Shell petrol globe also found a new home.
Sold 480.
Along with the man cave ready Bowser pump.
1,050.
Lucy had a ride round on lot 206.
Has it got a flat tyre?
I think it has got a flat tyre.
Is that because I'm sat on it?
Yeah.
Before realising that the much abused chopper is now a valuable artefact.
Sold 1,400.
Could have a holiday to Barbados for that.
And last but probably not least, the local humble enamel sign.
£140.
Now in the safe hands of biomass businessman Ashley Joy.
T&M were a company that used to build barns. They were based in Wetherby, which is only a few miles down the road. Just finished building this barn, and I thought it would be quite a nice finishing touch.
So just nice to preserve a little bit of history, really.
Yeah. It's the first new barn that it's been on in about 40 years.
Oh, and by the way, also from the auction, he now has a Jag. The 1928 AJS Special also caused a stir at the garage. This was a bike built for one purpose only.
In the 20s and 30s, it weren't so much cars racing against each other, it was reliability and racing against the clock. So hill climbs were tremendously popular. Hundreds of people there were there. Their old-fashioned Rain Max on and things, Flasher Max and things as we call them. It was cheap and cheerful motorsport for the masses, wasn't it?
Like many of its type, it's a cobbled-together machine.
It's based on an AJS, fitted apparently with a 1928, I believe, 350 engine. An aftermarket tank, as you can see, being made up, which is all you need. There's no point in carrying a big tank on the thing when you're only going to do a short run and what have you. So you've got oil one side, fuel the other, and I think it's designed to run on methanol, or it's been modified to run on methanol. Raced regularly at Royston Nats Valley and Post Hill until 1966. Considerable success in the vintage class. So it really is a cracking machine. This would have been extremely quick, this bike, really quick. This would have frightened you, how quick this bike goes. The bit I like about it, the crankcase forms part of the frame. There it is, bolted in, filling in that gap in the frame. Clever little things. You know, the more you look round it, the more you can see all these little mods that he's done, all these little racing mods. And he wouldn't have done those racing mods for fun. It don't look anything, but there's something about the bike. Interesting bike, got some interesting history. In fact, it's got some fantastic history. Start me where?
17.
1700, 17 we're away, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, £2,000, £2,000, £2,000, 2250, 2250, 2,250, 25, 2005, 26, 2006. This will prove a very interesting machine. The more you research, the more you'll find out this machine. 27, 2007, upstairs, 27, 27, 28,
29,
2008,
29,
29, 3,000, £3,000, 3,000, on sale the machine.
3-1,
3-1, 3-2, 3-4, 3-4, David's bid, 3-4, 3-5, 3,500 and selling David's bid. Selling, 3-5, thank you for your bidding, gentlemen, 3-5.
The AJS goes to collector Simon Brice. A few days later, he's sitting, waiting patiently for his newest toy to arrive.
Oh, I started collecting bikes when I was aged about 16, and I've been buying bikes ever since, so my collection now runs at 21 bikes. I've collected so many bikes I actually couldn't physically get in here to work on them, so I got the builder to come and put a 32-foot extension on the side of it.
After a random search on the Matthewson's website, Simon was in love.
Once I'd read a little bit of the history, I thought I have to have it. The bike is totally unique. There is not another one in the world like it.
Stuart's father-in-law's dad bought it in 1964, and his father-in-law took it on in 68.
I'm hoping you brought me this.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the one.
It's dropped off by bike courier Lee Costello.
What's the plan for the bike then, Simon?
To use it again, as it was meant to be, raced.
You're going to race it, are you?
Yeah. Hill climb and sprint it.
Here she comes.
Wow.
Look at that.
What a beauty.
I was a member of the North Lancs Motor Club. In fact, I was actually the chairman. I used to race in hill climbs at Barben, which is fairly close to us here. I will be continuing its history. I'm not the fastest person in the world. It will probably never finish first with me on it, but it will compete, and my God, it will feel so good.
Now then, against this wall, Simon, yeah?
That's perfect. Absolutely superb, Lee, thank you.
You're very welcome.
It's absolutely amazing. It's got some really interesting modifications. The carburettor has been extended away from the cylinder head to get the perfect length for the fuel to go in. So it's got a racing gearbox. It's a racing gearbox. Wow.
The renovation will start tomorrow and take about a year. But for now, Simon's lined up a special evening. Just the two of them.
I'm going to put it in the garage, I'm going to make myself a gin and tonic, and I'm just going to sit and look at it for an hour. That's it. That's tonight, sorted. Unbelievable.
And finally, Cynthia and Harry, the two Bentleys from the 1960s. Owners, Ray and Jane, wanted them to stay together. But that meant one person spending nearly 100 grand for the pair on auction day.
Oh, it would have been almost impossible, really. In fact, it would have been probably not even any point in trying it.
But Derek's nothing if not determined.
So I'm coming up. If you want, I'll call in and we'll put a race together. One is, two heads are better than one. One's a sheep's head, isn't it?
It took a few days of phone calls and research.
Yeah, you give it a bit of thought. I'm Derek. If you want to do anything, you ring me.
But eventually, a local collector came to the rescue. Someone with the sort of style and sophistication needed to own such elegant vehicles.
I thought maybe we ought to do something about these cars. So I thought, right, we'll talk with the vendor and see if he's interested in doing a deal on the two at his reserve. No, not, in fact, a bit above his reserve in actual fact, and see if he's happy at doing that, keeping them together. I mean, they're a lot of money and they take up a lot of room, but I thought, well, if I sell 5 or 6 of mine, they would fund that purchase. I'd rather look after a smaller selection properly or reasonably well, rather than neglect a big bunch of them, you know.
But the Bentley is to use.
Bentley's to use. I use it a lot, an awful lot. Yeah, I really do. I like it very much. It drives very, very nice. It's a stylish car, lovely car, and I like a bit of luxury, really. That's about what it boils down to. And I think when you get older, you do start to appreciate a bit more like that.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
Jaguar E-Type 4.2.
We've got an MGC and a Jag, which have been here since 1993. Not much use in the garage, are they?
1965 Austin Gypsy. Lovely looking thing.
The original seats with the packaging.
It's good order. They do quite well this, you know. The Toyota MR2 stroke Ferrari.
It's a tribute, I think, to cars that have got a bit of quality behind them. And if they put a lot of love into building them, that's all I wanted.
Matthewson stores beautiful cars, trucks, motorcycles and bizarre paraphernalia from all over the UK and beyond.
Oh, an MG Magnet and a Subaru. There's a difference.
So Derek, this is you doing your emails.
This is it, mate.
You've just got to staple them together now.
Staple them together and that just makes one big email. Makes it a lot easier to answer then.
Some of the vehicles just arrive at the garage with the owners in tow.
Lovely, isn't she? Used to be the post office, didn't it?
Absolutely. Busby.
But many are collected by the family themselves.
Basically, what I've arranged is very little.
This can be a point of contention.
I've arranged Cannock and Stone. So personally, I would do that.
It's sometimes said, when you've got a vehicle to pick up, you sort of go for the nice ones. How do you stand accused on that?
Not guilty, my lord. That is a wicked rumour.
No, you're not. No. Who's told you that? Yeah, I think that might be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I do steer one or two of the awkward ones their way. But it does them good. It's character building.
So to prove a point, Derek's nabbed a plum barn find. Hiding in the wilds of Scotland, a 1968 E-Type Jag and a rare MGC convertible.
Lovely people by the sounds of them. In what's described as a big old manor house, with I presume a big old barn alongside it, with a couple of big old classics in there. So I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully the weather's okay and we'll have a nice day. Hard to value until you get there. Just depends what they're like. Don't know how well they've been kept. One thing I will tell you, they'll achieve more than what they maybe should. Big demand for an MGC convertible, and even bigger demand for an E-Type.
Joy Smith has lived in the southern uplands of Ayrshire for the best part of 30 years. But there's one part of the property she hasn't ventured into much.
So what have we got in here then, Joy?
We've got an MGC and a Jag, which have been here since 1993, when my husband died, and they haven't been seen since.
So they've been in the garage for all these years?
They have, yes.
And do we know what sort of state they're in at the moment? Or?
I have no idea.
Joy's husband, Wally, bought the Jag just before they moved here.
We were on a holiday over in California, in Monterey, and Wally went off somewhere, and he came back and he said, "I've just bought a Jaguar." I said, "Okay."
Was he known for going off and buying odd things?
Yes. I think the guy got it from here over to America, used it for just a very short time to go from his house to the golf course, and that's why it's got quite a low mileage on it.
The MGC was an earlier impulse buy.
When we were in Ireland, we were in a farmhouse, and I saw him building the car and putting the bits in, in each room and different things like that. My daughter was married in it. There was much very happy memories in it.
Joy and Wally have owned many great vehicles. Their collective love of classics, a joint adventure, evident from their early years.
My Irish friend Betty and I emigrated to Canada. We bought a Lambretta scooter, a second-hand one, and we toured most of the states in Canada, down through New Zealand. We did every road there was, and then we went up to India, and then when we got back to the UK, we went across the continent and then did all the countries in the continent.
So you went around the world on a Lambretta?
Basically.
Why?
Good point.
When Joy married Wally a few years later, his work on oil refineries resulted in yet more world tours, and another excuse to pursue the passion.
He absolutely loved cars. Everywhere we went, there was always a reason why we went to a place, something to do with the car, yes.
So, Granny, you stand back here.
Joy's granddaughter, Kate, and her boyfriend, Sean, have come over to help get the cars ready for Derek's arrival.
The family want me to move. The building is 1702, and it needs an awful lot of work done to it. The cars, not much use in the garage, are they? And I mean, I'm getting ancient, so, it's best that we do something with them. It's time for them to go.
By the time Derek arrives, any ideas of an idyllic collection north of the border have drained into the nearest lock.
Welcome to Scotland.
Oh, man. I think we've had it. I Can't see us turning around up here. We're going to have to pop a car on, aren't we? And then maybe run it down and drop it on the trailer and come back for another one. I want to go back to Yorkshire. Yeah, oh, I see. Oh, dear. Oh, it's an old baronial house of some sort, isn't it? Oh, heavens.
Hello, lovely day for ducks.
Hello, Joy.
Hi.
I'm Derek.
Hello, Derek.
Hi, nice to meet you. We've got flat tyres. I see there's a compressor.
Yeah.
Do you think we may have an airline or anything like that?
Oh, don't ask me.
No.
Don't you bring those sort of things with you?
No.
A bit of pipe was found. Then, some grovelling in the dust.
Well, I just got to hope that we can pull it, haven't we?
With some dexterous driving and a winch, the precious E-Type emerges into something approximating daylight.
Yeah, keep it right hard over if you can. Lovely.
After that, it's business as usual. Just a bit wetter.
What are you thinking at the moment, Joy?
Half and half. Rather than go to a good home.
It's not the easiest of drives to get in and out of, is it?
No. No, there was once that we had a fire and the fire engine had to take the gates off, so there you go. Bye, car.
We can keep it going, she'll be laughing.
As per the master plan, the E-Type is deposited at the end of the road.
There she goes. That's it. Lovely.
Now, the MGC.
Can you do the same again, Sean? Good boy. I think I might be able to put you on the payroll, you know, but I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I will.
The rear brakes are completely seized. And the weather has turned so bad, apparently, even some people who live in Scotland are calling this rain.
They don't exaggerate, do they, up here? Oh, man. We've only got one chance at this, really. We need to get it about right first time. Otherwise, we're going to have aggravation getting off again.
At no point during this process has Derek had the energy to assess the cars. But after he's dried out, back in Yorkshire, he'll probably like them.
Well done, Sean. Thank you for your help. Pleasure.
Meanwhile, over in Chester, Dave's reenacting his level 14 trailer reversing test. He's here to meet Helen Bateman, who's organising the sale of two beautiful utilitarian classics. A 1965 Austin Gypsy, and, from 1951, a Massey Ferguson TE20 tractor.
We're in.
Hello, how are you?
We're in. Yeah, we're in.
You've done that before, haven't you?
I know, there's another clutch now. Well, you just put one clutch in it.
Everything here belonged to Helen's friend, Lynn Cairns, who recently passed away. Renovating vehicles was her passion.
I've been good friends with Lynn for 30 years, and Lynn acquired this vehicle in 2012 and the tractor in 1994, actually. It was her wish that I should arrange for them to go to Matthewson's for the sale.
Both vehicles have been meticulously renovated. Helen assisted Lynn, who left her some notes so she'd know exactly what she was selling.
It's a 1965, approximately 1,400 miles. It's a historic vehicle, 4x4, ex-civil defence, needs recommissioning. What does that mean? It's not run for three years. The battery's flat. Where's the battery? I don't know where the battery is. And we need to press the solenoid under the bonnet. What's the solenoid?
The Fergie holds good memories for Helen.
It was a birthday present, actually. I bought it for her in 1994, and she stripped it down, bought a whole load of new parts for it, and gradually put it back together again. It's very emotional, you know. Should have been Lynn doing this.
Have you been slightly sort of dreading this day a little bit?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. It's you know, it's like everything else, like emptying the house. It has to be done, and you just kind of get on with it. But at the same time, it's emotional, that's for sure. Looks tidy though.
Yeah, nice little tractor.
She did a good job of it.
It's a nice little thing. They're great for a little small holding, or you just want something cheap and cheerful just to do a few shows with them, play about with, you know. It might do 2,750. Right, let's have a look at the little gypsy.
Is he wrecking it? What are you doing with the big hammer on my truck?
Yeah. I don't know, that's why I don't know why you weren't looking.
Oh, well done. God, he knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
World War II was over, but the battle to be the British Army's field car of choice was on. After a few false starts, Austin's effort was the Champ, the forerunner to the Gypsy. The Champ was outgunned by the newfangled Land Rover, so its replacement, the Gypsy, entered the domestic market, targeting farmers, vets and country GPs, who were taken by its advanced Flexitour suspension and the optional extra of doors with locks. The commercial battle with Land Rover raged for a decade. The Gypsy was made from British steel while the Landy opted for aluminium. And when Austin and Rover merged, the less successful Gypsy got the chop. The Gypsy that's off to the auction retains plenty of genuine 50s charm.
Just the original seats with the packaging. She's had them in her bedroom upstairs.
It's good order. It'd do quite well, this, you know. First impression, I would say 6, 7, something like that, I would think.
Really? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Smashing.
Super. Helen, thanks ever so much.
Oh, that's lovely. Lovely to meet you.
No problem.
Smashing.
Take care. See you later.
Bye now. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. For me, it's just sadness to see them have to go, you know. They were Lynn's love, really, and she'd want them to go on to a new life. That's the thing. It's the end of the journey for here. It's the start of a new life for the trucks.
The following morning, it's an early start.
Yeah, right hand down a bit. Yeah, come on, come on, come on.
With the next auction just around the corner, the last few vehicles are arriving.
It's either a tractor, it's a fire engine, it's a car, it's a motorbike. Oh, this is ringing. This is always ringing.
Well, it's not ringing now.
Well, it's not ringing now, but that's because Hannah's just come off it. Should we give it 10 seconds?
The Jag 4.2 from 1968 and the 1969 MGC Roadster will shortly be going under the hammer after spending nearly 30 years in a barn. Derek's still traumatised after his washout trip north of the border.
Monsoon, I tell you, it's not raining, it's monsoon out there. Absolutely wet through. Anyway, we got them out eventually, and that was it, and got loaded up and away. But by which time, I just couldn't stand the wet pants and that anymore on the seats. So I pulled in the lay-by, took my pants off, put my shorts on, and then put my pants on the vent. Heater full up, full blast, on hot. So I've got no shirt on, pair of shorts, and me slippers.
What's the interior like?
It's half tidy, it'll colour up. So not bad, a little bit of wear on there, but it's not so bad. Dashboard's all good. Even the carpets are good, actually. Got 36,000 miles on there. And you know what? Would never surprise me if that's right.
The bigger 2+2 E-Type was the family-friendly option. It was stretched by 9 inches, and the roofline is a little bit higher. This one is also a less desirable auto, but Derek seems to be warming to it.
It don't smell such a bad car. Shuts are like that. Yeah, they're all there, aren't they? It's all right. You know, it's not a big problem really. It's quite an easy job. Saggy old headlining, of course, but I mean they always are. But generally speaking, it's all right.
As for the MGC Roadster, it's a decent example, and much more rare than the MGB.
It's okay, not a bad looking thing. Got a hard top. I haven't seen a soft top yet. But 200 and some odd quid for a new hood, so it's not worth worrying about that. So it'd be all right, make a car. You know, they both make a car, but they really have been sort of seriously abandoned. I can imagine the E-Type will fetch somewhere between 15 and 20, and the MGC will fetch something, I would think, 10, 12-ish, something on that sort of line.
MGC Roadster. In white, original black leather upholstery, owned by the vendor since 1993 and dry stored for many years. 7,000 we've got here, 7,000. Are we going to wrap that up at 7,250? 7,250, 7,500, 7,750, 7,750 on the internet. So provisional at 7,750, are we there? 7,750, very provisional on the web.
It's a long way below the reserve, but after some negotiation, the MGC is sold for $9.5 grand. As for the Series 2 E-Type, it may not be the most desirable model, but seasoned dealer Jeff Young is already lining up an overseas buyer for it.
Yeah, it could suit him down to the ground. It's the right spec for him anyway. He wants an automatic. He wants little seats in the back for the grandchildren. It could be a really good plus for him.
Simon Green has renovated 4 E-Types.
This is fairly easy to restore. Finished about 40 grand in today's market. Top price I would put on this would be about 22, something like that, which leaves a nice payday in it when you've finished doing the restoration.
Jaguar E-Type 4.2. What a fantastic project this is for somebody. £19,000 on the internet at £19,000. 19,500. 19,500 for the Jaguar E-Type. 20,000. £20,000. Must be one of the cheapest E-Types. Full stop, mustn't it? £20,000. £20,000. We've been asked to submit the best bid. First, second, third and last time provisionally at 20,000. I think it will come. £20,000. £20,000, Will.
The Jag heads for a new home on the south coast. All in all, not a bad return for Derek's less than jolly day out in Scotland.
I think they've just done about right, really. I'd have liked a little bit more for the MGC, but the E-Type, I think, I can't argue with it being bang on. I mean, 20 grand for one that wants a complete repaint and you don't know what else, can't be out of the way, really. I think that's a good bid, personally.
At the Pickering site.
Head office. Good afternoon, Matthewson's.
Numerous calls from customers who are proud to be part of the analogue generation.
Do you have a WhatsApp, Doogie? So I could just take a picture on my phone and WhatsApp you it? WhatsApp? That's all right, that's fine.
As an antidote to the sheer amount of admin that classic car sales generate.
Yes, a good idea, because he has got 12.5 on the sheet.
A test drive of some description is often a popular activity.
We're off on bike later, aren't we? Got a number plate on the back that says the Grafters, doesn't it, or something like that?
Yes. Yes. Well, that's us. Quick spin round the block.
Is it a proper seat or like a bike seat?
I don't know, but that chopper seat yesterday was quite comfortable, actually.
Was it?
Yeah. It was wide and long. It was quite nice.
And this was a chopper you're talking about?
But the quadricycle only has 2 seats. That's not enough. Luckily, there's also the option of a bicycle made for 3.
Hey, my brakes! That seat's really low. Feet are on floor. Do you want to swap? How do you set off? Which leg are we setting off on? Because it's too low. Might have to swap with you. Swap with me. Oh, hang on, Liz. Oh, that's better. Yes!
New Trandoms can retail at anything between £600 and £6,000 if you add some batteries to it.
Careful, careful.
This one has a reserve of £300. That's just 100 each for Ange, Lucy and Rachel.
Oh my God.
At Matthewson's, vehicles are picked because they sell. It's a business after all. But some sell better than others. Currently outperforming the pack are hot hatches that are getting on a bit, but are not quite middle-aged. This is the most recent GTI to wheel spin its way through the gates. Regular David Waite, here for a browse, struck by the spectacle.
205? Peugeot? Homologation special?
Do you know your stuff, David, then, with Peugeots?
Not particularly. I'm not a fan of French or Italian cars. They tend to use spaghetti for wiring. I love German and Japanese cars.
What do they use? Sausages?
German sausages are very good. If it is what I think it is, it's very rare and valuable.
It's not. It's actually a standard 1.9 GTI with a body kit.
It's that era, isn't it? You know, big flared arches, big fiberglass panels. Yeah, cut your arches out, look, put an extension on and on they go. Drive it in as a standard little Peugeot and drive it out, think you're in a WRC car. Yeah, some might say spoil a good car. You know, some might say.
But when it comes to smoke and mirrors, there's another tricky customer waiting in the wings. The Ferrari F355 GTS is an Italian thoroughbred from the 90s. It has a V8 engine and a sub-5-second acceleration to 60 miles an hour. Whereas this car doesn't and hasn't.
I suppose this is a poor man's Ferrari. It's a replica of a 355, based on a MR2.
Nigel Bettison each bought a perfectly respectable Toyota MR2 for about £3,000 and spent a further 10 on the conversion. The real thing will cost the best part of £100,000.
It's been my pride and joy. I get in and think, don't care what badge is on, but I love the driving position. I like the shape. You can put it into gear, the brakes work, you can get from A to B and you can go shopping. Yeah, I'd love a 355, but you know, maintenance bills when it breaks down are going to be horrendous. It's a tribute, I think, to cars that have got a bit of quality behind them. And if they put a lot of love into building them, that's all I wanted.
Hello, mate.
Hi, Derek.
Oh, this is her then, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a big wide devil, isn't she? A lot of thing, isn't it? A lot of car. How'd you get in the thing?
Little handle underneath.
Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Yeah, lovely.
I mean, I'm 6'1", I can drive it easily.
Yeah. All right. What's that, 2 litre, are they?
2.
Yeah, nice thing, isn't it? Very unusual.
Now, that is real. The steering wheel.
Yeah.
That's a 355 steering wheel.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting bit of kit, mate, isn't it? Really, really difficult, isn't it, to value it accurately? So what we got to go for 15? Yeah. I mean, are there any out there advertised? Is there any out there at 10 grand?
Poor ones, very poor. There's not many either because they're not making them anymore.
Right.
They're not even making, they can't make them anymore because Ferrari have bought all the moulds to the 3 that made them and destroyed them.
Have they?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a bit surprising they get, you know, whoever's done it's got away with it, isn't it? With,
yeah.
Especially putting that on there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know. No, let's give it a go. I mean, you've just got to test the market, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Back at the Pickering site, the much-loved Austin Gypsy from 1965 and the 1951 Massey Ferguson have been dusted off and are now waiting for a new home. It would be fair to say that the Gypsy bears a striking resemblance to early Land Rovers. For comparison purposes, Paul just happens to have a 1960 example hanging round with a reserve of 9 grand on it.
We've got a series Land Rover. I think it's a 2, isn't it? A 2 or a 2A. It's had a replacement chassis. As anyone who's had anything to do with Land Rovers is aware, the first thing to give up is the chassis. But truthfully, it actually drives pretty good. For an old Land Rover, it's not too bad. As we all know, you have to hang on. They're a wandery old pig, really. All the series, of course, are all on cart springs, leaf springs. And you either love them or loathe them, really. But there's something about them, there's a bit of quirkiness about them. You've got different wheelbase, haven't you? But all the different body types are changeable, aren't they? So you could have a truck cab like this is this weekend, and if you really so desired, next weekend, if you wanted a county station wagon, unbolt the top, bolt another top on. It's just what they are.
If either the Land Rover or the Austin Gypsy aren't quite agricultural enough, there's always the Fergie to fall back on. Generally speaking, resident car washer Sir Geoffrey Bubbles can't get enough of the tractors.
The little grey Fergie started before the war, took the place of the horse on small farms. It revolutionised agriculture in a way. The key to it all was the use of mounted implements on the 3 arms at the back. Ploughs, harrows, discs, seed drills, everything you could want to work the land. It's quite nicely finished. Looks original and genuine. £1,400 to £1,800.
Massey Ferguson tractor, TEA20, here we go. So £1,200 there, 1,200 there with Will at 1,002, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,516, 1,650, 1,750, 1,750. £1,800, it's on sale now. £1,800, fair warning. Sold, 1,800.
Ex-bank manager Bubbles, spot on with the financial forecast. The Mint Fergie will plough a new furrow in the East Midlands. As for the well-preserved 70-year-old Gypsy, it's caused a fair amount of interest.
This is an ammunition box.
Gary Milne, pleased he booked a viewing.
It's so solid, it's not rickety at all. It's amazing.
What appeals to you about these sort of vehicles?
Well, there's a kind of saying about these vehicles, if you can't fix it with a hammer, you've got an electrical problem. And it's that, really. Vehicles like this, you can fix lots of things. And the engine is really easy to understand. If you were drawing a sort of child's view of an engine, it wouldn't look far off.
1965 Austin Gypsy, here we are, lovely looking thing. Obviously an older restoration, it's mellowed out nicely, it's lovely inside. So we've got some interest here, 7,500, 7,750, straight back at you, Dave, he knows what it's worth. 7,750, 8,000, 8,250, straight back at you, Dave, at 8,250. 8,500, 8,000, 8,750. 9,000, Dave, 9,000, 9,250. We're trying, Dave, 9,250, and we're trying for everybody. 9.5, 9.5 with Dave there, 9,750. 10, that's with you, Dave, at 10. Next one's 10, 10.5, 10.5. Goodbye that, £10,500. Sold, 10,500, thank you.
The gypsy heads for the Peak District to a would-be collector. It's his second purchase in as many months.
Good solid old truck, innit? You know, not messed with. Let's be fair, if you wanted one to stick away, squirrel away, whatever, at least with that one there you can see what you get. To be honest, I think it's right. It should do that sort of money. Rarer than a Land Rover, of course. It's a good old truck, that.
After every auction, there's usually an additional flurry of excitement as vehicles are dispatched.
There you go, we've got a bell.
Today, Richard Snowden and his brother Tim have tipped up.
Blimey, look at it all.
Having never seen what they bought.
Hi guys.
Hello, hello.
How are we doing?
We're all right, thank you. We're looking for a Fergie.
The 1951 massive Ferguson tractor with its petrol engine is the newest addition to Richard's growing collection of classics.
Just like unusual stuff. Bit of fun to mess with.
He already has a Fordson Major, a Porsche Super, a Triumph Tiger Cub, and some 18th century cannons.
Oh, here we go, look. Look at that. It's almost like new look.
The Fergie is currently a non-runner.
Water in it. I would say the odds look pretty good at that starting. We should have a little side bet. But yeah, it looks good. I like it. I like it. Got the low slung exhaust as well. A lot of them have the exhaust coming out over the top. But some have them underneath. They call them orchard tractors or vineyard tractors and things like that, where they're either made to be going somewhere low or narrow. But if you were in a hayfield or something like that, they didn't like the exhaust low in case any sparks came out. It was a bit of a fire risk, I think. I would say the tyre's seen better days, hasn't it? New one should go on there. That wheel wants painting. I'm guessing they had a puncture and just put an old wheel on it at some point.
There's also a bit of an oily leak.
It's losing a bit out of the steering by the looks of it. Dribbling down the side here. It's almost certainly just a gasket somewhere. But yeah, a few bits and pieces as always, but it'd be no fun if it was perfect, would it?
Making some space means Paul gets to burn off his breakfast.
The world's strongest man audition, isn't it?
I'm used to pushing, aren't I? Let's be fair. I'm quite fortunate I have a bit of weight behind me to assist.
So come on, what's the odds?
To be honest, I don't know how long it's been stood. I have absolutely no idea.
Richard has come armed with a new battery and some petrol.
It's a little on the large side, but...
There you go, she's come through.
Getting a bit of a clean, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
A bit of sandpaper on the points and then one last go.
Yeah. Well done. That sounds good, doesn't it? That sounds really good. It's nice and sharp, that is, isn't it?
70 years old and still running like a dream. Testament to some good engineering and a quality restoration.
1,800 plus the commission. It's a bargain for that. You know, if that cuts the grass for 10 years, it'll be worth twice what it is now. As you bought a new lawnmower, it'd be scrapped by 10 years, wouldn't it? So, you know, what's not to love, eh? They should be used. It's good to see them used.
In other news, the Trandom, skillfully test-ridden,
Yes!
but ultimately rejected by Ange, Lucy and Rachel,
Oh my God.
turned out to be a hit at the auction.
At £650, thank you all for your bids. 650.
A bargain in the eyes of Jane Briggs, bought for her son's family to ride around Clacton-on-Sea. As for the cars that aren't what they seem, the Peugeot 205 GTI with the impressive body kit went for a very respectable price.
Coming on strong, these. Very, very strong, these vehicles now.
9, 10, £10,000, 10,000 and away, 11,000 back in, 11,000, 11,500. They know their Peugeots, these lads. 11,500.
But the sheep in wolf's clothing,
The Toyota MR2 stroke Ferrari.
didn't fare quite so well.
We are off reserve at 7,500.
But after the auction, a prospective buyer came forward and the car made its 15 grand. As for the 1969 MGC Roadster, Derek's delivering this one by hand. And he's still going on about the Scottish weather.
Wet, windy, cold. In general, it just couldn't have been a worse day. Oh, man, the rain. Relentless. Lovely.
At 9.5 grand, this rare straight 6MG is a bit of a bargain.
Decent car. Well, it's a tiny bit of work, but it's sound. Look at it, look. Good car. Very sound. Look at that, look. Look how good. Look how good that is. All sound. Nice car. Make a lovely car. He's got a very good buy.
Oh, I'm soaking wet now. An hour later in North Yorkshire, new owner David Martin can finally eye up his latest acquisition in the flesh.
I think that looks spot on. Absolutely spot on. Bearing in mind I haven't seen the car until now, I think that looks lovely. That is a beauty. Hey, beauty.
And finally, the 1968 Series 2 E-Type Jag.
Hi, Bill.
Mothballed in a barn for decades, but now being renovated by Bill Chaplin in Somerset on behalf of new owner Jason Thompson.
I've always loved the Jaguar E-Type. In 1973, my dad bought a Mark III. We lived down in West Sussex, and myself, my mum and dad, and my 2 brothers and sister, all 6 of us, used to fit into the E-Type and blast up the M1 to go up to Newcastle to see the relatives. The memories are tremendous. Did you put a gasket on that, or did you use your... Right.
Jason and Bill both work in high-end motorsport, but their track record with classics isn't quite so impressive.
I have had classic cars before, not very successfully. I've owned 4 Triumph Vitesses, bought them all in various states of disrepair, got very close with 1 convertible. The other 3 I kind of never started and just moved them on as well.
When Jason said to me, what did I know about E-Types, and I said, nothing. And there was a long silence. And I said, why did you ask that? He said, I was hoping you'd say you knew everything about it and was quite prepared to work on one for me. And I went, ah. I said, I'll do my best. I said, I suggest the first thing we do is just to get it checked over mechanically and get it running. So pulled the sump off the engine and the gearbox. That was all fine. Every rubber hose was perished, so changed all those. Fuel tank was half full of old fuel, which had been in there 30 years, so it was like the bottom of a canal. New gaskets in places, and fired it up when we were ready, and it sounded sweet as a nut. It's mechanically, engine is good.
Yeah.
I would be quite happy to drive that to the south of France.
Right. Before driving it, the brakes have got to be refurbished. My wife Anne-Marie is also getting involved, and she absolutely leapt at the chance to restore the interior. The idea then is we're not going to have it as a concourse car, we're going to drive it and enjoy it. Classic, proper British engineering like the old Jaguars. They're fantastic. The E-Type here proves how good they were because it was built to last. It's 50 years old, it's sat unused for 30 years. Bill's put a lot of work into getting it going again, but it has got going again. Most of it is still original, and that is a testimony to the engineering that was put into it in the first place. The Jaguars, I just love them, and I just think they're absolutely beautiful.
Do you think it's the most beautiful car ever made?
Yes, I think it is the most beautiful car.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Some things either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
The 1981 Lotus Esprit Turbo.
It's been restored to a higher standard than I think what it left the factory new.
I mean, it is a supercar, isn't it? It's in the same bracket as the Lamborghini, Ferrari, Aston Martin, you name it.
Lot number 71 is the MGA, the fixed head.
It's only a two-seater, but we've gone holiday in it. 2 toddlers and a newborn. You can't do things like that these days.
The Lancia Delta Integrale.
What was it like to drive it on the road?
Absolutely blistering. Once you've driven one, nothing's like it, really.
The Matthewson family sells rare classic vehicles and obscure auto memorabilia. But in a sense, they also offer a public service to some people who have a niggling itch to scratch.
Yes, I think that's about it. So what it boils down to, they want to buy something they can relate to. Generally speaking, it's something that father had or they've always wanted.
It's rose tint, isn't it? Rose tinted glasses. You always look back, don't you, and think, I had one of them, I'll have another one of them.
Yeah, I want my old A55 Cambridge back.
But the need for nostalgia sometimes passes, and the time eventually comes around to move on, to part company. And today, Dave will be counselling 2 people going through that difficult transition.
We're going to meet a collector. Patrick's got a lovely collection of cars. One's a Lotus Esprit Turbo, and he's got some lovely Italian bits and pieces. A Lancia Integrale, which is an unusual piece of kit.
The Lotus and the Lancia are on the dream list of many, the list of cars that you would like to own that you never will. But that doesn't stop you dreaming.
First and foremost, we're collectors and enthusiasts. So it'd be interesting to have a look around his collection of cars because, yeah, you're on the same page, aren't you? You know, you're both as weird as each other, aren't you? Straight away, boom, you're two fruit cases together, so what could possibly go wrong?
But before the main event of the day, there's another very special car being readied for collection. Steve O'Dowling from Ashford owns one of the very first Ford Escort XR3s ever to be made.
I've always been a bit of a Ford nut. My first car was a Mark III Cortina. My first Mark III XR3i I had when I was 20 years old, and I thought I was one of the lads having one of those at the time. I said, you know what, if I can get another one day, I will do. I came to getting the current car 13 years ago. I was mid-40s by then, and it was just going to bring me back to my youth. The thing about this car, the previous owner bought it when it was 18 months old. He had it for 25 and a half years. It's a real genuine car. It's had no restoration on it at all.
A few hours later, fellow fast Ford enthusiast Dave has arrived in Kent to load the car up.
Steve. How you doing?
All right, mate. We're doing this bit.
Yeah, we're doing this bit. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, mate. Yeah, really good.
In the 13 years Steve's owned this car, he's done fewer than 1,000 miles in it.
It's as standard as the day it came. Even the battery tray's got no rust.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think it's had much at all in a way.
As far as I'm aware, Dave, it's had hardly anything done to it at all.
But its condition is not the only notable thing about this particular car. In 1980, a strange thing happened. On a stretch of the M4 in Wales that hadn't yet been opened, hundreds of brand new XR3s had been brought here to take part in a promotional stunt prior to the new car's launch. The one that Steve owns was amongst them, but hardly any of the others have survived to mark the event.
There's 3 of them on the road, registered on the road. There's a 100W and a 105W. They've both had nut and bolt restorations.
Making this XR3 the only one left that hasn't been messed with.
Yeah, it's nice. And where are we going to peg it money-wise then?
I've got no idea.
Are we going to sort of start at 20 and see where we go from there?
Yeah, see where we go from there. And we'll have, when we're near the time, we can have a talk, can't we? You will not get a more original one of these out now. There's only a few of them left. And you won't find a more original one than this car. It's a shame to see it go, but I've got a motorbike as well and there's just no space. If I had a double garage, I would not be selling it one bit at all.
Dave heads north. He's clocking the miles up, but there's another real treat waiting for him. This special wedge of 80s is the Series 3 Lotus Esprit Turbo, the poster car for a generation of teenage bedroom walls.
When that car was new, it was just a dream in a magazine. And you turn your dreams into reality at some point in life.
Patrick McNally bought the Lotus 7 years ago. Every nut and bolt has been restored.
I think it's probably about as nice as you can get them.
Never meet your heroes?
In this case, you won't be disappointed. It's just as clean underneath as it is on the top.
Lotus founder Colin Chapman famously added lightness rather than horsepower to make faster cars. This Esprit gets to 60 in less than 5 seconds.
The engine's lovely and powerful. It's got a nice feature that I like. It's a turbocharged car on carburetors. And it's got a mechanical wastegate on it. So every time you come off the accelerator, you get the butterfly chatter that comes out of it.
But iconic as this car is, potential buyers might be a tad hesitant before they part with what could be upwards of 30 grand.
You don't actually enter it like a normal car. You literally climb into it and you climb out of it. It's a little bit cramped in there. But it was designed in a time when we as people, we weren't as wide as we are today.
The other thing that might put them off is its past reputation for not being very well bolted together.
For the first couple of months of ownership, I was waiting for problems or looking for problems, but nothing arose. There's probably people out there that have horror stories, but I can't attest to that, really. It's been restored to a higher standard than I think what it left the factory new.
I'll just park this out here out of the way.
Dave's arrived, full of 80s supercar prejudice.
So what do you know about Lotus then?
Apart from the usual, loads of trouble, usually serious. It's normally the cosmetic and trim stuff, whether it be a switch popping out the dash or a door card loose or a wobbly lamp. I'll be amazed if there's not something.
Before that, though, Patrick has 2 other cars he wants to put into the auction. The first is an Alfa Romeo 2000 Spider from 1972.
Yeah,
Yeah, this was a very good restoration. I think from the photos I got photos on this as a bare shell. This was again a nut and bolt car at the time. This was restored, I believe, 96.
Oh, right, OK.
So
I'm going back a bit then.
Yeah, so this underneath is powder coated as well.
Right.
The second, a Lancia Delta Integrale from 1991. Looks like a normal hatchback, but to those in the know, it holds an almost godlike status.
They're iconic, aren't they, really, to be fair? They're in the bracket of the Audi Quattros, aren't they, and the Escort Cosworth and all that type of thing. You know, they're sort of superstar status, haven't they, really, to be fair?
This is a Japanese car.
Oh,
So
right,
it's
yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
It's all mint underneath, like the day it left the factory.
Looks quite a level thing, that, Patrick. You can get the gist of it straight away, can't you?
The Lancia Delta was a small family runabout launched in 1979. But it formed the basis for the most successful rally car ever, winning 46 times in 6 seasons, including 6 consecutive Constructors' Championships. Road-going versions started with the HF 4-wheel drive, then the legendary 8 and 16-valve Integrales. Garrett T3 turbo, trick differentials and steering to die for made it drive like nothing else on the road. Lancia launched Evo versions in '91 with more power and a wider wheelbase. Mint ones now fetch up to 80 grand. Back with the Lotus, and Dave's playing spot which parts bin the components come from.
Yeah, Rover, rear lamps. Door handles are Marina, aren't they? But I don't know what mirrors would have been off.
Some say black London cab. Front lamps look like BMW E30s.
They do a bit, don't they? Yeah. Hell of a car, aren't they, really? They do look like they're doing 100 mile an hour, just stood there, don't they? Yeah, it's a bonny looking thing, that. I mean, it is a supercar, isn't it? You know, it's in the same bracket as a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Aston Martin, you know, you name it. You know, it's up there, isn't it?
The Spider and the Integrale will follow later. The Lotus, expected to get a good price at auction.
Patrick would like to see 30 achieved, 30k. Yep. I think because of the condition of it, I think it could do it. Spot on. Yep. Yeah, there, that's it. Yeah, we'll leave it there because it's got that fair bit of weight at the back, isn't it?
It's been a lot of fun. Now it's time to move it on and let somebody else fulfill a dream with it. I'll probably feel bad about it in the morning, but it's going to a better place. Whoever buys it will get a one-off.
With Dave out collecting supercars, it's been left to Derek to head for the Yorkshire Dales to pick up a slightly more civilised pair of classics. They're currently tucked up in Michael Green's old stone barn.
This is the A30. And that's the A. I've not used them for 20 years.
The Austin is from 1954. The MGA from 1961 is one of the last to be made.
They probably didn't make more than a dozen after that. Yeah, it had a complete body-off restoration, but it wants a loving, careful owner again to bring it back to life. It won't take an awful lot.
These two cars represent an era of carefree motoring in every sense of the word.
Before it was rebuilt, we used to go on holiday in it because there were 2 toddlers and a newborn. It's really only a 2-seater, but in those days you could put your children on the parcel shelf and go away with it, but you can't do things like that these days. No seat belts, you see. The restoration of it was done in the early 90s, all shot blasted. It came out the factory this colour, so we just made it back to what it was.
Derek's arrived, just in time to buy a chair off Michael's wife, Pauline. There are other distractions too.
Most important thing of all is a cup of tea and a chocolate biscuit. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, go on then.
Do you want
lovely.
egg custard or apple pies I've made?
Oh, apple pie would be nice. Right.
Do you want sugar in your tea?
Yeah, just one, love, please. What have I got to give you?
Well, it's her.
Don't want to be loads of money, does it?
No, no.
Aye, well, you got no worry about tide coming in, have you?
No, no.
That's for sure. Little A30, nice. Yeah, I like little A30s. They're lovely, aren't they?
Goes well.
They've got a bit of character, haven't they, about
Yeah.
them? Should we have her out?
I'll go forward.
Yeah, you go up there. She won't get away with us, will she? No, she'll stay
Well,
there, won't she?
tell me when.
Right, give her a rock. This time. There she goes.
And again.
There she goes. You all right there?
Right, she's off.
She's away.
Well done.
There she goes. Yeah, lovely. It's very original, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hasn't done a lot of miles, has it?
50.
Yeah.
With the car in the right gear, winding the starting handle is a slow but effective way of positioning it.
Right, genuine little thing.
This is speed I like to go.
There's always someone for a nice little A30, A35. They just want a bit of love, don't they?
Yeah, that's all.
Someone to love them.
Yeah.
She's going to make a car, that is.
Yeah.
Now for the MGA.
I think we're all right down that side.
We're all right, mate. There you go. One more. How's that? I just hope these brakes ain't stuck.
Oh, they probably are.
Oh, they are. Nah, they're well stuck, mate.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
We'll give it, hang on, we'll give it a little rock and see if we can free it. If we can't, oh my God. No, she's well stuck on.
The only answer? Remove the wheels. Deploy the precision tool. And get Phil the cameraman to tow it out with his big Audi.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah. Yeah, keep going, mate. What's that near that offside? You all right there? That'll do. Super. You got it?
Yeah, it wedged into one at Leafs, I think.
Ah, little minx. She's on.
The A30 will have a guide price of around £1,500 at the auction. The MGA, more like 15,000.
Lovely.
So I might have some money for Christmas.
You'll have a lot of money for
Well, he
Christmas.
won't spend it on me because he doesn't give me a Christmas present.
Good to see you.
Right, thanks, Derek. Thank you. Oh, bye-bye, MG. What a nice car.
Shall we buy
Shall we
it?
buy one and put it in garage for 10 years? That'd be a good idea.
Back in Pickering, the 81 Lotus Esprit Turbo has arrived. Most would agree it's a bit of a legend. But few will have seen one this good.
It's been done to a real high standard, and everywhere, you know, inside's presented lovely, all the trim's nice, all the switches are working, and it's an absolute picture underneath. In fact, it's one of those cars that if you could literally pick them up and twizzle them upside down, they would actually sell better, because the undersides are just exceptional.
The Esprit was designed by Giorgetto Giugiaro, one of the first examples of his folding paper philosophy. When it first appeared, the young David Mathewson was impressed.
So I would have been 10. They are sort of bedroom wall car, aren't they, really, in that supercar bracket. But if that had a Ferrari badge on it, you'd probably put a 1 in front. It'd probably be 130,000, not 30,000. So good value for money, really. Lot number 391, the 1981 Lotus Esprit Turbo. It's had a massive restoration to a very, very high standard. So we've got
30.
30, there you go, Rob. Good man, that's where it's got to be anyway. 30, 30 says Rob. 30,500 says Charlie. You want 31, Alan? 31. Too late, it's gone, 31's gone.
32.
32 says Rob. 32.5 says Charlie. 33 says Alan at 33.
35.
35 says Rob. There you are. That's a bid for you. 36 says Alan.
38. 38.
38. What a man. £38,000. There you are. 39 down here. New bid. 39. 39,000. 40. 40 says Rob there. 40. You don't mess about. 40. 40,500 says Claire.
41.
41 says Rob. 41. 41.5 Claire. 42 Rob. 42. 42.5.
43.
43 says Rob at 43. At 43,000. 43,500 says Claire at 43,500. 44? 44. At £44,000 for the 44.5. 45.
47.
47. There you are. 47. 47.5 Rob.
48.
48 has he? 48. 48. He's come back in at 48. I thought you'd got that at 48 now. It's Rob's man at £48,000. We're going to have to bring it in at £48,000 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 48,000.
There you go, sir. £48,000.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Thank you.
£18,000 above reserve. Proof, as if it were needed, that this is probably one of the best Lotus Esprits in the country.
48,000, yeah. That's just some bid, that, innit, you know. Most of them come with a horror story, but it's just a real nice, clean, bright-looking Lotus, yeah. But same old thing, good cars, nice examples of the right model, do really well, don't they?
The last few days at the garage has been like petrolhead paradise, with desirable classics filling the showrooms. Not least, Patrick McNally's immaculate Lotus Esprit. But two more cars have now arrived from his stable. First up, the beautiful Alpha Spider from 1972.
Yeah, lovely little car. Italian styling. Yeah, lovely sleek looks and some cracking colours. Twin cam, twin carburetors. They sound lovely, you know, they're lively and they're fast and they're light, easy to drive. It would be an easy pitch, I would think, to sell these, certainly if you had the climate there. Yeah, I mean, most of these cars over there would never have had their roof up, would they? They would have been down from day one, really. No, the owner is very particular with what he's put in the collection over the years, but he reliably informs me that they're quite expensive now. 30,000 or thereabouts, I think, is like a target.
And the joy continues with the second arrival. Another Italian classic, but this time a 1991 Lancia. Well documented as a car that can literally make grown men weep. Visitor Mark Seaton has been transported back to his 20s.
Very special, an Integrale 16 valve, which I have to be fair, I had one many years ago.
You've got a tear in your eye.
No, I've got more than a tear in my eye.
So to see one in the flesh today, what memories does that bring back?
This is absolutely immaculate. This is cleaner than the one I had.
What was it like to drive on the road?
Absolutely blistering. So fast, so fast. But honestly, as we pulled up and I saw that park there, I'm definitely going to be putting a bid in for this.
But is this one as good as it looks? Lancia Motor Club member Richard Burhouse has been invited to the garage to check it out. It's a good opportunity to show off his Evo 2.
I was 15, 16, 17 when these were winning all the rallies on the World Rally Championships, and I just sort of fell in love with them, really. To people who don't know what it is, they don't give it a second glance, but to people who know, you know, they're like heads turn, people clap because of what it represented in people's childhoods, I think. Once you've driven one, nothing's like it, really. I think it's the cornering. You feel like you sat on the front axle. It's the feel of being connected to the road and the way they put you in control, really.
Lancia were not known for their good build quality or weather-resistant steel. In many ways, it's a miracle this car's here at all.
First impressions, Richard?
Very nice, yeah. The bodywork is the big telltale. If it's been looked after, it should be relatively rust-free and corrosion-free. You're looking for signs that it's been in an accident, you know, but it looks pretty straight, really.
Lancia did, however, stand out from the crowd when it came to design and performance. Their PR was unusual too.
The HF?
Yes, HF stands for High Fidelity, and that was their performance division within Lancia who would configure them with power upgrades and various performance upgrades.
And they configured it with an elephant?
Yeah, the story around that, I believe, is to promote it. Someone suggested an elephant, and they said, well, our elephant's slow. And they said, yeah, but once they get running, they're very difficult to stop. It kind of makes sense. I think maybe a rhino or something could have been better, but there you go.
This Integrale only has 50,000 miles on the clock, well below average for the year.
I'm not going to start messing around inside the engine, but everything looks right. It's got the nice pepper pot alloys that were on the 16 valve. They're usually Alcantara, and obviously when they are, the bolsters and everything get really damaged, you know, but the leather seems to have aged a lot better, you know. It looks good. Yeah, someone's going to have a lot of fun with that, I would have thought.
In the showroom, Lucy and Rachel have started to try and revive a bit of the business that took a hit during lockdown.
We're attempting to sort out memorabilia. Picking a few select items.
Derek's asked for the top 100 items to be brought out, so he's sent in the experts.
As you can see, we've got a lot to do.
There's loads here. There's absolutely loads. It's like a right treasure trove in here.
And of course you know where all of it is.
Yeah. We've got it all catalogued in order.
What do people go mad for then?
Signs.
That's quite nice.
Like these, look, because the man caves are all popular, aren't they now?
That'd look nice in your garden. Yeah, I quite like that.
Smoking mixture. 4D per ounce? What's 4D?
Pence.
Pence?
Old money.
Oh.
It's a fiddly job.
I can't reach.
With many unanswered questions.
Are they for trading?
How does a Chubba Chub dispensing machine fit into automobilia?
They're enjoying themselves, though.
Oh, the girls love it. Yeah, you're trying to keep Lucy away from it. It's just... That's why I put the fence up, to be fair. That fence there, that's a Lucy fence. That stops... Because she'd come down on a day off if I let her. And she would just spend hours down here. Oh, yeah, they thoroughly enjoy it.
Elsewhere in the Great Hall at Pickering, Derek's having a look over one of his favourite cars, the MGA from 1961, recently dragged out of a Yorkshire barn.
Whatever you see on it now was done 20 years ago. There's a few little bits and pieces come through, but it ain't done so bad. And the beauty of it, it's a coupe. They're becoming very sought after, the coupes. They're catching up and sometimes overtaking the roadsters in price. And these have been too cheap for a long time, until about probably 5 years ago. All of a sudden they started creeping up. I mean, you can pay 25 grand for one of these now. You know, not this you won't, but you can pay 25 grand for one. I think it'll do 12 grand. I've got a Roadster. I remember buying it, and I thought I'd just drive it up to the roundabout on Kempston Road in Bedford. And I come back and I said to the lads in the workshop, them MGAs, if they all drive like this car of mine, they're the best driving 1960s sports car on the road. The power-to-weight ratio, the handling is second to none. Lovely, lovely car.
Lot number 71 is the MGA, the fixed head. Where we're going to be, couple of bids on with me. We're 10, we're off, 10, 5, 11, 11, 11,000, 11,000, 5, 11,000, 5, 11, 5 up there, 12, 12,000, 12, 5, 12,500. Gonna submit it, 13, 13. You cannot buy fixed heads, 13, 14, 14,000 upstairs, 14. I'm selling it. Are you sure you're missing one? 14,000. Jordan, sold, 14.
$2,000 more than Derek predicted. The sale goes through at $14,000. The car that sat next to it for 20 years will also, hopefully, be finding a new home today. The Austin A30 from 1954.
This is definitely a better car for knowing. We've left it like this. It's exactly how it was in the shed, but look at that interior. She's lovely. She's a really genuine little A30, this. A very honest little car. That, I bet, will run lovely, that motor. It was their family car for many, many years, and he said they've been all over the country in it, like Cornwall and Devon and everywhere from Yorkshire. And look at that. Look how nice that'll clean up with the good going on. Look. Just finish the rest of it off. Check it over, get it mobile, give it a bit of a service over, and run it. And still got semaphores, look, on here. Still got the semaphores on it. Look. Mileage is correct on this car. Definitely, look at that. 50,000 miles. That is correct. You know I know it's correct, because the interior wouldn't look like that. The carpets look original to me, and it smells right. That is an A30 smell. Perfect. I know that motor's right. I know that mileage is right. That would be absolutely 100% correct. Probably going to make 1,500 quid. The little A30, 1954, cracking little car. Make a little stunner. Where are we going to be with that? £1,000. £1,000 and going, 1,000, 1,100, 12. £1,200, £1,200 away, 13. 1,300 pound up there, 13 and away and going, 13, 50, 1350, come on, 14, 1,400 pounds, selling. You got it, 1,400 sold.
Just under the guide price, but the sale goes through. The new owners, Arnie Price and his wife Jean from Lincolnshire.
I've had older cars for a long while, and for 15 years roughly I've been without one, and I've been looking for something small. So I just thought this one's one of the soundest I've seen. It's original, that's what I've been looking for, it's not been ruined. Yeah, I love it.
It comes complete with its mid-century documentation.
That's owner's club membership, that's just a photocopy of it. And this is the original registration book from 1955. And there you'll see the first stamp when it was taxed, which was £6.11 for a year. So this actually might enable me to get the original registration number back on it. I don't know whether it adds any value to the car, but for me it's just nice that the whole car's complete, if you see what I mean. So we'll get it home, get it working. Make it go a bit better to keep up with modern traffic and so on, so we'll see how we go. I'll let you know in 2 or 3 years' time.
Dave spent the last few days with some exclusive and exotic modern classics. But now it's the turn of an 80s sports car for the masses. A fast Ford that's gone down in motoring history.
Early XR3. Yeah, not an I, an XR3, which is unusual. Yeah, nice car. You've just got to get your head around the fact that these things just rotted away for fun. You know, so when you find one that hasn't rotted away, that still is really good in all the important places, it's quite an achievement. It's really good. I don't actually think you're going to get much of a better interior on an XR3, to be honest. It's up there in the top 5%, I would think.
The XR3 is about as powerful as any standard hatchback today, but that's not quite the full story.
Still good fun and still quite lively. 100 horsepower in that feels considerably more than 100 horsepower in your, Ford Focus. You somehow, I think, get the sensation of speed through into the cabin. With these things, 70 mile an hour, and you felt like you were really hanging on type of thing, so that's probably what it is. Now, this is a very special car, Ford Escort 1980 XR3. Okay, so at the moment then, we're with the internet there at 15,000.
15.5.
15.5 on the phone, 16,000 on the internet. 16.5, 17, at 17,000.
17 and a half.
17 and a half, says Rob's phone at 17.5. 18 says the internet. £18,000.
18,250
on our phones at 18,250. 18,500 on the internet. At 18,500, get you an answer as quickly as we can. 18,500 provisional.
The highest bidder, Gareth Jones. No need for a trailer. He's just sent mates Chris and Paul to drive it back to Loughborough.
First impressions of the car?
Beautiful.
You are driving an absolute classic piece of Ford XR3 history there.
I know.
Pressure's on.
I know. Bend it, you mend it.
The XR3 comes loaded with a full kit of nostalgia.
Smell that. Should bottle that up and sell it. 80s musk.
What's it like being back in the 80s?
I'd say it was a simpler life back in the 80s, probably better.
Can I just check? Have you passed your test? Are we all right?
I drive an electric car which is automatic.
And how far have you got to go in this?
About 125 miles.
Two other cars that recently caused a bit of a stir were the 1981 Lotus Esprit Turbo and the 1961 MGA. They've now both been rehomed in the northeast, joining an exclusive collection owned by Dougie Hennels and his son Craig. These classics will be earning their keep.
We're trying to make a business, trying to launch it next year. Classic and sports car hire. If we end up with, say, 30 or 40 cars and one's not hiring out, we'll get rid of it and replace it with something that does hire out, you know what I mean?
Being in partnership with your dad, has that got its fun moments?
It's probably fun as much as arguments, but I suppose at least with family you always make back up.
Which brings us to the MGA, a car chosen by Craig.
It looks alright, I mean, but not the best of things, are they? Are they? you wouldn't want to go on a 200-mile round trip in it, would you?
I think he prefers a little bit more comfort and drivability. I think the MGA is quite, driving by the bare knuckles, it's quite noisy and a bit uncomfortable. But I think that's what you want from a British sports car from the 60s.
For some of the others, it's fairly easy to see who favours what.
1936 Morgan three-wheeler.
You like three wheels as opposed to four, do you?
No. 1986 Morgan 4x4. Yeah, I like this one.
Do you?
Yeah, I like this one.
TVR Tamora. I think I bought this when I was 17 or 18. And then a Ferrari 308.
It's passable. Passable.
There's also an XK150 Jag.
And it's got an upgraded 5-speed box in it. I think it'll be a good touring car.
That's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right,
Right,
yes.
OK.
But there is one car that they both, sort of, agree on.
I like it. And believe it or not, of all the cars, that gets talked about more than anything.
I've got a few modern cars that are brilliant to drive, but the Esprit is a different thing altogether. You need to get it quite high revving before the boost kicks in. But the brilliant sound of the turbo whistling and then the after noise of it burbling away once you come off the revs, it's something that's lost in a modern day car.
In other news, after all the excitement surrounding the 91 Lancia Delta Integrale HF Turbo...
Honestly, I'm definitely going to be putting a bid in for this.
Its day at the auction finally came around.
The amount of interest that it's generated already, it is a bit of a magnet.
Speculation was rife. It had a reasonable reserve price, and figures of 30 grand plus had been bandied around.
This is a special vehicle, this one, as we can quite clearly see. Start me with it. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21.5, 22. Not too many of these Integrales coming along. 22.5, 23, 23.5. Cannot go wrong, can you? 23.5, money in the bank. 23.5, better than money in the bank. You can drive it and look at it. 23,500, 23.5. Gonna sell it. Sold, 23.5.
It's a lot of money. But in this world, that is one of the bargains of the year.
cracking car. It should have made more money, to be fair. Don't know why it didn't. It should have done. We gave it loads of exposure. We had the club brown. But there you go. You win some, you lose some, I suppose.
The Integrale continues its world tour with a new home in Europe. But for those still in the mood for something Italian, all was not lost. With a similar reserve price, one of the most stylish cars from the last 50 years, the 72 Alfa Romeo 2000 Spider, also had its day at the auction.
At 16,500, 16,500, at 16,500, at 16,500 and 750. The provisional bid will be submitted at 16,750.
After a bit of negotiation, Peter Stratton from Lincolnshire agreed to pay 20 grand. With reliability and build quality weighing heavily on the minds of many Alfa owners, Peter is well qualified for the job.
I'm a mechanical engineer, initially at Rolls-Royce. I'm an avid DIYer. I like repairing things as well. I've had a couple of Alfa Romeos in the past. I know they are pretty fickle with bodywork, but looking around this one, somebody's done a really good job on it. I've always loved them, and I've always thought how nice they actually look. The proportions seem beautiful.
But much as he admires the car, left to his own devices, Peter would probably never have owned it, had it not been for his son Chris.
He was definitely pushed into it, yeah. I'd had to put one hand behind his back and twist him into it a little bit, yeah. I actually put a bid in at about 16.5. Then I bottled it after that, but the bid came straight back in and I thought, I can't do it, it's not my car. But I was thinking if he didn't want it, I'd have the car, because it was, you know, it was that good.
The plan worked. Peter parted with the cash.
Have you had a chance to drive it yet?
I've not even been in it yet. So I've done all the hard work and I've still not had a drive in it.
But today, a step closer.
It's waiting for you to put your foot down. And it takes you back, to when I first had cars. You know, they're not comfortable, but you're in touch with the road.
Seems like it's pulling really well there.
It drives really nicely. You feel as though you're one with the car.
My dad's always done things for us, constantly helping us with DIY and stuff like that. So the reason I was really working on it was I wanted him to do something for himself, something that, you know, he could enjoy, that he could really take pleasure in.
I'm proud to own this car. I never thought I'd have one. I'm pleased as punch. I guess I've never spent that much money on myself, other than buying houses. No, it's just a lovely feeling to think that you've got something that is so nice. I'm just elated.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it.
Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
1982 Morgan Plus 8 owned by Joe Brown. Joe Brown was a big, big pop star. It's a lovely old thing, a lovely old car. Very, very straight.
It's the best looking sports car ever.
K2 military ambulance, lovely vehicle.
It's a Royal Navy ambulance bought by my grandfather in 1948.
1979 Clinette Roadster. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's like an aircraft carrier, isn't it? Look at that. It is an extremely good car.
Derek and the family have lived and worked around here for over 30 years.
This is Jim Hudson. Jim's an old friend of mine.
Nice to meet you. See you, mate.
And over that time, he's chatted to literally thousands of people in the local area.
And you, nice to see you, yeah.
Everybody knows Derek. So having experienced this level of fame, he's completely at ease when dealing with actual celebs.
Hello, Phil. It's Derek from Matthewson's Auctions. Just returning. Hiya now. Now then, thanks for your email. Very nice of you.
Phil is Phil Campbell, also known as Wizzo or Lord Axsmith. Phil was Motorhead's lead guitarist. Phil wants to auction a 1979 Clenay Roadster. It's similar to Roy Orbison's Excalibur that recently went under the hammer at Matthewson's.
We've seen pictures of the car. It's very much like Panther, isn't it? J72, that type of thing, isn't it? Big block V8, yeah.
There's also a second curious machine that he's interested in selling.
That'll be the one, I think. Yeah, looks like it.
Motorhead trike.
Motorhead trike, that's it. We've got it. Yep, I got it. Yep, I see. Thanks, Phil. I'll speak to you very soon. Yeah. Good to talk with you. Thanks, Phil. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
One rock star talking to another.
Yeah. I can't play a note. I could play the piano when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I was quite good at it, actually. I should have kept it up. I couldn't read music like it was all done by ear.
The following morning, Derek has made it down to the Cotswolds. Early riser Phil Campbell's Clenay is on board, and his trike is already rocking on up to Thornton-le-Dale. But this is only the start of Derek's day, hobnobbing with the stars. A hero from his youth has also been booked in.
We're off to meet Joe Brown, pop royalty as we know him as, and we're going to pick up his Morgan sports car. Brilliant guitarist and banjo, plays the banjo really well. Joe Brown, in his day, was a big, big pop star. Really looking forward to meeting him.
This is my dream car, this is. It's a Morgan Plus 8. It's got a huge turbo in it, and it's the quickest car I've ever had. And I've had loads of cars, E-types and Aston Martins, and I even have a Lamborghini once, but this is the sports car of all time.
Joe bought the left-hand drive Morgan 4 years ago in America, for $63,000.
So when you were in the States, why didn't you have a big V8 muscle car then? What was it about this particular car?
I wanted something English, you know?
This Morgan has been well looked after, and apart from the massive turbo, remains original. But there is one peculiar mod.
And why did you put that on?
So I can get in it. Well, I'm 6 foot, you know, so it's difficult. It's like an acrobatic feat.
And the problem is compounded when it rains.
I can't actually get in it with the hood up. I'm 80 next year. You know, I shouldn't be driving around in one of these.
Morgan has been producing cars in Malvern, Worcestershire since 1909. A wooden tubbed three-wheeler with an impressive power-to-weight ratio was their opening gambit. It wasn't until 1936 that they added another wheel. They called it the 4-4, and it holds the record for the longest production run of the same model. In 1966, Morgan shoehorned a 3.5-litre Rover engine under the bonnet. The Plus 8 was their party trick. Tweed and pipe image on the outside, rocket ship underneath. The formula was so successful, it took them another 34 years to come up with another design. The all-aluminium Aero 8 might have looked a bit weird, but not much could match it for performance.
Hello, mate.
How are you?
All right, mate. How are you?
Nice to see you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, just a job.
There it is.
There it is. Lovely. Yeah, yeah.
It's lovely.
Ah, it's a bonny thing. Yeah.
It's a beast.
It is. Yeah. Right, I'll bark out a bit, wouldn't it?
Just a beautiful drive. 1982. I think it's about 13 or 14,000 on the clock.
Yeah. Low mileage. Yeah. Yeah. Nice colour. Nice looking old car.
Oh,
isn't
it's
it?
a beautiful car.
Yeah. It's all right. I wonder if that tonneau will go on with them up. Yeah, there you go.
Let me take this off.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
So
all
now
right.
what do
Leave
we
that
want
there.
to do with it now then?
We're going to get it on the wagon in a minute.
Who's going to drive it?
You are. I'll watch you on. I'll show. Come and have a look at this thing here. Just picked this up from a guy. Motorheads. Have you heard of Motorheads? Group Motorheads? Have you heard of them?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know who they are, but anyway, yeah.
What is that?
It's a clarinet. Roy Orbison had a similar thing.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That'll fetch a few quid, won't it?
No, not a lot. Come and have a look. I'll show you. We sold Roy Orbison's one. I think it made about 25 grand, something like that. And
this is beautiful.
I can't imagine this making any more. Yeah, I know.
What do you reckon I'll get for that then?
I don't know what you'll get. I can only tell you what it's worth.
Well, go on then.
30 grand.
Do you mean to tell me I could swap that for this?
Yeah, I'd rather have yours, like, but you probably could.
I should be sad. There you go, it's got to go. It's the best looking sports car ever. This is the ultimate for me. Whoever buys this car is going to get great fun out of it.
I'll watch you on, Joe. Get yourself lined up first. That's it. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, come on. A little bit that way. That's it. Straight now. That'll do, yep.
They say you should never meet your heroes, but today, Derek's happy to drive home having made an exception.
I think he's a lovely fella, a cracking lad. He looks just as though I remember him, performing 30, 40 years ago. He ain't changed a bit. Lovely.
Matthewson's auctioned their fair share of vehicles with a purpose. Vehicles kitted out with a job in mind. And today, a cracking example of its type is being prepped for its journey to the garage. On his Lincolnshire farm, Chris Carter is the proud owner of a rather unusual agricultural vehicle.
This is a 1942 Austin K2 military ambulance. It's a Royal Navy ambulance bought by my grandfather in 1948 from a military vehicle disposal sale. He bought it because farmers at that time had very great difficulty in getting any sort of vehicle to haul the men around on. So this was a crew bus really, and was very useful indeed. And it's been in continuous use since 1948. Never been fully restored. It's been repaired lots of times in various ways in its time that we've had it. Oh, 78 years, blimey.
The 13,000 Austin K2 ambulances built during the war at Longbridge were affectionately known as Katies.
Here at the front we've got a nudge bar which will fit to all of them, so when ambulances were stacked on ships or anything like that, they didn't destroy each other in transit.
Chris's love for his very own Royal Navy version has led him to hunt for greater authenticity.
I decided to paint it royal blue as it should have been and put the crosses back on, and then we've been spending the last 20 odd years finding the bell and the stretchers and all the bits and pieces that go with it. But by and large it's a pretty original vehicle. Let's check the oil and the water. Still got the original Royal Navy markings on it. That's the identification mark, which for some reason has never been painted out, and I'm very pleased about that. It's an Austin 3.8 litre 6-cylinder petrol engine. Here we've got a spare wheel, a bit of a pig to do. I'm not going to get it out, but the spare wheel is just behind the driver there, and it drops out of this hatch here. It's designed to make life easier for the sort of person that would drive this, who probably didn't really know how to change a wheel and didn't quite know what to do, with the greatest respect to Her Majesty the Queen, who drove these things. But they're supposed to be easy to use. There's steps here which fold down, and twin doors which fold all the way back, and you've got 4 stretchers. We haven't got 4 stretchers with this vehicle, we've got 2. They go up like that, and the stretchers go in those channels there. I shudder to think how it was like being transported in one of these things, because it was pretty elementary, pretty basic.
The K2 spent the whole war on the south coast, ferrying the wounded from ships to hospital. Chris is the only person to take her on active service overseas.
We have a picture on the side here when we took it to the 75th anniversary of the D-Day landings, and this ambulance is just there. And at 6:30, when the troops landed, a piper played a lament from the top of that caisson there. Incredibly moving. And it's things like that that I shall really miss when this thing goes. But I'm delighted we made the effort to do so, and I'm incredibly humbled. And if we can somehow help people remember those times and be more appreciative of the efforts of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, then I think we've done some sort of half a job. Now, these ambulances don't come on the market very often, particularly a Navy one, and there are very few Navy ones in roadworthy condition. I think there are 2 or 3 only in the world. They seem to have changed hands for around 24 to 35,000.
With a top speed of 45 miles per hour and a fairly bumpy ride,
here we go.
Chris has decided to drive it to auction so he can say his last goodbyes.
Today's a bit of a sad day for me because it's been in and around this family farm now for 70 odd years, and I will be very, very sorry, but it's time to move it on to someone else. We've had our fun with it. Let someone else have a crack. I will always retain very fond memories of this thing. I have to say, it's only let me down once. Let's hope that continues.
Back at the garage, the 2 celebrity sports cars are now safely under lock and key. The 1979 Clenay Roadster bears more than a passing resemblance to Roy Orbison's Excalibur that recently went under Derrick's Hammer. Both have caused confusion in the office.
So, Ange, Motorhead,
No idea.
Roy Orbison.
I thought it was something to do with Orville, but that's not right. Who
had his hand up Orville's? Who had his hand up Orville's bum? Wasn't he called Roy somebody? Not Roy Orbison, no.
Roy Orville had his hand up the bum of a puppet.
Keith Harris and Orville the duck.
One of the greatest recording artists ever lived.
And from one icon to another, Joe Brown's 1982 Morgan Plus 8 is getting some love before it's sold.
It's the second time we've cleaned it up. It's British Racing Green. After polishing it, within a couple of days, it looks as though you ain't polished it. And it's a lovely old thing, a lovely old car. Very, very straight. It's the big one, it's the one to have. Obviously, it's with a V8 Rover in it. And a turbo's been fitted. Not mint, there's one or two little imperfections, but not a lot. I mean, you know, there's nothing on it that's crying out to be done. It's a really nice car. The Joe Brown connection is lovely, and I would be very, very pleased to own and proud to buy a car that was owned by Joe Brown, because I'm a fan of his. But it's not the be-all and end-all, really. It's the car and the condition that's the most important to most people, you know. So the ownership doesn't get over the fact that a car's left-hand drive and it's got to be valued a little bit less than a right-hand drive.
59.
59,500.
We may have been through a few changes in recent times, but the classic car business hasn't been on hold.
69.
Just an awful lot of cars to shift, really, with 400 and odd lots.
...1982 Morgan Plus 8 owned by Joe Brown. One of this country's pop treasures. Got some bids, start me on it. Where? All right, 20, 20, 2, 4, 6, 26, 26,000, 7, 27, 27, 28, 28,000, 28,000, 28, going then, 28, 28 provisional, 28.
A bit of negotiation followed, but Patrick McDonough from Ireland came in with an offer of 34,500, making him the new owner of the Morgan with added provenance. As for the Clenay, somewhat surprisingly perhaps, Derek seems to be a fan.
I think this build quality is far in excess of the Excalibur. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's like an aircraft carrier, isn't it? Look at that. Big flat panels, if they haven't been pressed right, built right, it sticks out a mile. And that is as straight as a die, them panels. It is an extremely good car. The interior is mint, detachable hardtop. And it's got all this etched windows. Look, the quarter light, can you see? American, isn't it? Can only do that, couldn't it? Signpost lights. They were very popular in the 50s, and it was designed for the driver just to put his hand out, switch him on, put his hand out, and move him on there to pick up the signpost to see where he's going. So the Yanks thought, well, we'll have two. We might as well have two. Level it up, put another one over there. Don't matter about the money. And a great big old V8 in here. You look at this. Oh, there she is, look. I mean, how can you ever wear that engine out?
With its Santa Barbara, California badges, the Clenay screams Americana. However, P.I. Matthewson has been doing some digging.
It's only an MG midget door, you know. There it is. They're obviously spurious door mirrors and that, get them anywhere and that sort of thing. Come and have a look at a midget door. There's one here, look. MG midget door. Exactly it. That is it. So, it's clever, but strange when you think that Alain Clenay, I hope I pronounced that about right, when his concept of building that car, what made him think, I'm going to start with an MG midget? That is just the most weird thing, isn't it, really?
Whatever it's made up of, there's no doubt that for the right buyer, it's the business.
1979 Clenette Roadster. I think you'll find it's number 237, I believe, of 250 produced. Big pop star, this one. Picked it up myself from a secret location of a store. Even though I picked it up, even I don't know where it is. But I was so impressed. You're talking about Bentley build quality on this car. Very exceptional. Start me on it. There you are, in your hands. What's it worth? I've got some bids. Where do you want to be? Where? 15, we're off. 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18,000, 18,000, 18. 18,000, are you all done? 18, 19. Let's be fair, it's worth more. Jack's phone, 19,000.
19. You might as well tell the gentleman he's got to find some more money, Jack.
23 grand secured the car, which, if it could speak, could probably tell a few motorhead tales. Meanwhile, back at the pronunciation unit...
Clanet. If you're being posh, I think it's a clanet, but we say clanet. Because we're Yorkshire. Yeah. We're Yorkshire.
A quick scan of the Matthewsons' garages will usually reveal vehicles from just about any era over the last 100 years. When it comes to the pre-war examples, some say the bottom is starting to drop out of the market. But there is hope.
So, tell me, so what one's this then that you're looking at?
Wolseley Hornet, 1931 I think it is. Nice car.
If you don't mind me saying so, you might be a bit young for a vehicle like this, but it obviously appeals.
Yeah.
What is the appeal?
Made properly.
Today, a very special vehicle is due to arrive here. This one is extremely old, but nobody would ever doubt its historical importance.
Right, I can go around.
Right. Tin Lizzie, Leaping Lena, Jitney, otherwise known as the Ford Model T. This one from 1915 is owned by Ray and Tracy Knox from Billingham, and they've spent 7 years renovating it.
Basically got the country moving rather than waiting for horse and carts coming on. The bodies came off when these were not in use for running saws and all sorts from the back axle. You could actually use it as a pickup during the day, lift the body off, put the back body on, just all bolts on for going to church on Sunday. Uniquely made.
As for driving it, there's a wheel and some pedals, but any newcomers might want to check out the instruction manual.
You've basically got advance and retard, which just alters the rate of spark where it's fired at, and a hand throttle, which is used to accelerate, ups, off, downs to go faster. Hand brake, which only operates the back wheels. The hand brake also holds it in selected neutral. Turn the coil box on, whether it's on magneto, to drive it forward. Once it's started, you accelerate, push down to the floor, let it go away. You push the handbrake forward, the pedal retreats all the way into top gear, and you just continue on like that. Got your reverse pedal and a transmission brake. Need to be thinking about what you're doing. If you went to a panic, you could end up actually trying to engage first gear and still going where you'd want to actually stop.
Not the earliest car ever made, but arguably the most influential. To the delight of the masses, the first Model T rolled off its Detroit production line in 1908. 15,000 were sold in the first week. The T in its name was purely alphabetical. Henry Ford had 19 previous cars to his name. It was fitted with a 2.9-litre engine producing the power of 22 horses, giving it a top speed of 45 miles an hour. You could fill it up with petrol, kerosene, or, if you fancied breaking prohibition laws, ethanol. The wheels were wood, the transmission linings were made up of cotton, and the floorboards were knit from shipping crates. But by 1927, 15 million had been sold.
Now then, Tracy, all right, Ray?
Yeah, we're okay. How's yourself?
Sorry to be a bit elusive.
Well,
we've had a bit to do. Aye, but they're basic old devils, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Nightmare to drive, aren't they? Well, I've got a T-Racer, as you know, the same sort of thing, and
yeah,
loads of guys have said to me, it's easy, you push this and shove that and do something else, and they go through it. And I'll be honest, by the time they get to the end of what they're telling me, I forgot the first bit.
You forgot it, yeah.
So
it's easy if you can't drive.
Yeah, it probably is, yeah.
If you can't drive, you'd pick it up better than...
I bet you do, yeah.
Than what they are.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, really. Anyway, I'll get the ramps out and you drive it on then, mate.
It's not driving.
No, right, good.
The one's bottom hose is leaking water like something rotten.
Is it? Right, okay.
There's a battery in, but the terminals aren't the best. You might want to lift the battery out.
Yeah.
because it only just arrived a while ago, the battery.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they? Aye. Oh, it's grand, isn't it?
On the other way.
Ah, there she goes. There she goes. Oh,
killed it.
She's nearly away, mate, isn't she?
Fuel's on the other side.
Yeah, she's nearly away. We'll push her on, eh? Okay.
Although Ford opened its Manchester factory in 1911, the paperwork suggests this Model T was made across the pond.
You've got to admire her, haven't you? You've got to sort of almost love them. If we can bump up that curve, it'll be good. It's the most famous car in the world. It's got to be, isn't it? I think she's in gear, you know.
Won't go heavy. There you go. Up the curb.
Everyone knows a Model T, don't they? Just absolutely remarkable. I'm afraid they don't do a great deal for me, but there must be something lovely about them because a lot of guys just think they're fantastic, don't they? And good luck to them. Prices all over the place on just about everything, as we know at the moment, but Model Ts, yeah, anything from 10 to 15 grand.
One of the nice things about working at Matthewson's is the repeat business. A while ago, this 1979 BMW R80 was being auctioned on behalf of Roger Malpass and Sue Hugill.
It's got to go, has it?
It has got to go,
Sadly.
yes, because of room mainly, but we absolutely love it because it was our first one.
They swapped it for a Triumph Thunderbird and a bigger sidecar, so their beloved dog Dexter could ride in comfort. Now, Roger is gearing up for another sale.
These are the latest ones that I'm going to put through Matthewson's. Little project for me. I have to have my projects because Sue's theory is keep them in overalls and you know where they are. So that's three quite interesting little bikes. 1981 Suzuki 200 twin. It's something that people relate back to of a certain age, the type of thing that they rode when they were 17, going back in the 80s, 70s and 80s.
Are you of that certain age?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
Next up, a rare barn find, now fit for the road.
This is a little 1950s French moped produced by this family called Gula.
Engine and pedals, little motor.
Yes, it's almost like the little mobilette engine, but it's not. It's a one-off. Normally, the little mopeds of this era were all centrifugal clutch, which was just an automatic essentially, with a brake either side. But this has got a clutch, so that's quite unusual for this type of thing. As you can see, there's no front brake on it, so I wouldn't like to be going far on it, I don't think, in modern day traffic anyway.
And lastly, the compact Honda NF75 from 1979.
In between a monkey bike and a full-size bike, I think they call it, it's equivalent to the Honda Dax or the Chally. Got that extra 20cc over the 50, so it's got that little bit of extra pull about it. And again, largely original. It's nice to find them like that, I think.
All three bikes are priced to sell.
We put 900 upwards on the little Honda. This one is, we've only got 350 upwards on that. There's no paperwork with it at all. And the little Suzuki is 1500 upwards.
Roger and Sue still have the Triumph and also a Royal Enfield. But Dexter's been upgraded again. This time to a terrier-friendly Fiat 500. Back at the garage, the Austin K2 ambulance from 1943 is parked up and ready for Captain Mannering's inspection.
Lovely condition, you know. It's a really nice vehicle. Look at the way that shuts, like a Golf. Look at that. Wonderful, isn't it? British engineering, mate. Can't beat it. I've got a real affection for lightweights, you know, local delivery type stuff, and these old K2s were exactly that. I mean, obviously this is a 4x4 military ambulance, but the chassis and the running gear is the same as any other K2. This particular vehicle, I think it'll prove a very interesting purchase for somebody. The problem is, I'll be honest, they give me the creeps a little bit, to be fair. I'll get a little bit spooky. There's something about them, I don't know what it is, they're just a little bit taboo, really, with a lot of people. So they're difficult to sell. I hope it finds a home. I think we're going to struggle. I personally think it's overvalued. In saying that, I think the vehicle is worth every penny of 20,000 quid, but it won't get it.
£170, are we there? At £170.
In keeping with the wartime spirit of keep calm and carry on.
Fair warning, 170. 170, Jack.
The Pickering showroom's been evacuated, apart from a few Home Guard volunteers on the phones.
Made up of family and friends, and that's how it's always been. There's no science to it. You just ring and you're speaking to someone who's there remotely bidding for you.
The Austin K2 military ambulance, lovely vehicle, totally genuine. It's absolutely
right. I'm waiting for this one, yeah.
Submit the best bid today. Start me on it. Come on, in your hands, where are we going to be? 10, we're away, 10,000, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13,000, 13, 13, 5. Can I say 14? 13, 5. Are you all done? 13, 5. Can I say 14?
14. Yeah, this bid's with you, sir.
14,000 I shall submit. On my left, going to submit 14,000. Hope it comes for you. Wants to be preserved nicely and, more importantly, taken to France and used.
14 grand, less than the vendor was looking for. Paul's got some negotiating to do.
Good man, thanks for your bid. I've just spoke to the vendor. Sadly, it's not enough. He wants it to start with a 2. All right, but thanks for trying. Take care. Ta-da.
Most vehicles get sold, but not this time. Owner Chris takes the K2 back to Lincolnshire. Some motors just don't want to leave the home front. At the garage in Thornton-le-Dale, one of the oldest cars ever to grace the showroom, the 1915 Model T, has been allocated a nice, cosy corner. Derek is slightly in awe of Henry Ford's penny-pinching philosophy.
You can't underestimate the importance of this vehicle, can you?
No, you can't. No, you can't. Like them or loathe them, you've got to respect them. And I fully respect it. I really do. I mean, you can see why it's called a Tin Lizzie. It's built to fall apart, isn't it? But that's what they were built, the way they were built and mass-produced. And I did read somewhere that there was maybe 3 or 4 days or something from the iron ore coming out to a car rolling out off the production line. It was just mind-blowing. So what a clever chap. And he wouldn't conform, I know, to a petrol pump. And I think he was questioned on this by a journalist or something, and he said, young man, I'm going to sell 15 million of these cars and a petrol pump cost $1. Work it out for yourself.
Parked next to it, another best-selling Ford, and one of Derek's all-time favourites, the Cortina.
In my opinion, they're the first family saloon car that was comfortable on high-speed motorway travelling. And I know Vauxhall people would argue against that, but I think they're wrong, really. You know, this 2-litre Cortina would do that trip day in, day out, no effort whatsoever, just cruise along. Side by side, you know, there's a 1915, there's a 1973. You can look where they've gone in 60 years. It's phenomenal, really. Value-wise, I personally believe the vehicle is worth somewhere between £10,000 and £12,000. That's my opinion.
And the Cortina?
But same. And do you know what? If someone said to me, I'm going to give you the money to buy either of these cars, I would think I would buy the T. Simply because I admire and respect the T so much, even though I will have a lifelong love affair with the Cortina. 1915-ish Model T, can't guarantee the mileage. Start me on it. Where do we want to be with it? I've got 10 here, £10,000, standing bid, 10,005, 10,005, 10,500, 11, 11,000, 11 with me, standing bid, 11,000, 11,250, 11,250, 11,250 with the cheapest Model T in the world, 11,250.
the lucky bidder, Andrew Finch from Leicestershire. Lucy, a bit perplexed about why he'd want to buy it.
Doesn't really look like a car, does it? I know it's got 4 wheels, but there's not much else to it, is there? No power steering. But this man's obviously happy with his purchase.
So much so, he arrives the next day in Thornton-le-Dale to collect it.
Left hand, yep.
He's definitely reversed a trailer before.
That'll do you there for a sec. Yep, that'll do.
That's 11 out of 10 for performance.
How are we doing that side, Andy? Right, there at that trailer, okay?
I've learnt a lot about the Model T over the last couple of nights on Google and things like that. Very iconic car, the one that brought cars onto the road, really. Yeah, there was a lot built, but I suppose we're going back over 100 years, so a lot will be scrapped and possibly still in barns and sheds and garages that never see the light of day.
Job's a good one. There you go. Look at that.
Andrew has brought along 2-year-old Victoria to supervise.
That's my daddy.
That's your daddy? So whose car is this? Is this your car? Got another 18 years of that now.
The Model T comes with a couple of rare extras.
Genuine jack from the USA. Capacity 3/4 of a ton. It's quite nice. Have that with it.
There are also some wing mirrors, probably not suitable for towing a caravan.
I really don't know where you'd go and find a Ford Model T pair of mirrors for them. Can't get them, can you? They're not out there now. And these are the bits that have got lost, so every car will want them. It looks lovely. I don't think it's overdone. I don't like them when they're really bright and shiny. It is in very good condition, but we won't be scared to get in there and go out on a sunny day and drive around. Looking forward to getting it home.
Meanwhile, over in County Roscommon in Ireland, Patrick McDonough's long-standing quest to find the right Morgan is finally over.
So I'd been searching for years and had little model dinky versions of this car, and it popped up and it had everything I was looking for: the chrome spokes, the British Racing Green, the tan interior. I'd never seen that combination come together before. I wanted the higher performance engine, and I really got more than I desired because it came with the 3.9 litre V8, but also a turbo was fitted. It's very loud. It's a straight Rover V8, just like you'd have in a Land Rover. But given the weight of the car, the performance is spectacular. This could be a real ticket machine if you weren't careful with your accelerator foot.
Patrick is currently adapting to a car that isn't without its quirks.
It is left-hand drive, so for some people that would take a little bit of getting used to driving with your shoulder to the side of the road. So the fuel economy is atrocious. It'll pass anything but a petrol station. About 250 miles would be the maximum range. It's got the stiff chassis that they all do, so if you get a rough Irish country road, the car can bottom out, the exhaust would touch the ground. But it's all part of the experience. It's great driving on open roads, the power is incredible. It was never built to be a practical car, it's a fun vehicle.
As for the other auction news,
The 1981 Suzuki SP20, 2025 fair warning.
the 3 motorbikes used to bankroll Dexter's new ride,
Honda NF75, 1300.
all sold well at the auction.
I don't know how you pronounce that.
900.
But there was also another bike that raised some eyebrows.
I'm not really a trike guy, but for some reason I like this.
Also owned by Motorhead's Phil Campbell, this 1700cc 3-wheeled iron horse was hand-built by Rivarco of Germany in 2016.
Absolutely fantastic. Got electric or vacuum gear change system down here. In the back of there is your amplifier for your guitar. And the artwork, I mean, these guys that do all this are just geniuses, aren't they? Just very, very magnificent, isn't it, really?
There was 3 of these presented, I think, to Motorhead. This is one of them, owned and entered by Phil Campbell of Motorhead. There we are. So you can't ask for much more than that. There we go. So, there we are. So we've got 13,000, 13,500 for the Motorhead trike, 13,500, 14,000, 14,000, 14,500, 15,000, £15,000. Are we there? Are we all done at £15,000? £15,000 provisional. We get an answer as quickly as we can.
The highest bidder was Wayne Jordan from the West Midlands, who upped his bid to the required 20 grand for this curious piece of heavy metal. Paul was keen to celebrate with a victory lap. With no helmet required by law, Paul's free to imagine what it would be like to have the wind in his hair. And he's sold on the trike.
It rides fantastic. I just think it's quirky and different, and it's a fantastic bit of kit.
But surprisingly, new owner Wayne won't be putting many miles on the clock. This one is just for looking at. In his mum's front room.
I was shocked at the size of it. I was horrified, really.
It sits in there nicely, and everyone who comes in are all over it. Even the postman come and took a load of photos of it. You know, he doesn't normally say a word.
Wayne buys and sells a lot of vehicles.
Constantly looking for something different. I like unusual and oddball stuff, will get me more excited. The bike was a Vegas 8-ball. It's very bespoke made. When I saw it as a one-off and how unusual it was, I was literally all over it. I thought, I've got to buy this.
Annie only agreed to it being in the house on the understanding that Wayne would do other home improvements. Most are still waiting to be done.
I was hoping to get the table, the chairs, the kitchen I want.
So when Wayne said we're going to decorate the living room, is this not quite what you had in mind?
No, no. It took me about 3 days to get used to it being here. And now I wouldn't like to see the room without it. I think it's here to stay now.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it.
Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. God, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on.
That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
sale this week.
The Ford Thames 400 van, here we are. Where do you find another one of these?
They're very sweet, lovely. Sweeter than that.
It certainly won't go cheap. Like anything else, it depends what someone will pay.
Here, listen, this is the one. 1989 Vauxhall Astra GTE.
I'm going to make sure that I get across to people just how good that car is, because that is exceptional.
A McLaren motorised racing car in full working order, 3 forward gears, lovely thing.
It's 110cc, 8 horsepower, and can go up to 50. I'm not quite sure where.
Thornton le Dale, where the dream of owning a classic vehicle often becomes a reality.
She's lovely, isn't she?
And it's good underneath.
Oh, yeah.
And anyone buying or selling is likely at some stage to bump into head honcho Derek.
Yeah, well, 3 litre gear automatic, 30-something thousand miles. Blimey, prices are all over the place, Roy. It should do 10 or 12 grand, but it could do 20.
And meeting the public means keeping up appearances.
Sue normally does this for me, of course, but she was late up today. So I do my own breakfast, and I'll tell you, I've actually done it a few times just lately. I'm getting quite good at it, and so I can now say to her, don't worry about me, I can feed myself. Don't worry about me, I can look after myself. I did bacon and eggs once. God, what a job, isn't it, doing bacon and eggs? So I said to Sue, so I do your breakfast this morning. Years ago, on holiday we were. When she came round, she fainted, of course, but when she came round, she said, well, I'll let you do it then. So I got on with it, and I just lost it completely. You know, there's only a little spot, and you're rushing about doing this, putting that on there, then that goes cold, whack that back in again. It was vile. It was absolutely vile. You can imagine what she said. Don't ever, ever do that again. And that suits me right down to the ground.
Derek's got a busy day ahead. There are 3 vehicles to collect on the Yorkshire coast, 2 British classics and a van from the swinging 60s.
We are going to collect a 400E van, a Thames 1012 underweight van. The lovely thing, I've seen it, I remember it's sort of a beigey colour, and it's sign written up. And I've said for years, you know, vans were built to work and work to death, and which is why there's not so many out there. So for nice vans to survive is a real novelty, and especially a Thames. You know, I'd be less excited if it was a Bedford CA because there's more of them about, but there's not so many Thames.
While Derek hits the road to collect the 2 cars, the other vehicle on his to-do list soaks up the sun near Whitby. This 1961 Ford Thames 400E is heading for auction.
I like tinkering, and these vehicles are very simple to work on. But I'm quietening down a bit. Downsizing, that's the word.
As owner Harry Larkham pares down his collection, he's decided to part with his pride and joy.
They were a great vehicle in the day. They were beloved of rock bands and what have you. They could pile in and get all their gear in. And this particular one apparently belonged to Edison Lighthouse, or a member of Edison Lighthouse, which was a 60s, 70s band. Any old van would do in those days. As I know, because we had a pop group, as it was, about 1960. We called ourselves the Druids. But yeah, we used to pile in a couple of cars and do gigs, as they call it now.
The Thames was a workhorse for bands that toured across Britain. Cheap to run, it was roomy enough for the equipment and the roadies too. The Thames was also reliable, getting you from Inverness to Penzance just in time for the next gig. Also in the Ford stable were Brummie rockers Black Sabbath, who toured in a Transit, as did the Small Faces. The Transit was the Thames replacement, with a styling nod to American vehicles. It was so successful, it remained pretty much untouched for more than a decade. And long before they got all famous and fell out with each other, you'd find the Beatles crammed in a comma van. Practical but lumbering workhorses, 0 to 60 was measured in decades. but this little ticket to ride never had enough clout to become top of the pops. The Thames, with its 1.7-litre Ford console engine, has just enough grunt to carry more than heavy metal, but it's not without its quirks.
It's got upgrades. They used to have vacuum wipers on these, and when you put your foot down on vacuum wipers, they stop working because they work off the vacuum off the engine manifold. So this has been converted to electric wipers, an electric fan, and a key start instead of buttons behind the engine. So it's got some upgrades on it which make life a bit easier.
Especially on the wipers, living in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
It's a rare vehicle that will demand a fine price.
These are quite rare now. We're talking about something like 12,000. But with the rarity value, I'm hoping more. But we'll see. It certainly won't go cheap, but like anything else, it depends what someone will pay.
With a showroom of cars from every era, there's enough choice to satisfy almost every taste.
What else do you do with red money these days? You know, you don't leave it in the banks.
But there's one generation of motor that's guaranteed to get more interest than any other.
I mean, who'd have thought 25, 30 years ago there would be a bun fight for an old barn-find clapped-out RS 2000 Escort? You wouldn't imagine it, would you? You couldn't have dreamt it up, really, could you?
Cars from the 80s, from fast Fords to souped-up hatchbacks, sell like hot cakes.
I've got an XR2, I've got a Cosworth, I've got a Capri 2.8. This is the one that's now caught my eye.
It's modern-day nostalgia for people who couldn't afford them then, but now have the cash.
You know, within the next sort of 48 hours, we should have some gaps.
Dave's primed to pick up an example that he's been told is in mint condition.
I'm downstairs, I'll be up in a minute.
It's an Astra GTE convertible from 1989. With fewer than 20,000 miles on the clock, it sounds great. But Dave's dubious.
Definitely 1 in 50 you go to look at. It might be as many as 1 in 100, to be fair, where you get a big build-up and it's this and it's that and it's the other and blah, 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 and it's never been painted, never been this, never been that, blah, blah, blah. And you get there and you say, it's had the wheel arches and that paint. Yeah, that's all.
But you might be pleasantly surprised.
I might be. I'm normally not.
As always, the Pickering showroom is packed to the rafters.
I've got a bit of dust in that channel. I'll have to knock a few bob off for that.
Making space for new arrivals is a constant headache.
This is ex-German taxi, I reckon, at 435,000 miles.
And yet another one is about to be added to the pile. Dave's about to pick up a motor he's been told is immaculate.
Morning.
Morning.
More often than not, he's disappointed.
An Astra, apparently.
That's the convertible. Yes.
Yeah.
Richard Wilson from York is finally parting company with his 89 GTE convertible.
A lovely car, I'm sure. When I get to it and have a look. If you'd have bought the bloody tin top, you'd have done a lot better with it. I know.
Yeah, I didn't want the tin top.
No.
The tin top is more desirable, is it?
Unfortunately, yes.
Dave's expecting a damp squib.
That's a cracker, isn't it? Fantastic, yeah.
Where you can go from 0 to 60 with just 2 gears.
Yeah, that's lovely, mate. That's lovely.
With its Cavalier 2-litre 8-valve engine and still on its original tyres, Richard has had his Astra for 32 years.
It's totally original, pristine to be an obsession, I would say. I sometimes clean the engine or polish the bulkhead or things like that, you know. Everything has to be pristine. I wouldn't drive it on the salted roads. I wouldn't drive it if it was raining, if I could avoid it. Mainly because I didn't want to have to wash it when I got home. It's just been used as a summer toy, I would say. They were driven to Bertone in Italy as a tin top.
Right.
And the tin top was taken off and the boot put on.
Well, every day's I always say every day's a school day,
Yeah,
and I never knew of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, she's away, she's come straight out. Yeah. In probably 1 in 100, I turn up and I'm impressed. This is number 1 of 100. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'd be aiming at 10K because of what it is. An average one is 3 or 4, you know, which really should make this one like 20 odd, shouldn't it? Because it's such a massive difference. But if that was a tin top, that would be a £20,000 car.
You can have something for too long, and I think now's the right time to say goodbye. While I will miss the car, I'm hoping it has an owner that's as fastidious as I am.
I'm going to make sure that I get across to people just how good that car is, because it is. That is exceptional. You know, that is one of the best in the country, that car. We don't exaggerate. You've got no need to exaggerate. Take care, Richard. All the very best.
Drive
See you
carefully.
later. Will do. Will do. Will do.
There's nothing Derek likes more than hidden treasure. Through his network of contacts, he's unearthed some Yorkshire coast gold.
Nice old car.
Barn stored for many years and desperately needing some love.
Brilliant project for someone. Brilliant project.
From 1965, a Mark III Austin Big Heeley and a rare 1958 Hillman Minx convertible.
Very, very attractive old thing. I think it's lovely. Got the makings of a lovely car. Now, you look at that, the way the seat goes, to allow access to the back seat, and the opening quarter lights on the back. So yeah, so when that rear window's down and the hood's down, and so it's totally pillarless, the whole car. I think that's lovely. Different kettle of fish altogether, this one, of course. It's the one to have, isn't it? The Series 3 wind-up windows is nice. It's the right model, but we've got a bit of issue here. You could easily repair that, put a piece in there, and it's not really a big problem. But you wouldn't do. I think you'd most certainly put a new panel on because they're available. You might as well. Bumper's salvageable. Best to save the original chrome work and have it chromed rather than buy new, because the new stuff is like Taiwani or whatever it is. I don't know. Don't last 5 minutes.
Bringing a rusting Austin Heeley back to life is the kind of project people dream of when they get involved in classic cars. But there's a warning.
They are just not achieving what they once were. It's as simple as that. Because they shouldn't have been achieving that in the first place. It was they're artificially inflated in price, aren't they? By a bit of demand, a bit of pub talk. Oh, we better get one of them before they go up anymore, and a good investment and all the rest of it. They're actually not. If you're unlucky and buy at the top of the market, you're in trouble. I mean, I've heard of these change hands at like 80 grand. Yeah, that car's now probably worth 45 grand. You know, they really have dropped down. But this actually is not a bad looking car, is it? Look, you could sort of almost get it going, couldn't you? Pump the tyres up, wash it down and run it down the road. It looks that way, you know, it's got that look about it.
Go on then.
Yeah, I know, yeah. As we say, 2 weekends work.
A new life awaits both cars, if Derek can get them back to base.
Got open pray it gets on that top deck. Perfect. Wonders of hydraulics. I'm gonna have to push that bloody wheelie. Oh. Let's say some more speed. Bloody, what a hard, hot day. Oh, mother. What's up? All right, see you later. Bye. Ring me when you're on the way and you can have salad and chips. Oh, she's as good as gold, the old girl. I've got her well trained. She rings me up sometimes, you know. She says, where are you? Hey, London. Oh. Oh, you won't be home for your tea then? No. Oh, okay. I'll maybe do you something when you come in. So there's no maybe about it. Good, I am a male chauvinist. I really am. You know, it's just a blooming good job I'm such a good-looking guy. Otherwise, women wouldn't stand for it, would they? Look at this. What a result. Fantastic. Perfect. Whoa, back there. There we are. That's it. She's on.
Next stop, a rendezvous to collect the Thames van. It'll be a while yet before Derek gets home for his tea. Back at Pickering, Dave's turned up with the pristine Astra GTE from York. Waiting for him, a serving of humble pie.
Yeah, I said I'm not a big lover of Astra convertibles, didn't I, about 2 hours ago before I set off to pick this one up. I didn't think this was going to be the 1 in 100.
So we were slightly wrong then, Dave.
Yeah.
The word is wrong, isn't it?
I'm wrong. Yeah. My father says you're never wrong. I'm wrong. I was wrong today. Yeah, there you go. So before, there'd be the first time for everything. Yeah. So yeah, I was wrong today. Yeah, and it's been great. Yeah, to be proven wrong and to come away with this, and lovely, lovely car. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look, original skins. It is exactly what it should be. Yeah. So 18,900 mile, original tyres, never been painted, no cracks in the hood, no damage on the interior. The original stickers, transfers, engine bay stunning, underneath, not concours, but it's just completely original and as it should be. Yeah, it's one of the best, if not the best on the market.
Now, here, this is the one, 1989 Vauxhall Astra GTE, 18,901 miles from you in total. Where are you going to buy a car with that ownership and that mileage? Impossible to find another. Start me on it. Whereabouts? 8,000, we're off. 8,000, 8,500, 9,500, 9,500, 10, 10,000, 10,000. Find another. Where are you going to do it? Looking for 11. 10,500. 11. 11,005. 11,005.
It's bidded, so next one is 12.
Meg, I'm going to sell it to a gentleman on the internet. He's got the bargain of the day.
Would you do 11,750?
As it's you, Meg, I would. 11,750 on
11,750 your bid.
12.
Oh, the internet's jumped in at 12,000. Would you do 12,1?
I'll do 12,250 in all fairness to the
He said he'll do 12,250, but not 12,1. Yeah, 12,250.
12,250. Can I say 12 and a half? On my left, Meg's phone, gonna sell it.
Oh, somebody's just jumped in on the internet. No, it's too much.
Are you sure? 12,500. Well done, sir, internet, 12,500.
The Astra has a new owner north of the border, and for Dave, his work is done.
Such a lovely car. I'm really pleased with Richard because he's a lovely guy and the car was worth every penny. So it's nice, isn't it? When you're in a position of being able to, to handle a nice car like that and help the exchange from one. That's the whole reason we set this thing up, is to handle cars from one enthusiast to another. There's a tremendous amount of fulfillment. It really is. You bought yourself an Astra then?
Gareth McEachran took the plunge with the help from his son Harry.
Harry is very much vehicle orientated and looks at various auction websites to see what he can find for sale and brings them to our attention to see if we can buy them.
Great, beat a modern car any day.
The Astra will be used to advertise Gareth's business. But first, a chance for Dave to show what makes it such a sought-after car.
Oh, it's great.
This is the best bit, Harry. Look at that. Look. It's fancy, isn't it? That's the bit that everyone loves. They were famous for that. And you can flick it over to kilometres. Yeah, at the moment it's on MPH there, look. So if you want to impress someone, you'll be doing 200 kilometres an hour. Yeah. She's level, Harry, isn't she? Nice, isn't it? She's lovely.
The Astra's heading home to Harry's dad's garage on the mother of all low loaders. With the youngster, a chip off the old block.
I quite liked it because it was tidy and didn't have a lot of mileage. I like any kind of hatchbacks. I'll take a convertible, but coupe would have been better.
It's mainly the cars that get the punters excited when they visit the garage.
So speak to the bank manager and we'll see what we can get.
The bank manager being?
The wife, obviously.
But there's interest in the bigger stuff too.
Oh, it's a great old thing, isn't it?
No, it needs a bit of love now. It needs tidying up.
Old trucks and vans still sell. And on the East Coast, Harry Larkham's taking his 1961 Ford Thames 400E for a last spin before it heads for the auction. Harry and Derek are old mates and are meeting up to hand over the van.
Right, mate. A little bit this way, you all right? Yep, steady up. There, Harry, you're lovely. Bang on. Well done, that man. Good-sized van, made caravanettes out of them, but they never really done as well as the Bedfords. I don't care what anyone says, there weren't as many about. And they certainly haven't sort of lasted the test of time.
A lifetime of collecting leaves a lot to chat about.
Yep, you have something stored up in a shed, don't you? Yep, you get it out and the exhaust is blowing. So you put a bit of exhaust on, battery's gone, so you put a new battery on. You do the brakes, because they're all sticky and all the rest of it. And you use it for 6 or 8 weeks and enjoy it. You put it away, 4 years' time, you get it out again, do exactly the same thing again.
Exactly, yeah. You've got to do it all again.
Yeah, I've wasted too many motors. So I'm going to have a right thin down. And I think when you do, I think you probably feel a bit better, don't you? You feel a bit less under pressure, I think.
You're forever moving things around to find a space. So if you sell a few, you've got more space.
What you got to try and resist, though, Harry, is buying any more.
Tell me about it.
There you go. It's probably worth like 12, 14, 15 grand. Just find the right man, really. And
if you wait long enough, the right one will come along.
Oh, yeah, it does, yeah. And he's the man we want, isn't it? You know, that's been waiting long enough.
As long as he's got the money.
As long as he's got the money.
Or he can borrow it.
Exactly.
Back at Pickering, a new arrival. A 1966 Riley 472.
She's been in quite a few TV programmes, and she's a rare little beastie from what I can gather. It's time for it to go to make way for something else.
Only around 100 of these are left in the UK, and it's intrigued enthusiasts Anne and Malcolm Paget.
That looks nice, love.
It does. It does look
A little bit
nice.
of chrome work that needs doing. A little bit of the usual rot. It's going to cost a bit of money, but you can't take it with you. Well, I don't intend to go yet, if I can help it.
The 472 was a flagship BMC motor with a 1.6 twin-carb engine and a top speed of 80 miles per hour.
It looks very good from a distance, but when one gets up close, there is a number of places where it looks like a nice lot of filler has gone in.
Yeah.
In various places, chrome needs doing. It's got the galloping rot around here, which is normal, but not been done, so the veneer is gone.
And is he a hard man to please?
Yes. He is very, very particular about cars, and he will only clean ours himself.
So he knows what he's looking for.
I can't afford the £5 or £6 they charge for it.
I am allowed to hoover it.
Good.
That's it.
Never mind. But I don't think I should be looking at this one.
No.
I'm afraid it needs too much work.
Yeah.
I know the car is old. Actually, 54-year-old. You get a bit tatty after 54-year-old, don't you? But, you know, somebody will make a lovely car of it, but not me.
Over at Thornton-a-Dale, and amongst the visitors enjoying the sun, 3 new arrivals.
Oh, it's been done nicely. Nice car.
The Hillman Minx, Austin Healey, and Ford Thames van will attract plenty of interest. But Derek only has eyes for one of them.
It's a little 4-cylinder 1700 console engine, but very sweet, lovely. Look at that. Sweeter than that. Good handbrake they were. Good handbrake, you can get a fair bit of pull on. There it is, electric van. How about that, all the luxuries. Yeah, Sun visor was extra, heater was extra. Not a lot came as bog standard in them days. And this is nice. I might give it a little quick run up the road. I like to, if I can, just to see what it drives like. Because people ask me all the time. It's nice to be able to say, I drove it around the village when it come in and it's no major faults. I think that's really important, that. It drove lovely up there, absolutely lovely. I would much rather have that in stock than I would a E-Type or a Ely 3000 or whatever it might be. Give me one of them every day. And it will cause more genuine interest than an E-Type or something like that, without a doubt.
With auction day looming, Derek's getting himself in shape.
Look at that for healthy eating, hey? You ever seen anything like it? This is my new diet. Got to lose weight, start jogging again.
Again?
Well, I'm going to jog down to the baker's every morning, get the pie. Can't be bad, can it?
And it looks like he'll need all the energy he can muster.
Biggest auction ever, I think. Maybe 340 something the last auction, and I think this one's about 390, Ange?
386.
386. Yeah, far too big. I wouldn't have done anything like that amount of entry if it had been down to me. You know our motto? We never say no. So if somebody comes on and we can accommodate it, we will. Pardon?
Derry.
Never say. Oh, is that what it is? Apparently it's me that never says no.
And getting plenty of attention, the rusty 1965 Austin Healey 3000, which has pride of place in the shop window.
Well, only yesterday, isn't it, of course, when I was a lot younger and after I'd have been buying it. I think there's a lot of hard work and perhaps I'm too old to do it all.
Serial Healey owner Jeff Young is keen.
I've had one of these since I was 21. And the one that I got on my 21st birthday, I still have. And the one that I got on my 24th birthday, I still have. And a couple more on top of that. Such an iconic shape, such great curves and lines. It could be the next restoration project. Yeah, you can see by the condition of this and the oxidation on the carbs that it has been stood for a long time. And the door's shut really well.
It's like a Golf, isn't it?
Can't really agree with you there somehow.
'65 Austin Healey convertible, clearly stood for a number of years. Got a bid with me here now, start me off, whereabouts we're going to be. 18 and a half we've got, 19 I've got, 19. The rest of the bits, the chrome stuff's in the boot. Looking for 19.5, worth more. Actually, if you have a good look round it, you'll see just how straight this car is. You could actually clean that and use it. 19.5, I think you're missing one here. I think you're undervaluing this car. She's a Mark III and she's all there. 19,500. 19.5. Answer tomorrow.
The vendor accepted the bid, and the Austin Healey found its way to a dealer in Hampshire. In other auction news, the 1958 Hillman Minx went for $5,350. Sold to Tony Blunden, who rocked up with his trailer from Essex.
It's like brand new. It's good underneath. It's on top. Time she's dressed up and finished, it'll look amazing.
And the 1966 Riley 472 sold for $4,000, and now has a new owner in sunny South Africa. Memorabilia has always been a big part of sale day.
There it is, what can I tell you? You've seen it, they're very, very popular, they're very, 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 very valuable when they're done.
That's why it was interesting and cheap.
But recent restrictions have left it on the back burner.
Take them for Derek, as he's always saying he can't see.
Some new arrivals have turned up though, 13 of them, all from one owner. You could say Helen Ryder is a very keen collector.
Here are my choppers. When I was a young teenager, I actually wanted a rally chopper. And remember asking my parents if I could have one year, and ended up with a rally shopper Now, not quite the cool look I wanted. It had a basket on the front and a girl's bike rather than it being really cool like this. Bit disappointed, but what can you say?
2 bikes are off to the auction, together with a taxi rank of children's pedal cars.
They all had their own little characters. They were so cute. But I had to do a little bit of a pact with my husband that I would let some of the cars go. I have to be sensible in my collecting. I suppose I'm like a little magpie. I just like everything.
Helen's hoping to fund another purchase, a scaled-back Formula 1 car that she's earmarked for her grandson.
Where does collecting go next? Oh dear. I don't know if I dare say, because my husband would probably tell me off, but there's always something to collect. If it's a collection, you've got to keep collecting. It's not a collection otherwise.
One of the highlights of auction day has been the vast amount of memorabilia that's up for grabs.
Everybody needs a Michelin man.
There's been unusual one-offs, but when an eclectic collection surfaces, everyone gets a little bit excited.
Here we go, Mick. You've been waiting to move all these.
Helen Ryder hopes that her cluster of signs, iconic bikes and fancy pedal cars will make enough for her to buy a fun-sized Formula 1 racer. First up, Helen's Choppers. Originals from the 70s fetch really good money. But comeback editions from the early 2000s now have their own following.
Lot number 363, a rally chopper. Just for a change, Mick, a rally chopper. Here we are. We've got 250, 275, 300, £300. 300, 300.
The 2 choppers sell for a total of £700. Next, the restored pedal cars.
Here we are, the vintage pedal car, the pink pedal car. Jordan's telephone, 4 down there with Alan, 410 with Jordan.
Someone's gone 410.
410. Jordan's phone,
420.
£420, 430.
Someone's gone 430.
430. Cracky Christmas present for someone.
They're asking 440.
430. 430.
440.
440. 440, 450.
Right.
Are we all done? At
460.
460. It's only another tenner. Thank you for letting me know, Alan. It's your man at £460. Are we all done? £460.
Yeah, you've got it. It's yours. Thank you very much.
Alan, 460.
The gentleman wanted it for his 4-year-old granddaughter, and I think he was determined to get it.
Up in the office, the remaining pedal car deals are sealed.
All of it. We had about 7 or 8 in the sale.
420.
Christmas presents are out there.
For pedal heads.
For pedal heads, not motor heads or petrol heads, yeah.
Helen's 7 pedal cars go for just under £3,000.
On the net, well done, 460.
It's cash that will go towards what she's after next.
She told me that she's determined to have that little F1 car, so I'll make the phone call and see what she says.
There we are, Junior McLaren motorised racing car in full working order. It says 3 forward gears, lovely thing. 4, 4, 1, 4,100, 2. 4, 4, 4,400. 5. Going then, 4,005. 5,000.
Way ahead of you there.
5,000.
5, 5.
5, 5, you're out, David.
No.
6.
Oh, 6, he's jumped to 6,000. 6, 5.
6, 5.
We can't let him have this. 7,000. He's jumped ahead of you again.
Hope it's not husband and wife bidding here.
7, 6. He's gone very quiet.
8,000 on the
He's
right.
wasting his own money by the looks of it. 8, 5, what do you think, Helen?
8,500. It's up to him.
8, 7.
Jordan's man is the winner. 9
Oh
grand.
no, 9 grand he jumped in. That's his last bid though, I think. Do not think he's going to go any more than that. Do you want to try a 1?
9,000, David.
9-1.
9-1.
Come on, Helen, we've got this.
You're out. Thank him for his bidding, David. Brave
He's
man,
out.
thank you. Jordan's buyer is the winner in this case, 9,100 for the first, second, third and last time, 9-1.
Second, third. Congratulations, Helen. Brilliant stuff, thank you. Cheers, bye-bye.
Thank you very much for your bidding, gentlemen.
My heart is racing. And I think, to be honest, she wouldn't have stopped, so... But happy days. I don't think her husband will be too happy, though. She said to me on the phone just after, she says, my husband is going to absolutely kill me.
Helen Ryder bags her F1 replica, but at more than double the asking price.
I'm not going to do that now.
In the office, Paul's taken by surprise.
Two guys just wouldn't leave it alone, would they? So, pardon?
Lady.
Lady? Yeah. Just hope it's not a real big lady that wants to get in it.
She's very petite.
Is she very petite? Oh, well, she might get in, mightn't she?
She bought it for herself to try.
A week later, Helen Ryder's new toy is ready for action.
I could start a collection of these.
No.
It's a must. How many times are you going to come across an F1 car? At the time, I didn't tell my husband Bob how much I'd paid for it. When I did eventually break the news to him, he did tell me that I'd spent a lot of pennies.
Yeah.
But to be honest, between then and now, I've forgotten how much I paid for it, so I'm just leaving it like that.
A decision was made, and then a conversation might have been had somewhat afterwards.
What can you say?
It may have gone along the lines of, I got the car.
A new item for the collection. And a new grandson too.
Rory, well, he's adorable. Our first grandchild, so very important. Can we show you this one first? All the family's into cars, so naturally he will follow suit, and we thought how better to get him into it than getting into the pedal cars, and hopefully look forward to driving the F1 car as well.
One day, the replica will be Rory's. For now, Grandma's in the driving seat.
I'm glad that I'm vertically challenged because it means I can get in it and play as well, which is a huge benefit. It's 110cc, 8 horsepower, and can go up to 50. I'm not quite sure where, but it can get up to 50 by all accounts. We're all car potter, wheelie mad about wheels. It's great for me to have fun, it's great for Rory to have fun and other grandchildren, but it will take pride of place in the display.
With Julie, 6,250.
Back at Pickering, they're still at it.
Mercedes C220. There we are.
Derek's love grew for the ex-Edison Lighthouse Thames van. It's time to rock.
Now then, the Ford Thames 400 van, here we are. Where do you find another one of these? 8750 on Meg's telephone, 8750. Jump straight to 9 down here, Meg. 9250 up there with Meg at 95 back down here. 9750 back at you. It's going to be sold at £10,000.
Have you 10,250?
10,250, yes. Straight back at you though with 10,500. Thank him for his bids. Thank you all for your bids at £10,500. 10,500.
The van meets his asking price and heads for a new home in Scotland. It lands not far from Edinburgh into the hands of Stuart Mackenzie. And its arrival has taken him for a trip down memory lane to when his father had one as a works vehicle.
I mean, that's what must be, well, more than 50 years old, that photo. There's me and my sister and Mum and Dad, and we're obviously at the fairground by the look of it. Well, it just brings back happy memories of when, you know, we were children and with my Mum and Dad, and it's been a long, long time waiting to get one. Apart from it being a lovely old van, it's part of our family history.
The Thames has pride of place on Stuart's drive, and with his nephew Billy in tow, he's reflecting on his purchase.
There was actually a couple of others in the sale as well, but it was outbid on them, but this was the one that I really wanted. I chased the bid in a wee bit more than I thought, but it's a rare opportunity and it's in a nice condition, so why not? The experience of this van's been incredible. I mean, you couldn't have wanted for a nicer, sharper handling van. It's been set up really nice, and brake, suspension, steering, engine's top notch. In fact, there's nothing to fault it mechanically.
you're on top of the front wheels, so every bounce and bump. But it's got good suspension, but don't take the speed bump too fast, otherwise you'll go.
And wherever he goes, the Thames gets plenty of attention.
My dad had one, you know, it was a works van. Great, absolutely fantastic. I love it, I tell you. There's hardly any of them on the road now, you know.
And you wouldn't think it's a 60-year-old van, it drives lovely.
You like it? Yeah. That is cool, so a wee Scooby-Doo van. I'm glad I stopped, I tell you. I really am. It's lovely.
For the time being, the Thames is a keeper.
They say it's cute.
And with a truckload of memories, there's more than the views to be soaked up.
Does that happen all the time when people just come up and ask you questions about the car?
Yeah, because people like that man is the same age as me. We have memories of what this meant when we were your age. It's all about people's memories. Would you like a cup of coffee?
No.
It's fine. Oh, look at that. What a lovely day. Jesus, that's hot. God, that was roasted. You enjoyed your day out?
Yeah. One lesson I've learned today is to always blow on your coffee before drinking it.
Nestling beneath the North York moors is the village of Thornton-le-Dale. And for over 30 years, it's been the home of the Matthewsons. A dynasty of dealers with a love of classics.
They just have a personality, there's just something about them.
In all shapes and sizes.
Well, it is the best job ever, really, isn't it?
A passion that can be turned into brass. They auction over 4,000 rare vehicles every year.
Start me on it, we're going to be with it. Most people will go to a sale with something in mind, but come away with something different.
Something's either got it or it hasn't.
It's what they fall in love with on that day.
There's head of the family, Derek.
What a runner. Smooth as silk, this car.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Working with your family, it has its ups and its downs. Oh, blimey.
And Dave.
I bet you £1 it doesn't start.
The fun is the chase.
Morning, Matthewsons.
You just don't know what's on the end of the phone, what you're going to find when you open them doors.
Spot on. That's the find of the century. It's the real deal.
Just never really 2 days exactly the same.
This is a family's love affair with motors that have lived a life.
There's a story behind every car in this building.
Testing, testing.
Most people will buy a car because they can relate to it. Maybe a car that Dad had. We're selling dreams.
Right, here we go.
On sale this week.
The Austin Metro, jet black, here we are, 54,000 miles.
If everyone like me, Rover would still be operating.
Fiat 850 Coupe, here we are. Nice little car. I like a car like this that looks as though it's doing 75, 80 mile an hour stood still.
The standard Vanguard pickup. Fantastic piece of kit, lovely thing this is.
I've always liked them. They're a nice, presentable machine.
It's another day in North Yorkshire.
Seem to have spent half my life moving cars.
Each time a vehicle finds a new owner, a motoring dream is fulfilled.
That's right.
And every departure leaves space for new stock.
Wait slightly, just a touch.
And that means more miles for Dave, as he heads out to collect a bevy of beauties near Wakefield.
There's a lot of people actually call me Metro Man because I've had that many Metros. Everyone slated them originally. Everyone said, oh, they're absolutely rubbish. Well, they are, but they're collectible now. If you stop at a garage in that and park next to the pump and the Porsche 911 parks at the other side, somebody will talk to you. They won't talk to the guy in the Porsche 911. You know, you drive down the motorway, you've got people going past like this. You know, it's just a nice buzz, isn't it? They're great to drive. They're so bad that they're fun.
The daddy of all Metros.
John Sharp loves a Mini Metro.
Beautiful, this car. This really is your proper, only being used for going to the supermarket. Totally standard, completely, totally original. No radio, no cigarette lighter, no iPods, no MP3 players, nothing. It's just totally standard.
John's moving on two of his beloved collection.
Drives just like a new car at 18,000 miles. I think these are starting to bring good money. It can't sit outside all winter, it wants putting away now. Let somebody polish it and look after it.
As well as an entry-level City X, he's parting with a limited edition and rare Jet Black.
Obviously made 500 of these, alongside 500 for the Mini Jet Black at the same time. It needs a few quid spending on it paintwork-wise, but bodywork absolutely pristine, no rot anywhere, all the rear arches really good. Comes with the Go Faster red seat belts and the Go Faster red stripe.
The Metro was hailed as the best of British, but reliability problems meant motorists looked elsewhere.
A mate of mine got a Datsun 120Y. He was a laughing stock, you know, all the mates, he was like really weird buying a Japanese car. But unfortunately they've took over now, haven't they, you know. Cold mornings you could get in and start a Japanese car. These you had to get on the bus. You know, you needed a bus pass as well as a key for your car, so.
Around 1.5 million Metros were made in a production run that lasted almost 2 decades.
I think the scrappage scheme cost the Metro more than any other car in the country because there were so many that were sat there and they're thinking, I can get £2,000 for my Metro. They'd only paid £4,000 for it as a brand new car. They'd had it for 7-8 years and they were going to get £2,000 for it. So a really good load of good British classic cars that the scrappage scheme, I think, is responsible for.
Also heading for auction is a 1979 Triumph Spitfire 1500.
Did you ever build a go-kart when you were young with pram wheels and a couple of trays and then set off down a hill with just a piece of wood as your handbrake? Basically, that's what that drive's like. The brakes aren't the best neither. Somebody will love it and it's wasted with me. It'll just sit out here doing nothing, so hope it gets a nice owner. Buy British. If everyone like me, Rover would still be operating. My pension fund's looking like big garden ornaments, I'm afraid. And if they don't sell, how you fix for a loan?
Punters are often looking for a motor that's a bit more sporty.
It's really ticking boxes for me. I mean, you get looked at in this.
Stands out from the crowd. It's different.
Many want it to be oven ready.
Once something's been done up nicely, we like to go around all the shows, around the car shows, because that's just a great day out.
And heading to auction is a car that fits that bill exactly. on a Cotswold farm. An Italian masterpiece is ready to roll.
It is a nice little car. It's very small, it's ideal. It's been meticulously restored over the years. 1971 Fiat Abarth Coupe. If you was on the Italian Lake or somewhere like that and you drove up in a car like this, you get lots and lots of people come up to you, talk about the car. And they're great for a first-time person who wants to get into classic cars.
Plenty would agree with owner Tony Gould. If you squint a bit, the baby Fiat has the looks of a scaled-down Ferrari Dino.
The royal blue colour with silver stripe down the side of it. It just emphasises the style of the car, I think. The hatchback low lines on it. You know, 4 people, 5 people can get into it with a squeeze and just, you know, do some touring with it.
He fell for the Italian's curves. It happens a lot to Tony.
It's like a drug. Cars are like a drug. Definitely a condition, yeah, which my wife wishes I'd lost years ago, but I've still got.
The 850 had more geysers than a mafia boss on the run, but the recipe was simple. Make a car that was small, but big on fun. The saloon was one of the biggest sellers in Fiat's history. Boxy and utilitarian, it was a family favourite all over Europe. But the most glamorous 850 is the convertible Spider. Not many Italians got their hands on them. Most were shipped to America. Tony bought the car already restored.
Right, the engine has been uprated. It's got new Webers, new manifolds fitted, sports exhaust system. It has got the twin choke Webers, which are brand new. Everything's well detailed in it. As clean as the outside is, the inside is as well. And really and truly, it's ready to go for somebody. 90 miles an hour. I know it's rattling your teeth a bit, but it can get up to it. It's over 1,000 cc now, this is, which makes a difference from the 850 which was fitted to it, and it gives it an extra kick.
The coupe was bought for £9,750, and Tony's hoping to get his money back.
As long as I can turn a profit, I'll be pleased. I would like to think that maybe I could achieve 10.5 or 10.3, something like that. As long as it pays its way, then I can move on with something that's great.
Thornton-le-Dale and the punters are out in force for a day out.
So this one's had full respray? Yeah, and more.
The sun's shining, but the real action's happening inside a showroom of cars from every era.
We'll phone you up and say, how do you want to set the balance? Do you want it on that card? Do you want bank transfer it? That's how it works.
And nestling in there, a little Italian number. The 1971 Fiat 850 that belongs to Tony Gould. Among the admirers, trader Neil Tetherton.
It's the rarity that appeals to me. There are so few of these about, and generally the ones that come up are showing their age and are restoration project cars. It's really nice to find one that looks like it's ready to go.
Also taking a keen interest is car specialist Guy Mundy, who's come to Yorkshire from Norfolk.
Yeah, it's a little sports car in miniature, really, late 850cc engine. But yeah, quite sporty appearance and so on. You can look at a car cosmetically from 5 paces, really, and this car, presents very, very well. But you really need to get, into it and under it and everything just to have a look at the bits and pieces.
I really ought to get myself a proper job one day as well.
The Fiat is sporting an Abarth badge, which would normally be a sign of racing pedigree. But there's a bit of doubt whether this Italian is a full-on stallion.
We're not sure it should be there.
Oh, really?
No, it's a Fiat with an Abarth badge on it, we think.
A straight Fiat 850 is still a sought-after car, and Guy's looking for one on behalf of prospective purchaser and friend Tom Thompson.
Hello, Tom.
If only he could get him on the phone to show him.
Hello, Tom. He's not in. Hello? Tom, hello. Are you all right? Yeah. I'll phone you on WhatsApp. Oh. Tom.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, okay.
You can see the top of my head.
Yeah, you might have to stand up. There he is. Hello. There you go.
Let's have a look at him, mate.
Come on in. I'll walk round it for you.
Okay.
Paintwork is it's kind of 8 out of 10 all round, really, I suppose. Going chrome work.
Very small, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very low to the ground when you're trying to crawl around.
But do you think it's worth bidding on?
I think it's worth a go, isn't it?
I think it looks very sweet.
Yeah.
Can you stand back so I can just, you know, fall in love? Oh, yeah, she does look nice. She's tiny, though, isn't she, can this mate?
Compared to the Rover behind.
Yeah, or even the Morris Minor.
Yeah. See you soon.
See you later.
Bye.
Cheers.
The paperwork backs up the story of the Fiat. There's 20 years of history in this folder. And for Guy, it looks like he's made a match for his mate.
He's fallen in love with the idea of an 850 anyway, and you know, there's no reason why this shouldn't be the one for him, really, I don't think. Yeah, it's a good car.
Dave's out on the collection run in West Yorkshire to pick up some of John Sharp's eclectic mix of British motors from the 70s and 80s.
I've just got too many cars now. You've got to get to a point where you say, I'll let some go. I'll probably go and buy another one, like, once I sell them. So.
2 Rover Metros from 1988 are going, as well as a British Leyland Triumph Spitfire 1500 from 1979.
He's done that before, hasn't he? This is the tricky bit, getting them on the loader. I think we'll let Dave do it, do you? Right, do you want to have a look at them first, Dave, and make sure you want to test them? You might not want them.
Before the loading starts, John's keen to show off his pride and joy. A rare GTI Rover Metro that he's keeping.
What do you think of GTI then?
A little Metro.
Oh, that's a proper one, that one.
Bloody things they are. You and your Metros and Minis. I don't get it, if I'm honest with you. With these Metros and stuff. I don't get it. No, I don't.
Proper hot hatch. Dave, what's up with you? 100 brake cars.
Shopping car, man.
It's a belting car, that. They're going through the roof, though.
I can't get it myself.
First to go, the Spitfire.
Paintwork's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not concours, but it ain't too bad, is it?
No, it ain't bad at all. New fuel pump, all plugs, new battery. It fires, it runs. It's just what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Where are we going to be money-wise on this one?
Oh, we're looking about 3.5, do you think?
Yeah, you ain't going to be far off that, are you?
So, 3.5 to 4. It's not the best in the world, but it's not the worst neither.
If you get bored with it, or you can't gel with it, or whatever, it's still going to be worth 3,500, 4,000 quid. What more do you want? No engine management lights, no ABS lights. It's a cheap way into a little soft-top classic.
Also leaving is a nifty Renault Clio.
Looks nice there. I think Dave will be owning that one.
Next up, the Metros.
Yeah, perfect.
It's a bloody miracle they're still with us, isn't it, really? You know, they're only made out of baked bean tins, weren't they? You know, they shouldn't really be with us, should they? They should have all been baked bean tins again. Bring it on, John, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, where are we money-wise on these, John? I mean, we didn't discuss this.
2.5 to 3, I thought.
2.5 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously that, because of its ultra-low miles.
Yeah.
They're selling them for silly money.
Yeah, they should be okay. There's always a following for these little things. I can't get it, but then we're all different, aren't we? We all like different things.
Just always like cars. My wife just cannot understand it. To my wife, all they are is a piece of metal that gets you from A to B, that you put petrol in. To me, they're not the part of you. You know, they're part of your character, and yeah. Some of them, I'd like to keep, but I can only drive so many.
saying goodbye to vehicles you've cherished is a huge moment.
Right there, let's have a wander around. It's trying to brighten up, actually.
Tony Jordan has dedicated his life to heavy haulage, but with his health not what it once was, he's thinning out his collection of British commercials.
Good girl, no, stay down.
And with the help of daughter Alison, there are plenty of memories.
Bedford little truck, which you love, don't you?
First up is a Bedford K-type truck.
It's just a 1951 Bedford. It's in really good nick. Quite a few about in the day. A lot of people, they would only buy Bedford, wouldn't buy anything else. So that's what I've driven since I was old enough. Been all over the world. In the 70s, we used to drive from here to Saudi Arabia, Turkey.
All over the Middle East you did, didn't you?
So you've covered a fair few miles in your years?
Oh, I wouldn't like to say how many. I've lived in a lorry for about 40 years.
Also going is a 1954 standard Vanguard pickup that Tony bought at auction.
This is the newest edition, Dad, isn't it, your Vanguard?
Yeah.
Manufactured in Coventry, it was shipped out to the Commonwealth as a utility vehicle.
That lived its life in Australia. They were big over there.
So out there, it'd have been called a ute.
The ute.
Actually, it would, wouldn't
well,
it? Yeah.
Well, that's right, yeah. A lot of the farmers have got standard Vanguard utes. I just saw it at the auction and bought it. I've always liked them. They're a nice, presentable machine.
Also on its way is a 1956 Lance Bulldog tractor.
It will be sad to see them go, but they're just, you know, they're getting used less and less, and it's time for them to, you know, give somebody else a bit of enjoyment, I think, now, really.
Every business is only as productive as its backroom staff.
Morning, Mathesons.
And in the office, the worker bees are busy. They're working.
Do you think I would suit a syrup?
Put it on. Well, hide your face.
Meanwhile, upstairs in the showroom...
Yeah, don't drop it on the Bentley, mate, will you?
Derek's giving the little Fiat 850 Coupe the once-over.
I like a car like this that looks as though it's doing 75, 80 mile an hour stood still. That's what I like about it.
It'd go that fast, would it?
It probably would, yeah. Oh, they're little whizzers, these. Yeah, they're little whiz-bang, they really are. They go very well. But more importantly, it looks as though it's going to go very well. It doesn't matter whether it does, but all the little coupes, they always sold extremely well because they're so attractive. Everyone loves them. And this one being right-hand drive, what a bonus. Oh, massive bonus, massive. Right colour, right spec, right-hand drive, yeah. Brilliant thing. No, I think it'll do well. Lot number 103, the Fiat 850 Coupe. Here we are. Nice little car. We've got
9.5.
9.5 says David at 9.
He's got 9.5 on the phone in front of me.
9,750.
9,750 is your bid.
Again at 9,750. 9,750.
10,000 on the phone in front of me, guy.
10,000. Oh, 10 and a quarter.
10,250 is your bid, guy.
At 10,250, I'll have to mark it down provisionally.
He's just pulled out.
We'll get a deal for you.
Thanks, guy. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
A deal's done, and the new owner is Fiat 850 fan Tom Thompson, with his pal, Guy Munday, doing the bidding.
As I'm saying something on the phone, he's quickly shouting to his mate on his other ear, saying, do you want to bid, do you want to bid, do you want to bid? And he's like, yeah, just screaming down the phone. This, oh, bless him, this bloke was just talking 24/7 all through that lot. I had a right earful.
Over at Pickering, Dave's unloading the collection of Rover and British Leyland vehicles that belong to John Sharp.
They're not a bad little bus, are they, really?
There's two mini retros from 1988, a 1979 Spitfire, and a hot hatchback Renault Clio's been thrown in too. And for fast car enthusiast Dave, there's only one Metro that cuts the mustard.
They only made one decent Metro, didn't they? And that wasn't really a Metro, was it? With a V6 in the back. Yeah.
Did they use it for rally?
They did, yeah.
And what was this one used for?
Shopping. Yeah. They have got a place, haven't they, in motoring history? They really have. These Maestros Montegos, it's a miracle they're still with us, isn't it, really? And this one's only 18,000 miles.
It's not gone around the clock, is it?
No, no, no. Around the clock, you wouldn't do it, would it?
Jack, if you were going to describe the Metro in one word,
slow.
What is it that attracts you to a Metro?
Some sort of masochism, really, because I had so much trouble with them in the past. I'm drawn to one that's, well, the fact that it's one still here. They were a rock box.
The rain's falling, but Derek's in his element. He's in the East Midlands to look at Tony Jordan's collection of commercial vehicles.
We're not having them away today. We're just come down to have a look and make sure that we can see eye to eye on values, which I'm sure we will. Now, boss.
Hey up, mate. How you going on?
How are you?
All right?
Yeah, nice to see you. Hey, so these are them. This is the collection, and a tractor and all.
But Derek's eye has been taken by a lorry that his old man used to drive.
The old Scammell. Real basic, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. Flat out about 28 mile an hour. But of course around London, that was fine. And my dad, I can see him now, no power steering, nothing. I'm sitting there watching him with the sweat rolling off him, turning the steering round to get it round like that. They turn almost in their own length, because that front wheel will turn around almost sideways, so you can turn around in very narrow streets. So a day out in one of these, I tell you, most people would throw the towel in, they'd chuck the job in that day, because it was noisy, sweaty, vibraty, just a tractor. A pure tractor, that's all it was. Bloody hard work, I'll tell you, by crumbs.
Back to business with the Bedford.
The old K-type, lovely old girl.
It's a lovely old motor, that.
Yeah, they're right. Yeah, that's original and all, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's all original, this is.
There she is. The old straight six, 28 horsepower, look. Lovely old engine. Mainstay of the commercial industry in their day,
Oh,
weren't
they were.
And that's the rarest one out the lot, isn't it?
Standard?
Yeah. Did it come from Oz or something, did it?
Yeah, yeah.
Always a good following for these. Always a good following. Yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
But it's got some unexpected guests.
I don't know what we got here. Is it wasps or something, do you think, or what? Don't know, it might be a nest of some sort. It's a black widow nest, I think. It'd be worth more, won't it, with that on? I wouldn't get hold of it if I were you, just in case they're at home.
Never seen anything like it.
I'll get the missus to move it, just in case it's poisonous. We'll worry about that later, won't we?
Time to talk turkey.
What you got in mind?
I would like to get 8 or 10 for the K.
Yep.
The standard Vanguard, I would like to have got 12 back, because I paid 12 and a half.
Yeah. So I think you're bang on with that. You ain't far out with that. I think that's 8 grand myself. I don't think it'll do 10 or 12, but I think it'll do 8 grand. The tractor, I don't know. I don't know. I think it'll do 1,500 quid or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
That's where I reckon it'd be. Something on that sort of line, but it's all guesswork, isn't it?
Well, that's right, you don't know till the day, do you?
No, depends on the day, you're dead right.
Back in Yorkshire, John Sharp's collection of British cars from the 70s and 80s is up for auction. He's hoping there's another like-minded individual out there who's as keen on these cars as he is. First, the 1979 Triumph Spitfire.
Here we are, nice little Spitfire, make a good little car with this. 3.8, David on the phone at 3.8, 3.9. 3.9 on the internet, it's going to be sold at 3.9. 4,000 back on the phone at 4,000. 4.1 back on the web. 4.1, next one's 4.2, Dave. Do you want 4.2? 4,002. 4.3. 4.3. 4.4, Dave? 4.4. 4.5. 4.6. 4,006. 4.7. 4.8. 4,008. 4.9. 5. 5,000 with David on the phone at 5. 5,250. 5,250. Your man, thank you for your bids. 5,250.
This classic British Leyland sports car heads north of the border to Scotland. Next, the Metros.
No.
They've failed to sell at 2 auctions. The asking prices seem to be putting folk off.
He's got £2,200 on the sheet. Yeah, it would have to be a bit nearer, I'm afraid, mate. Thank you, cheers, bye for now. 5 minutes to say you won't give any more. Oh, God. Oh, no, we're only on £1,000 £.
If they don't sell this time, they'll go back to John Sharp. First up, the limited edition Jet Black.
The Austin Metro Jet Black, here we are, 54,000 miles, but make your own inquiries, I'm sure it'll be right. Very unusual car, just you don't see Metros full stop, let alone limited edition ones. Where should we be? We've got 15, 16, £1,600 for the little Metro at 16, 17, thank you, 1,700, at 1,700. I'll have to speak with the vendor at 1,800. Jordan, at 1,800, at £1,800, are we all done? We'll speak with the vendor at 1,800. Jordan, that's your phone, 1,800.
After a bit of negotiation, it goes for £2,000 to a new home in Sussex. And as for the Metro City X, that's finally on its way too. A deal's done for £2,300, snapped up by an enthusiast in North Yorkshire.
Come on. Steady. 6 inches. Whoop. That's probably about it.
As more vehicles turn up, Dave's got a bone to pick with his dad.
I normally go out in this one, so I normally keep everything about right, and he's gone out in it a couple of occasions, and that's it. It's all messed up. All the wrong straps, all the wrong colours, all the wrong ratchets, in all the wrong places. Oh, man. Drives me mental.
Amongst the new arrivals is Tony Jordan's standard Vanguard pickup truck.
Commercial vehicles are unusual, full stop. Old commercial vehicles, because they serve their purpose and then they go to baked bean tins, don't they? We're very lucky to have some of them. By rights, they shouldn't really be here with us. Wonder where he's hidden the starter then. Oh, it'd be the one that's a starter, I would think. It's funny, isn't it? All this engine will not run unless there's a little spark there, a little tiny little spark there between those two bits of flat steel there. And if there's no spark there, then no matter what you do, it will not go.
But one of Tony Jordan's other motors, the 1951 K-Series Bedford truck, has been more compliant.
They're right, them lenses are absolutely dead right. That's absolutely correct. Correct cap. 100% correct, the cap on it. Bumper's right and everything. Nice side lights. Very honest old bus, this. A straightforward old thing. Dead easy, get at everything. What a lovely engine. Simple. Easy to maintain. Nice old thing.
With its 6-cylinder engine, servo brakes and improved long-shift gearbox, the K-Series Bedford was the one to have in the 50s. But the market now is much less certain.
Probably worth £8,000. And I wonder whether it's because the truck buyer is that bit older. You know, you don't find too many 40, 45-year-old guys that are buying a Capri 2.8 injection want to buy a Bedford truck to go alongside it. So a post-war truck like this is suffering just like a pre-war car is, with fewer buyers than ever. So it's a little bit precarious. I'm not sure how we're going to get on, but it's not been bodged about. It's not been tonsed up or anything. You know, it's honest, I think. You know, I do genuinely believe what you see is what you get.
Meanwhile,
she's not sucking up fuel now, which will be a lot to do with it. We've got half a gallon.
Are you just going to push it?
finally the Standard joins the others in good time for Derek to sort its auction write-up.
So you like to get this done nice and early?
Plenty of time, mate. Yeah.
When's the auction?
Tomorrow. There we go. This pristine example benefits from column gear change, wheel trims, full tonneau, and the essential sun visor. This example itself is lovely. I mean, it's a good-sized pickup. Look, it's a nice long bed on it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, it's just so photogenic. I think it would do very good money. By that, I would estimate somewhere sort of towards 12.
Also lurking in the Pickering showroom is Tony Jordan's Lands Bulldog tractor.
Turn the petrol on. That's it.
It's a rare beast from Germany, the Baffle Derrick. Luckily, Bubbles has been reading Classic Tractor magazine.
This was built around the early 50s. This is the model 1616. This is a more conventional two-stroke diesel engine.
The Lands would have been a very rare sight in the UK. British farmers were more at home with the little grey Fergie from the same era.
This is more to be seen in Germany, France, the Benelux countries. They were used as a tractor and also as a means of family transport. That's why they have these little guards on the mud guards. So the driver plonked himself on the seat and his wife took up residence on the mudguard, and she hung to these little handrails for dear life. But I think it must be worth probably £1,200–1,500. It might make more, because it's actually very, very straight.
So if I need to know anything about tractors, you're the man, because Derek didn't know anything about it.
Well, he owes me one.
Not far from central London, a Fiat 850 Sports Coupe heads to its new owner, Tom Thompson.
Before I could drive, me and my partner at the time, we always thought that if we ever got rich, we would buy a Fiat 850 Coupe. That was the height of our expectations of our lives at that time.
It's been delivered by Guy Mundy, who helped Tom find the car of his dreams.
Here he comes, I can hear it. Perfect.
That's not what you were expecting.
No, it's smaller. It's even smaller than I thought it was going to be.
It's finally here.
Oh, look. This is sweet.
Good morning.
It's looking sweet, isn't it? It's a lovely colour for it, I think.
Here it is.
Yeah. I always think these are good signs. Toolkit. Is there a lot of documentation with it?
Yeah, got a whole file.
Lovely. Oh, look, a nice folder. This man is a man after my own heart. Look at all those plastic envelopes. Wonderful. Oh, that's nice. Safe motoring hints from Fiat, I noticed there as well. Do not use in the rain.
There's not many that's right-hand drive. I mean, Tom insisted upon it being a right-hand drive car, which narrowed down the sort of buying opportunities a little bit. But, you know, if you're prepared to wait, something always comes along.
Yeah, it's fine.
Pleased?
Yeah, I am. Of course I am. No, it's fine.
It's always a little bit of a responsibility buying for somebody else. Tom usually forgives me.
Yeah.
So the pressure's off now?
Pressure's off,
until
yeah.
Until he finds something
Till
else.
the next one.
No. Don't see many of them, do you? When was the last time you saw a right-hand drive that wasn't rotten as a pear? I really am delighted. It's exactly what I wanted. It's the 4 headlight, end of run, right colour. So we'll be able to pour some love into it and enjoy it, which is the whole point of them, really. She's very lucky to have found me, this car. And whether it's an expensive car, it's a cheap car, it doesn't really matter. It's the joy of putting it right, the joy of ownership, the joy of sharing, I think.
Back at the garage, Tony Jordan's collection of commercials is about to be sold.
Here we are, 1954, lot number 187. The standard Vanguard pickup. Fantastic piece of kit, lovely thing this is. 9,000 I've got here at 9,000, but it's not enough. At 9,250, we're getting there slowly at 9,250. 9,500. 9,500, we're there at 9,750. 10,000. 10,000. We're getting there slowly at 10,000. At £10,000. It's provisional at 10,000.
Hello, is that Alison? We got £10,000 bid for Dad's pickup.
I can understand everyone wants 12 for them plus. So 12 would be really very desirable, but...
Fingers crossed for you, yeah.
I think 11 would be plenty enough for it. Whether they'll take 10, I don't know.
OK, well, I'll ask the question and see what I get.
10 grand seals the deal.
I think it's a good little truck. It's a right bonny, pretty little truck, isn't it? Be better if it ran. It's never started since it's come here, but anyway, it'll only want plugs and points, a bit of a service up, I think. It's not been used. But generally speaking, I think it's a real bonny looking thing. I think it's good, yeah. So everyone's happy.
A reluctant departure, but a new home awaits in the East Midlands. In other auction news, Tony Jordan's 1951 K-Series truck went for £7,850. The new owner, Stephen Satwick.
All we're trying to do, me and my brother, is we're just buying a fleet of Bedfords because otherwise you're not going to see them again, are you? I think this is the last lot, really, coming through now.
And the 1956 Lands Bulldog tractor also sold.
And away and going. 6,400.
£6,400. More than 3 times his reserve.
If you went out this afternoon to buy that tractor again, you would have a job, because there aren't many that are dead straight like that. That's the difference.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And for Peter Woods, the 1988 Metro Jet Black is a Bobby Dazzler. Peter's a full-on Mini fan. And the Metro, with its Go Faster stripes, was simply an extension of his fondness for little British cars.
Wanted a Metro for quite a long time. Yeah, I love the Metro. It is so nice to drive. It's not like a modern car, it's difficult to drive, but that's what makes them so good.
Peter was taken by the exclusive nature of the Jet Black model, and at £2 grand he reckons he's got a bargain.
It starts really easy, it seems very reliable, very easy to work on, not like a modern car where you've got to plug them in and have a computer. These you can just tinker with. Anything wrong you can pretty well do yourself. You can have as much fun driving this as you can driving a sports car, a really fast car. It's just a different driving experience. The sort of reaction I get is people my age, they point and laugh, saying, look, it's a Metro. Younger people don't know what it is. They think it's a Renault, or they just don't know what the car is because they're so rare, they haven't seen them. And yet there was millions of Metros on the road, but there's just none left now. You don't need a sports car to have a fun drive. It's just back to old school type of driving. It's fantastic. It is a lovely car, it's lovely to drive. Yeah, I'll have it for quite a long time.
An auction sale gives a car a new lease of life. And occasionally that means rubbing shoulders with some other upmarket models. The standard Vanguard pickup that spent much of its life in Australia has been bought by Morse Classics near Northampton. Nicole Beasley is part of the team getting it ready.
There's certain cars that we like. Obviously, the standard Vanguard's one of them. I just think it's a cracking looking vehicle. It's really a head turner. You know, you walk past that, everyone looks at you.
The Vanguard will be moved on, but every car here gets to stretch its legs.
I do have the best job in the world. Everything that comes in, we have to test drive, we take them out.
You have to test drive.
We have to
You've
test
got
drive
to. You
them.
can't just help yourself, can you? Ooh, got to test drive that.
If you had this job, would you not drive them all? She's a solid vehicle, good quality. We've spent a bit of money on her since we've had her. We've had the braking system overhauled and the carburettor's been rebuilt. She runs and drives now just as she should and goes through all the gears really well. Good strong engine and good fun to get out in. She's obviously not going to race along like a brand new Range Rover is. None of them do, but she's on column, she goes through the gears really well. I just think that somebody will really, really love her and love to get out in her.
After decades down under, it looks like there's plenty of time yet for this old bus to keep on soaking up the sun.
She looks like she's back at home.